So, as for today, we need to decide, do we then go to the next planet, which would be Vold, which is nowhere near 100%, or do we go back to the main quest? And so that is really our main question here. So, let's just take a second to double check. I was doing a little bit of Apex missions and what have you in between streams, not much, but I actually did have the first time that a team has ever failed. For a second there, especially since we were just doing non-stop bronze missions, I wondered, despite it saying, oh, you have a high chance of success, yes, but theoretically there is still a non-zero probability of you failing. For a second I thought, maybe for bronzes, it actually is truly 100% chance, and we just got fairly lucky because we had a whole bunch of these that we did in the mid to high 80% of success and still had gotten all of them, so I was a little surprised that we didn't at some point end up failing, and yeah, it was the weaker of our two teams, this one here, Team Tango, which did fail but did not get any negative traits, so no worries there. However, perhaps more significantly, well, I do currently have them both on a mission, but we do now have enough mission funds that we can create a third team here, which I think is probably worth doing, because that means that, of course, the more teams you have, the more total Apex missions you can go on, or strike team missions you can go on, so kind of is a bit of a feedback loop of sorts. Obviously, it'll take a little while for us to get this team leveled up to the point where it can be reliably doing meaningful missions, but as I was saying, we are mostly just doing bronze missions thus far. I was also expecting for us to only be able to get 3 teams, so I see we have the option of getting a 4th team there, so that surprises me. I'm also surprised by the image there, because I remember we had our first team here, which is like, okay, it's an Asari, it's a Krogan, it's a Solarian. Those are 3 pretty major species that we've seen in the Andromeda Initiative already. Then we got our second team, and I was kind of hoping they'd all look different, but it had exactly the same art, so I was like, okay, I assume they're all just going to be identical in that case. But no, it's a whole bunch of Turians, so that's cool. That is cool. They do start at level 1, though. Let's see. Oh, they have different specialties, though, because these both started with plus 10 effectiveness against Ket. Then you got an extra bonus for the Outlaw, or... No, actually, you might have started at... Yeah, no, you got the Outlaw, was the thing that you unlocked later, I think. Then you also started with the Ket, and then got the plus 5 effectiveness across the board as a random reward you got from finishing a mission before, so maybe all the ones with this art start with the automatic plus 10 effectiveness to Ket. Maybe that's not a coincidence, and then maybe all these ones go plus 5 to everything, so I guess you guys are specialists, at least starting off with, whereas you're more of a generalist. That's not bad. I don't really think we've... Oh, wait, hold on, what? Oh, I totally forgot about equipping our team. Yeah, hold on. We have adrenaline shots, which I don't think, yeah, we can't afford them anyway. Okay, I was going to say, just a measly plus 2 effectiveness. I think we've learned that each level is about a 2% increased probability of success, so that's basically the equivalent of a level. Plus 10 effectiveness during high risk, high reward. Okay, so then there are higher value ones that are more conditional. I guess that makes sense. How's it going, Honor? How are you? Whereas this is, again, generalist, but then you get higher numbers if you're going for the more specific stuff, and in some cases, once you get to the higher level things, they might require that your team be a little more effective. We haven't used any of this stuff thus far, in large part because we've just been grinding out the high probability of success bronze missions, but I imagine, ultimately, I love the little goggle image there. But my guess is that the most efficient way to scale the levels of these guys is really to start pushing for higher level missions, and doing so either through luck or throwing in these extra little things here to give them the bonuses, because I imagine that the rewards for silver and gold and what have you are much higher than the rewards for bronze. But yeah, nowhere to really... don't think there's... Oh, hold on. Really anywhere to put you at the moment. Just double check that. Unless we're throwing you straight into a silver mission, in which case you have actually a 21% chance of success. I mean, that's obviously very low, but it's not as low as I expected, if I'm being brutally honest. Okay, so there's that. I also picked up a few of these supply pods, or whatever their official name is, and so got a little bit more resources and research from those. But otherwise, the big thing here, as I was saying, is we want to figure out, do we want to go and revisit the main quest, or do we continue to explore and increase the viability of other planets that we've already been to, which in this case would mean going to Vold, which I actually think we might want to do, at least a little bit, because looking at our Vold quests here, can we see the viability of planets on this screen? I feel like we were trying to do this before, but we couldn't find it. Also, I'm curious, we must be really close to unlocking the next engineer, level 99 skill point, or maybe one of those leveled up and I didn't even realize it. So we've invested a ton of points in. Yeah, we're on 85, so we're pretty close, but not yet there. Or it's not quite imminent for upgrading the engineer profile further, although technically we are using Sentinel right now, in large part because of that recharge speed. This one is technically better damage, but just for combos, not even for basic tech abilities. That is so weird. The bonuses for engineer are quite lackluster, at least for our build. So yeah, getting more biotic skill points spent to power up Sentinel would actually be pretty decent, and that probably is the direction we'll go in once we have done more of our tech stuff. And we might be getting close to at least the short-term tech stuff that we're looking to upgrade, but alas, getting ahead of ourselves a little bit here. The real question I wanted to ask ourselves was, if we go over to Helios assignments and Vold, so we've yet to find a potential outpost site. We have not reached the Ket holding site. We've not found the interference source. Remind me what this one was. An unknown source is causing interference with Vold's communication equipment. Clear communication is important to Vold's viability. Any possibility that the Ket are somehow tapping into communications should be investigated. That is more or less something that we heard the Ket are doing in EOS. So that makes sense that they're trying to do something similar on Vold. Medical caches. Doctor at the Vold resistance base needs the emergency medical supply caches around Vold to be restocked, so that injured fighters and civilians can tend to their wounds and improve their chances of survival in the harsh wasteland. So, if I remember correctly, Vold was pretty big, pretty spread out, and it does have a hazard, which makes it much more difficult for us to do that exploration. So that's one of the reasons why I've held back a little bit on Vold thus far. The other is because we haven't actually gone into the vault yet, and activated one of the now I'm blanking out of the terminology that we've been using for it. Monument is the word that's coming to mind, but I don't think that's right. You know what I mean. We've not activated the remnant technology yet on Vold, and my assumption is that that is going to happen eventually for a main quest mission, and that is, once we do it, going to eventually reduce the effectiveness of that hazard and make it easier for us to explore. So there's something to be said for just waiting a little bit and making our lives a little bit easier. On the other hand, if we're drawing back upon Mass Effect experience from the original trilogy, generally speaking, doing as many side quests as you can, as early as you can, is helpful, not only for leveling and getting equipment and money and resources and what have you earlier on, but also because there are some situations in which things may no longer be available if you wait too long. Now, we did, of course, only recently learn of Vold and complete the Vold mission, at least the initial main quest mission. So on one hand, that leads me to think that maybe we can still wait a while longer, but then again, I don't know what's going to happen. I thought there was one other thing where someone from Aya was asking for us to do something for them, but that was on Vold. So this is return the relic. That's one of them. Search for the missing supplier. Did we do this? This, I think, is the one I'm thinking of. Did we get this? So Kea Esof's supplier was killed by Ket, but you recovered... Oh, we did recover this. Okay. Weapons intended for the resistance. Take the shipment back. Okay, so that was one of the other things that I was thinking of doing. So if we've already done that, then I think we might go main quest here. Again, the risk being maybe some of this stuff is not going to be available after we do this. There's one other thing. Didn't we pick up a movie of sorts? What is that on her shoulder? Okay. Didn't we pick up a movie of sorts for Liam on the Nexus a little while back? And I don't think we've technically watched that movie with him. Which, I mean, we've done most of the setup for it, so I assume we ought to just do it now. I think at the time I was wondering if maybe it's one of those things where, you know, it's kind of a celebratory thing. You wait to do it a little bit later on and make it be something that is to celebrate a major achievement of some sorts later on in the campaign, but I don't really know the campaign well enough to know when that might be because I have never played the campaign before. So I think we just check in on Liam, who I believe is not over here. He is here. I just remember he's on one of the right sides. If he were in his usual spot, but alas, admittedly, I did not double check on our map. He's over here. Okay, Liam, you are officially our quest marker. Oh, wait, it's the Pyjack. Oh, we can still pet it. Okay, thank goodness. So we pet it once previously, and then we couldn't pet it afterwards. And if that was the one and only time we could ever pet our pet space monkey, I would not have been able to continue the campaign. Is he down below? Hold on. Is he? I guess so. I would, for some reason, I know he was showing up on that level, but I guess for some reason I had convinced myself that he was not going to be. Can we just... Who needs the elevator? Who needs the elevator?
How you feeling, Moshe Sefa?
Weak, but I'll bounce back. I always have. I've broken each limb twice. You have to do more than wipe my immune system to take me down.
Oh, you and my mom would love each other.
Okay. Speaking of which, we tried talking to the Moshai previously, but she was still very much in recovery. Maybe she's a little more talkative now?
I'm not too tired for questions. Please, ask them.
Okay. Loving the double negative, but let's chat a little bit more. See, I guess we'll start with her more generally, and then we'll talk about the specific situations in which we find ourselves.
How long were you in that facility?
Days? After the Archon decided I would be exalted, I was sent to the facility alone. I was housed with prisoners who described how they were kidnapped, taken to holding camps, analyzed and separated.
Analyzed?
Until now, we never understood why some of us were sent to slave camps and others just vanished. The Archon chose to exalt me, to use me for my knowledge. Perhaps others were chosen for their genetics.
The Chosen.
I'm only theorizing. I am a scientist, after all.
Okay, so we learned that the genetics were definitely something that they were looking for based on the various computers and data pads that we read on the previous mission on Vold. Main quest mission on Vold. But technically don't think we knew that the Ket could absorb knowledge from the people that they were exalting like that.
What was happening in that facility? It felt like a religion or a cult.
Perhaps, but not to them. They honestly believe they are giving us a gift.
The Cardinal seems desperate to keep that place standing.
The entire facility seemed dedicated to one thing: exaltation.
I mean, definitely.
That's why I asked you to destroy it, despite the lives it would cost. It's good you listened to me.
Yeah, I mean, I think our reasoning at the time was, sure, if we try to save the people who are currently in the facility, but let the facility stand, then that just means that there's going to be another round of people who get exalted, and then another round after that, and it's just going to end up being way more than if we got rid of the facility and prevented any future exaltations from happening there at all. Yes, it might mean we're losing one round of the Angara who have been captured, but again, presumably they would be continuing that process indefinitely if we were not to intervene and actually destroy the facility at some point.
So exaltation is how the Ket reproduce? How did you learn that?
They're proud of it. They welcomed us and spoke of it openly. We were becoming them. To the Ket, all other life is inferior. Even, I suspect, humans.
Okay, but see, this was the question we were asking ourselves before, was, like, it's one thing if it is a way that the Ket reproduce, it's another way if it's the only way that they reproduce, because if that's so, then that is just so wildly inefficient that it is completely unbelievable, because how did they start then? With just one single Ket that just somehow, someday, realized that through a series of complicated processes through which they had to develop these whatever it is that they inject into another being, only then can they reproduce. But that's just not possible to build a population that way. So it's one thing if they're able to reproduce as, and many other organisms might be able to do so, and there are multiple ways you can do that. But if truly this exaltation is the only way to do so, then it just kind of throws all logic out the window, which we definitely talked about at the time. But then I thought at one point they had mentioned that, no, maybe this is just to supplement the original way in which Ket reproduced it and had some sort of population with which to invade this galaxy in the first place. Like, basically, did Archon come here all by himself as a single person and built up a Ket population from one? Because that is just the logistics of pulling that off single-handedly are, again, just like basically impossible. Yeah. So, let's see. Did the Angara consent? I mean, it seems like they were drugged, or somehow convinced and hypnotized otherwise. Not really willingly did they partake of this.
It looked like some of your people wanted this Ket gift. They walked right into those pods.
As did I. Voluntarily. Happily. But that is part of the process.
Oh?
Part of the preparation, they called it purification, stripped our systems of all defenses. It was very painful. But after the pain came a beautiful peace, like a trance, like a transcendence itself.
Pretty sure trance and transcendence are based on the same word.
And I cannot fault anyone else who did the same.
So as deep as she was trying to sound, that was kind of just blatantly redundant. Yeah, well, obviously she's better, or seems to be better now. So was that kind of just a temporary thing, and over time she's come back to her senses? Or is she still in this purified state? Don't really know. Alright, why don't we talk about, again, a little more detail in the process, because that's sort of what we've been focusing on, then we'll talk about the Cardinal more specifically.
They're going to a lot of trouble just to make baby Ket.
Exactly.
I guess it's also a way for them to control their evolution. They incorporate only traits they value, and unique adaptations they don't possess.
So what are the chances the Ket have exalted other intelligent species somewhere?
I'd say those chances are excellent.
Yeah, I mean, that would explain how the Ket could... Again, it is impossible for a single organism, a single Ket, presumably Archon would have been the original, to just come into a galaxy and single-handedly capture, control, and, do this purification and then exalt large numbers of other species in order to build a more significant population. Then, once you start to get other Ket, then you could see it start to become a little more feasible to do all of this work to run this kind of facility, this kind of operation on the whole. But the smaller the number, the more implausible it is. And they had to start somewhere. Which is why I'm saying, if this is truly the only way they can reproduce it, it just makes no sense at all, because the way in which you go from 1 to 2 and 2 to 3 or 4 or 5 is just so outlandish that I just cannot even begin to imagine that being remotely possible. If they did it, and if they did exaltation with some other species in some other area before they got to the Andromeda Galaxy, or at least this cluster, so that they weren't starting basically from scratch and trying to conquer the Angara with an army of 1, then, okay, that's a little more feasible, but still, it does mean that they had to start with 1 organism, 1 member of their species, at some point in time in the distant past, which still doesn't make sense.
The Cardinal said she had the Archon's DNA. So was the Cardinal exalted too?
Brahma was a lady?
From what they described, I think they can be exalted multiple times. They strive always to be greater. And the Archon's DNA somehow plays a role in all of it.
Yeah. Okay. It did seem like they were kind of... it was almost like a cult-like sacrifice to Archon in order to make Archon more powerful, like, any of those classic demonic ritual type things.
Sam downloaded what he could from the facility. We'll be studying exaltation for quite a while.
That was me trying to say goodbye, I think.
I'll let you rest.
Wait.
Oh.
One more thing. I spoke to a guard, a former resistance fighter who remembered me. It described everything about its past, our past, with no trace of emotion. It seems that victims retain memories of who they were, but after being exalted, they live only to serve the Ket.
Okay.
Does your species dream?
Sometimes.
A Ket remembers being Angara. Like a dream it's eager to forget, which is beyond comprehension. Ishare, Pathfinder. I'm sure we'll talk again.
Okay, definitely good thing we did take a moment to speak with her, because we did not know all those things previously. Also, I think Jal might have been a little shook up at the time we tried to speak to him previously, right after that mission, so he might have more to talk about now.
We'll talk later. I'm unhappy with us right now.
Oh? With us? Or with the situation in which we find ourselves? Those are two different things.
I got a copy of the Nexus's movie library.
Thanks. I'll look through it. It's probably all agricultural learning vids, but there might be something good. I'll keep you posted.
Okay. Turn the movie library to Liam on the Tempest. We have done so. We're just getting started. Okay. Are we waiting for Liam to get back to us once he peruses through the various Netflix movies? It's a long process. Wait, what? Locate and scan remnant data core nodes? What is a data core node? The Ket have been keeping remnant data cores for testing in their camps. Sam suggests they may be extracting important information from the cores in Ket camps. Okay, so obviously we've encountered one Ket camp, but I suppose there, of course, will be more elsewhere, and that may be something we can... Oh. Alright, this is also the thing that we saw previously, where it said that apparently it said that we failed. I didn't realize it said that we failed before. Where it doesn't seem like it mattered much at the end of the day, but basically we were investigating some stuff on Eos, and then we just so happened to accidentally find the people who were messing with the stuff that we were investigating before we had finished investigating everything, and then we couldn't back out of the encounter. So we had to do some things out of order. We did eventually still find all the other things we were supposed to investigate, but it was very odd that we were forced into that situation by pure happenstance. Okay. Anything else with Liam here? That's not what we're looking for here, but... Day out on Aya. Liam thinks it's time for something familiar like a day out on Aya. He also mentioned getting your eyes on something, but wasn't specific about what he meant. Okay. Oh! Apparently this may be why Jal is not pleased with us right now. While gaining Ephra's trust, you've garnered the attention of the Rokar, a cell of Angaran fighters who hate all aliens. Jal has information about the Rokar's leader, Aksul, but we need to wait for him to set up a meeting? No, that's okay. The Turian Ark is not dead yet. Okay. Keep an eye out for other survivors. Alright. Not really seeing anything else there jumping out at me for us to do in the immediate future, so I think we're heading over to Aya to do the main quest. I don't think there's too much else for us to do here. Now, granted, I don't remember what the timers were on various things here, but I think we're probably pretty good. Oh no, completed. I take it both of them are completed. Wow. Okay, good thing we did check. So, successful, leveled up, got some stuffs. And this one here, we're waiting the debrief, and successful, and leveled up, and got some more. Oh, and traits gained stealthy. Hold on. What does that do? Plus 10 effectiveness when silent and deadly, which is one of the sort of mission criteria. Okay, I think it might only be possible to get 3 traits in each category, so you might be kind of maxed out. You did not gain any additional traits here, the ones that we just got. Let's see. Do we have... No, it's just silver missions now. Out of curiosity. Especially if something is silent but deadly here. It is not here. It is not here. It is here. What does our probability look like with you? 55% without any additional support. 50% for you. You're obviously going to be way in over your head because we've not done a single mission for you. So, I mean, we could try to do a silver mission with our higher level team here. I think in general we should probably be, when we're at least initially starting off with silver before we get some more levels, trying to upgrade or equip our teams with some other stuffs. It's kind of expensive though. Costs 25 just to get a 2% effectiveness increase. That's not great. That's not great. I am questioning whether that is worth it for a silver mission now that I look at the details there. But I think we do at the very least, yes, have a bunch of rewards we can claim here. So, why don't we do that? Multiple rewards have been claimed. Some research, got a shotgun, a pistol, credits, consumables. Not entirely, I didn't catch what all the weapons just were, but as for you, you are ready in 11 minutes. Okay. I think we head out, unless... How are we doing from an inventory standpoint? Should we dump some stuff? We're a little over halfway full. We could potentially see what we just picked up, but why don't we... Excuse us, Lexi. Why don't we just sell some things real quick here? Of the lower value variety, ideally. Or breakdown, I guess. Where did we get all these ultra rares? I mean, some of them, a lot of them, I suppose, are those modifiers that we picked up when we were doing some research. Yeah, a lot of them are. Okay. Not all, but a lot. It's actually, we'll break them down, I think, is, for the most part, what we've established is preferable. We picked up a pistol. Was it Carnifex 3 here? No, it was Phalanx, which is not a very good pistol, at least not in the previous Mass Effect games. Much lower damage, but higher rate of fire than Carnifex. Clip size is higher, max ammo is higher, accuracy lower, weight the same. We're currently using this, which is really more of an SMG. I think we probably deconstruct you. Get some goodies here. I know we made the Carnifex, and so for that reason, maybe we feel a little bit of emotional attachment to it, but we mostly just did it for a quest. So I might just break that down as well. Kind of nice to have the option of using a more single-shot pure pistol rather than leaning on an SMG, you know, at least having the option to switch if we'd like to later, but alas. Okay, oh, also I meant to do this. Switch to other categories. Oh, yeah, because we have 3 of the same thing here, and we have lower level versions of this. Okay, so this is taking up some space. This is taking up some space. Let's break down a bunch of these things. This doesn't even do anything. This is a low level version of this. Oh, did they get... Look at that, it has the little antenna, for lack of a better way of phrasing it, whereas this does not, so it seems like the higher level versions have a little more to them aesthetically. Maybe that's why he was mad, because we chose to blow up the facility rather than saving people. Was he the one that was making... He might have been the one that was making the case for us saving the people, right? Okay, that's probably why he's mad at us. You're probably right about that. Okay, I don't hate the Ranger helmet. I mean, certainly it's better in terms of pure combat-based stats than our currently equipped experience-based Deep Space Explorer helmet. So I think we probably do keep one of them. Still have yet to confirm, or at least I don't remember. I know someone was telling me a little bit about how to use consumables, or at least how to select which consumable to use previously, but I don't recall what the specifics were. Nor do I think we actually confirmed what the actual button you press to activate said consumables is. So that remains one of the biggest things from a gameplay standpoint that we've not yet figured out, which is silly. I meant to look up the key bindings for controller before I start up the stream today. But alas, I think we've also established that, and this is silly, but pretty sure, where is it? Game? Pretty sure that we figured out that we cannot see the key bindings for controller, which I'm currently using. It only lists things for keyboard and mouse. Which, to be blunt, is just plain stupid. It's a novel idea to not show what the controls are, and by novel, I mean bad. Kind of a critical design failure not to include that, but alas, I will Google it at some point, perhaps, or we'll figure it out, even though I've tried just messing around and pressing a whole bunch of buttons and still did not find a way to activate them by happenstance previously. Alas, anyways, that's enough rambling. Let us get out here, and I think we have determined we are going to head over to Aya, or actually, let's look at the actual mission we're going to do now, then we'll head over to Aya. The main quest is a Trail of Hope. You have rescued the Moshai. She's agreed to take you to the Remnant Vault on Aya so that you can see how and why it's active and how it's connected to the network of vaults. Yeah, the strange thing about the vault on Aya is that Aya seems to be pretty well established, pretty well settled by the Angara. I think they said, you know, there's only a certain amount of space they can realistically inhabit at the moment. But it's not as if the planet is in complete disarray right now, which was kind of the case for all the other planets that we went into the Remnant Vaults for. So the starting point for Aya seems to be better than it was for other planets. I guess Havarl as well, to a certain extent, too. But, okay. Let us head out, and I think we have established that now every other location is 100% explored, so it's not even as if there are other places for us to go, unless... Can we even scan from... Oh, we can scan from here. I'm not even sure I tried doing this ever before, but I'm not getting any notifications, so I assume nothing is going to happen. So yeah, I think we just head to Aya and see what happens. So we have several quests to side quests to turn in here, I think. And of course the main quest as well. Part of me feels like something dramatic is gonna happen here. I feel like at some point, the Ket are just gonna attack. Like, full-on attack one of the places that we've already started to settle and establish. And it might even be Aya, or maybe when we're at Aya, they're gonna attack elsewhere, but that is something that I feel like is inevitably going to happen at some point in time. Configurations, maybe, in settings? Oh, maybe check that out. Alright. Just looking at the other quests. Trail of Hope, that's the main quest. Liam Costa, Day Out on Aya. Yep, we read about that a little bit. Recovering the Past, I think that's one of the ones that we've done, but just need to return in. And this is our first time back on Aya. We've done a whole lot since we were here initially. So theoretically, one would hope that Ephra thinks much more highly about us at the moment, and that we've built some more trust among the Angara. Hey, everybody.
Stars and skies light our way.
Stars and skies light our way.
She knows how to play to a crowd.
She's the Moshai.
Welcome home.
I never thought I'd see it again. Without the Resistance and the Pathfinder, I wouldn't be here.
I did the hard part. Well, I mean, it was a group effort.
We made a good team.
The Pathfinder destroyed the enemy's fortress, but thousands of us died in chains.
We have a lot to talk about.
I promised to lead the Pathfinder to Aya's vault.
No rush. We can do it whenever or... no, time very much is a factor. I think time is kind of important.
The sooner I learn what's special about that place, the faster I can fix EOS.
Then get on with it.
I'll prepare the vault for your arrival. A shuttle will bring you to me when it's ready.
Thank you, Moshai.
We've been alone against the Ket for too long. You've proven it doesn't have to be that way. It's time we discussed an alliance between our people.
Ephra may disagree. No, I think that's probably a good idea. I think that's probably a good idea.
We're happy to make room for you on the Nexus.
We'll provide an embassy here as well. Our city is open to you. Join us.
I think that
Well
went well.
done, Joel. Report for reassignment.
I need to stay with the Pathfinder.
Oh, look at that. Some question as to, was Jal a friend or foe of ours, as it was saying in, what, one of the quest descriptions? But, no, I think we've won him over. I mean, he is welcome on the ship.
Jarl has already become a valued member of my crew.
Of course he has. I see the benefit. Request granted.
I need to
Oh,
file
wow.
a mission report.
He seemed very sarcastic.
Don't leave Aya without me.
I was not really expecting that to go that smoothly slash simply. Okay, this, I assume, is just to get the Tempest. Alright, as I said, it has been quite some time since we were last here. The person who gave us a quest, one of the quests, was standing right around here previously, but I'm not seeing her at the moment. Astra. What? Take the shuttle to the Aya Vault. Okay, so that's sort of the main quest. Oh, were we unable to go to this area of the city previously? Because, yeah. Or this is one the spots where we just kind of got... We walked through, and they said, don't you dare stop and mingle with anybody. So do we... How do we... Let's see. Marketplace. Governor's office. Can we fast travel to any or all these places? Repository of history. The Taviton? Is that like a bar? I'm guessing, especially because Liam is there, that is probably the bar. The infirmary. Okay. Like, that... I'm not sure if we can walk through that. That kind of looks like a wall preventing us from getting here. Like, do we have to fast travel to get to those spots? Kind of seems like we might. Okay, no, we cannot do that. How do we... What? You're telling me to fast travel, but it doesn't seem like you're really letting me fast travel. Okay, so this might be the shuttle that... Yeah, this is the shuttle that takes us to the main quest, so let's not do this yet. Let's see what else we can do here for the time being. Just try walking in this direction and see if we can make our way through. Oh.
That was the mugshot. Did you see? They actually rescued her.
We did it. It's true. Yeah, okay, so there's just a door here we can go through. Hello, guard. You were one of the people that we did a quest for.
Use the nav point. Find Kildo and the supplies. I'll be here.
Oh, we technically haven't done yours yet. Okay, yeah, so that's one person, I suppose, that I think I might have mixed up who we did which quest for. But that's one person that I'm a little bit concerned that, timing-wise, if we don't go over and do that quest for him right now, maybe we get timed out of that later. I hope not. It's kind of a risk we're taking by proceeding with the main quest right now, but I'm hoping, especially since we've done a whole lot of planet exploration for a while now, that we can put that on hold for a bit to go back to the main quest for now. That's also a door. Wait, hold on. Eh? Where does this lead? Research center. Okay, just like any other research center. Gotcha. This looks like an interesting little command post.
The aliens, they rescued her.
Wait, you mean the Moshai?
Yes!
Start above. I'll go tell the others now.
Okay. Port Captain Aryan.
Your crew has been cooperative. I appreciate that.
Yeah, hold on. Let's also, while we're at it, do the... It was settings... Controls, configure... Ah, that's how we get it. That is how we get it. Okay. Draw weapon. Not use... Oh, hold on. Gladiator, Southpaw. Don't even know what these things mean. Oh, okay, we're switching control setups, I see. So, draw weapon, movement, sprint, show object, interact, fade, mantle, jump, not used, swap camera, scanner, squad mate orders, weapon, that's the weapon wheel? Oh, okay, that's another thing that I didn't know how to get, but also, yeah, wait, combat, fire weapon, hover, power, I want consumables. Melee, fade, jump, reload, camera look, squad mate, orders, scanner. Where is consumable? Where are the consumables? Oh, we can also swap weapons by holding the reload button. That's useful. Okay. Feel like I'm not seeing the consumable button. We've answered one question that I had that I admittedly did not vocalize, but was a question still. Switching weapons. So that's helpful. But, okay. Alright. That's something, I guess. Anything else missing here? Multiplayer doesn't really matter. Okay. Okay, that makes sense. Alright. Didn't get the consumables button, but we learned at least a little bit more. What is this, though? Just casually read this computer right in front of the captain. The following items are cleared for immediate shipment to Vold. 3 crates solar heater replacement parts, mixed. 4 cases freeze-dried nutrient paste. 2 crates of GD-75 ammunition explosive rounds. 6 crates reinforced heat-retaining synthetic fabric. This item has been quarantined pending port captain review. 3 unmarked cases of Marlge bottles. Cask dates unknown. Okay, so that's kind of some kind of alcoholic beverage. Oh, what? Who are you? And what do you do here? Just casually steal your model ship, I guess is what I'm doing. Don't mind us. They totally didn't see anything. Definitely feels like there are things here that we should be able to scan, but apparently not. Whoa, what the heck is this place? We've discovered the Memorial Gardens. I think we've now made it through to, yes, an area that we were not, at least not able to explore previously. Before we do that, though, there might be one corner over here that we've not yet seen. Oh, what was, is that just the computer? Thought it's, oh, no, datapad. Goodbye, my love. I never planned to leave. Each moment I spend with you only brought me joy, even though you've never understood what you mean to me. There were moments I could have shown you how I really feel, but I wasn't brave enough. Now that you could have accepted, not that you could have accepted me, now I have to go, and I don't think I'm coming back. I hope for a day when we owe nothing to anyone. I dream of a moment when we find each other again and claim the lives we always should have led. Message ends here. Well, that's sad. I suppose probably not that uncommon of a message in times of war. Okay, I thought we might have been able to go through there, but it looks like we can't. So in that case, let us proceed to that area that we've not yet been to. So it looks like there are certainly, at the very least, there's some quests that we can get here that we've not yet learned about. Probably some people we can talk to, some things we can scan, some things we can learn. Holographic message terminal. Aya information bulletin. Vold victory drive. Vold's people desperately need basic supplies. If your family can spare nutrient paste, unused clothing, outdoor survival gear, machine parts, tools, extra weapons, and ammunition, it could make the difference between life and death for those resisting the cat's conquest. Place donated items in the nearest victory drive station of your residential complex. Moshe Shefa has returned. The rumors are true. Our beloved Moshe Shefa has been rescued from the Ket by brave members of the Resistance, aided by the Milky Way visitors. I almost read that as traitors. Fortunately, it says visitors. They do think highly of us, at least at the moment. The Moshe is recovering and in good spirits. Reminder from Governor Paran Shea. Is that the other Angara person who has generally been in on some of the conversations with Ephra? Because Ephra is the military leader, but is not necessarily the political leader, although we learned that apparently there really isn't much of a formal, united Angaran government across all of the various Angaran locations. Suppose there may still be local leadership, but you may see unusual visitors on Aya in the days ahead. Don't be alarmed. They're here as guests. Remain vigilant and report suspicious activity to Aya security, but do not attempt to confront or restrain anyone yourself. Okay. Hopefully we don't run into any issues there. Wanted engineer. Looking for a level 7 starship engineer. Experience repairing and maintaining Volstead Juve thrusters is required. Will work for extended travel periods lasting up to 6 weeks or more. Basic zero-gravity combat training preferred, but can be learned on the job. Hopefully proactively, and not just randomly thrown into a zero-gravity combat experience. Otherwise, you could be in trouble. Yeah, you might learn on the job, if you survive. Meal prep skills and engaging conversation style a plus. Must be clean. Submit applications to Captain Samajur at Dock 3. Okay. Is that the big door that, yeah, just leads out to this main area? Oh. What's this? Angaran mural. Visual arts composed of 25% natural pigments, 30% polymer resin, 45% chemical additives. This is a painted wall mural created by Angaran artists. Okay, I probably could have told you that much. A team of artists from each of our homeworlds, Aya, Vold, and Havarl, worked together to create this mural. It depicts centuries of hardship we endured as a result of the Scourge, but also the reunion of our people to build a strong, resilient society. Can we read? No, we very much cannot read what those things mean. But maybe some of those people are from the different planets. I mean, it's not as if there's one from each planet, but alas. Let's see. We couldn't chat with either of these people, or at least not with this guy. Or these people. Can't jump on that. Can't jump on the benches and... Oh, yes, we can. Generally cause havoc. I love it. Excuse me. Sir or madame, what is the significance of this orb that we currently... I currently find myself staring at? Thank you. Please come again some other time.
I thought you were heading back to the outpost.
Villiers have asked me to stay and coordinate with the city team to collect more precise readings.
Okay. Like, apparently that's it. What is this? Ooh. Display stand. Memorial Garden dedication. We rose from nothing to touch the stars, made homes on many worlds. Do not mourn what the cat stole from us. Celebrate what still remains. All things reach their end and make way for new life to fill the void. The worlds and people we lose will return in time. Family grows forever. We dedicate this garden to those who are not here with us, but who will one day return. This place is for them, because remember, the Angara believe in reincarnation.
Work hard to keep it that way.
It seems to be very much a theme here.
Many of these plants came from places we lost to the Ket. It's all we have to remember them by.
Does looking at them ever make you sad?
All the time. Then I remember that if they survive, so can we.
Okay. That's quite the view. Quite the view. This guy's got the right idea. This looks like one of those sets of binoculars you know, put a coin in and then you can zoom in and look out at the scenery. Oh, look at that. You got the little fountain. It's beautiful. Is where we're just coming from? Yes. Okay, hold on. Been there, seen that. This guy's moving very quickly. Okay, so there is a fast travel station here. Where are the actual... What? Do we have to go to the fast travel stations before we can use them? Because I tried to go to one of these things before and it didn't let me. Maybe I just so happened to click on something that was not actually a fast travel station? Who knows? Who knows? Oh no, that said fast travel station unlocked, okay.
We made it. I'm really going to live here. Love it. The stars are beautiful.
Anything new, people? People just chilling? Seems like, okay, yeah, a lot more commotion over here. Who is Zon Ingil?
I'm not selling to aliens.
Oh. Alright then.
Ryder,
Vetra?
Doing okay?
who knew saving a respected member of Angaran society would open so many doors? I've been talking to some of their
Physically
traders,
and
seeing if we
metaphorically?
can work things out.
Okay. I mean... careful, be generous. I guess be careful.
We have to be careful not to trade away too much of what the Nexus needs.
Trust me, I'm running everything by cash.
Okay. Okay. Resistance needs volunteers. The Cat have felt the power of the Resistance, and they know their end is coming. Our victories on Vold are only the beginning of what we can achieve, but we can't defeat the enemy without your help. If you're tired of living in fear, if you believe we were meant for something greater than slavery, if you're willing to stand up and fight, you'll find a new family in the Resistance. We'll train you to strike back at the Cat and reclaim what is ours. The Resistance defends the future of all Angara. Join us. Okay, I mean, we are kind of, sort of, working with the Resistance at the very least.
New clientele is always welcome here. Have a look. I'm sure you'll find something to your taste.
Okay. That's what they all say?
Can't hurt to be prepared. Maybe you've got something I'm looking for.
If I don't today, I will tomorrow.
Okay. What do you have? Ooh, I was just expecting it to be the same Angaran... I forget what the full name of it is, but, you know, that stuff that gives us the tech damage and duration that we've seen drop from a number of enemies thus far, but this is different. Granted, I'm not sure that I like the stats as much for what we're building around at the moment, because this is weapon-based stuff and we are mostly focusing on tech-based stuff thus far. But, oh, that looks like a frog. Okay. I mean, if we ever want to be a frog character, then now we know where to go. Yeah, you can't tell me that is not a frog. Okay. We did sell a bunch of stuff before we head out here, so I think we're good in that regard as well.
It would be wise to speak with me before engaging in trade.
Oh, okay. I guess so.
They let you pass the gates.
Oh, I thought you were the person telling us that before. Is that a problem?
It's an honor, and I understand that. I'll be respectful.
All right. Everyone deserves a chance to prove themselves.
You know he would have not even hesitated if we were already wearing that frog armor. Okay, so these are modifiers. Actually, I don't know if we have access to every single modifier, as long as we're willing to spend the research points to unlock it, or if there are some things that, even with all the research points in the world, just never become available at the research terminal, so the only way you can get them is either from drops or from buying them through vendors like this. So I'm not going to go and look at every single one of these, but also just noting the... I was going to say the rarity, and they were all uncommon, so I was assuming none of them were that amazing, although that is a rare... Oh, and the name is unpleasant, but okay, Ezo we can actually buy, which is, I think, a pretty rare crafting material. We've been able to mine it on a few occasions. It's platinum! This time it's actually not shy. I actually didn't remember platinum was just rare and not ultra rare. Titanium. Okay, so it is possible to buy some of this stuff. Don't really know to what extent we're going to want/need it in the future, but nor do I know if it comes back over time. Like, if we buy your full stock of Element Zero right now, and we go do a different mission and come back here later, are you going to restock on it? Or is this a one-time offer kind of thing? Because if it does come back later, then maybe it does make sense to buy some of this stuff on the early side, so you have time to restock later. But I don't know. We've not really done much in the way of crafting yet, so I'd mostly just be looking at stuff that seems rare, seems valuable, and go, yes, maybe we could use a little bit more of that. I have no actual idea when or how we plan to use this, but perchance it could prove to be something worthwhile. Basically just lots of crafting materials. Who was that person who said we should talk to them first, before we engage in trade? Maybe Belan over here?
Vestoran? I was there when you landed. Watched you get escorted through the city.
Visit me for all your day-to-day needs.
I mean, we probably did look a little funny.
Bet that was a sight.
You were an unexpected outsider. Not really a laughing matter.
Yeah, those fruits? What is that I'm looking at right now?
I've never seen fruit like this before. What are these?
Paripo. Sweet with a little bite. Sometimes, if I'm lucky, I have a few Kiloa or Elmok.
Is fruit scarce here?
In this form, yes. Very expensive. If you buy a Paripo from me, it means you have something to celebrate. It's a luxury, meant to be shared with friends and family.
I mean, it's
I'll
pretty
get moving.
huge.
Sun-ripened fruit. Take advantage of a rare surplus.
Okay. Who was this person who had said that we should talk with them? Also, have we read this yet? Looks like this is the same stuff we read before on the previous little bulletin. Was it the general goods merchant?
I see the news has traveled to the city. Did you run all the way down?
Of course. I may be studying another field, but fresh Paripo. Share them with your friends.
Your credits are as good as anyone else's. Don't start any trouble and we're fine.
Okay. Understood. I'll behave, baby.
Indulge in a little luxury.
Thanks for stopping by, Nora.
Divine.
I'll be the poster child for no trouble.
Whatever that means, it'll do.
Okay, what do you do? Remnant decryption key. Bypass the glyph stuff. No, we are Sudoku masters. We don't need that. And then more crafting stuff and consumables. Okay. What is this? Oh, another ship that I assume goes to our cabin on the Tempest. Some more metals and other consumables. Okay. Not really anything that is particularly rare anyway. Or not too much that's rare anyway. Alright, was it? Might have been you, seeing as how you apparently have a quest for us.
I never thought I'd see the Moshai again, least of all thanks to you. Welcome to the marketplace. I am Arbiter Renav. I enforce correct conduct between merchants and customers, resolving any disputes.
Okay.
As the first outsider to enter the city, you are ignorant of our laws.
Thanks.
We should change that.
By the way, there are several people who said they didn't want to trade with us because we are not an Angara.
Where I'm from, the biggest trade law is don't cheat. Is it different here?
I suspect we define cheating differently. What is unfair changes based on perspective.
Okay. Well, in that case, how does one judge and punish these forms of cheating?
Who decides what happens to people who break the law?
It depends on the grievance. I settle minor offenses right here. More serious ones require a tribunal.
Oh. That does seem kind of serious. Of the living variety, perhaps.
I don't want to cause any trouble. How do I learn your laws?
I'll transmit a full readout. Familiarize yourself with the contents. Personal responsibility is a core foundation of our society. We expect it from everyone.
Understood.
Please visit my colleagues in the Governor's office and the Resistance headquarters. They'll teach you about our culture and what it means to walk freely among us. Your understanding is critical. It would be unfortunate if you accidentally violated our laws.
Okay, so it seems like this is basically the quest that more or less takes us around talking to various significant, at least from a lore perspective, NPCs and, you know, people who have involvement in different aspects of Angara society. Like in this case, this is about trade, whereas political leaders we'll talk to, and probably people from the Resistance for military insights as well. Did we went up here, didn't we? Yeah, because that's where the fast travel spot was.
Visit me for all your day-to-day needs.
Okay. Thought that I saw there was a pathway that led up here on the map. And that there might have been somebody with a quest up here. Now, I don't know what this place is. But seeing as how it is elevated, perhaps this is where Ephra hangs out. This looks dramatic. Governor's office, okay. Who are you? Oh, that's the governor, I think.
The Moshai will be waiting for you at the vault.
Well, I'm here. Maybe we can talk?
Of course. I owe you that. When I first escorted you through our city, I wasn't sure it was the right thing, but you proved I was wrong to doubt. No, more than that. What was done to my people. You made sure no more will suffer exaltation.
I mean, we are here to help, but it is also not over yet, unfortunately.
We're in this together. The initiative wants to help.
I want to believe it. You're so different from the Ket. What can I do for you?
Okay. Why don't we talk about you specifically to lead things off?
So, what do you do for fun around here?
The Tavatan is a popular spot for recreational activity.
Right, but what do you do? Can't work all the time.
Ryder!
Productivity is the best form of relaxation.
It's also a great way to get stressed out.
You sound like my brothers. All 10 of them.
Oh.
10?
And 8 sisters. They're not allowed to bother me at work.
Yeah, Ryder, you're kind of hitting on the governor, which is probably not a cool thing to do. Just, maybe not the best way to open things up here with this conversation. Still early days with the whole meeting and making friends with the Angara thing, so probably played a little bit more low-key for the time being.
10 brothers and 8 sisters. You have a big family.
I've always thought of it as average. How many siblings do you have?
Just one. My sister, Sarah.
What happened to the others?
Our parents only had 2 children. Underachievers.
That sounds relaxing. When my family gets together, the noise is like standing next to our largest waterfall.
Oh.
My mother says I became governor, so people would have to listen to me.
Is she right?
Always.
Okay. In that case, what about your governorship?
What's it like being responsible for a whole planet?
I suspect it's like being the pathfinder. Some days it's a burden. Most of the time, I know I'm where I should be.
How did you become governor? Do your people elect leaders by popular vote?
If by vote, you mean argue loudly until one candidate remains, then yes. I got
pretty
here
much then.
because I was willing to endure and fight for the obligations that come with my office.
Okay, I guess. Oh. Oh, dear. Are you telling me it's not a coincidence that it really seemed like Ryder was starting to hit on the governor? Oh, God. Ryder. Ryder. It's such a terrible idea that I kind of have to see what happens. Admittedly, I'm very curious to see just how much of a train wreck this is.
Is there time in your busy schedule to meet someone special?
Oh my God,
Everyone
Ryder.
is special to me, in their own way.
Ryder. Oh,
Not what I meant.
oh, Ryder.
Oh. No, that isn't a priority right now. Someday, maybe.
Oh, okay. Shut down, and rightfully so. Hey, great to meet you whole, Angaran people. By the way, I'm from a totally different galaxy. Hope you guys are peaceful. Hear that you're fighting those whole Ket people, and they kind of want to capture your people, enslave them, maybe even transform them, apparently, into their own species. Hey, by the way, you doing anything this weekend?
I sense tension between your government and the Resistance. Who's actually in charge?
Ephra likes giving orders, right until the actual work of running a city starts. The Resistance is good at protecting us from the Ket, but our people need more. I've learned to indulge Ephra's need for control, just often enough to maintain my own.
Okay. But is there any formal system in place that more clearly distinguishes what that interaction between the political government and the military organization that is the Resistance interact with one another? Otherwise, that feels like that is just a problem that is just waiting to explode. Okay. what else can we ask about? I suppose we were already talking about Ephra, so why don't we go that route?
I'm hoping you can get me on Ephra's good side.
If I knew how to do that, my job would be much simpler.
Sometimes it seems like you two don't get along at all. And other times...
He's a brilliant tactician and inspiring leader. We just disagree on what's best for our people. He believes secrecy and isolation keep us safe.
What do you believe?
We can't defeat the Ket alone, and neither can your initiative.
Okay, I mean, you're probably right about that. What about Angaran culture?
I have a few questions about your culture.
I'm happy to answer them.
I guess Saya first?
Aya seems important to the Angara.
Aya is paradise. This world is a gift. We created the Vassals so everyone could enjoy this place, if only for a short time.
I heard about that. For a new person to live on Aya, someone here has to leave. Will you have to leave?
Someday. For now, Aya needs me.
Also, for what it's worth, I know we've brought this up on one or two prior occasions, the whole facial animations and lip syncing, what have you. It's noticeably pretty bad for Ryder in this conversation, which is weird because for the most part, Ryder's been, I mean, certainly compared to Addison, has been much better. And it would be, I would think it'd be odd for Ryder to look relatively good for the lip syncing and facial animations in most scenes, and then for him to just randomly have other scenes in which it's significantly worse, but it is noticeable in this scene. This conversation, at least.
Don't take this the wrong way, but this isn't your only city, right?
Not at all. Vold and Havarl both have several large population centers.
Several population
Aya
centers
has
is perhaps
numerous residential areas.
generous way
similar
of
to
describing.
this.
Are these places open for visitors?
In time, perhaps.
Okay, maybe we will learn and see more of those places then. Right, the accents... I'm not really sure what there is to say about this, but sure.
I've noticed that you, Ephra, and Jal all speak with different accents.
When the Scourge first struck, there were many Angaran worlds. They were separated for centuries. We developed divergent cultures and dialects. Ephra was born on Vold, and Jal is from Havarl.
What about you?
The Ket left my homeworld in ruins. Those who survived were forced to flee. We found a refuge on Aya. My family helped settle this world.
I know we were asking a while ago how old the Angara lived to be, and we were looking through the codex to try to confirm that one way or the other. I don't remember if we ever did, though, because just the way that she was describing that made it sound like, you know, because her family and... Her family? Or her specifically? Okay, I guess maybe if her family did it, but it's not as if she did it. Then, no, but she was born on yeah, wait, what? If she was born on a different planet, and then had to leave, and then her family had to be one of the first people to settle on Aya, that means that she herself was also one of the first people to settle on Aya, otherwise she would have been born on Aya. So my point is, that implies that that either this Aya establishment is very new, which, I mean, to be fair, is basically what they've been saying, or at least implying on several occasions, or that she is very old. Or that Angara just lived to be very old, and so even though that might have happened a while ago, it's, in the grand scheme of things, by an Angaran life, by the perspective of an Angaran lifetime, it is still not that much. You know, kind of like the Asari compared to humans. Okay, what about the Moshe, though? We've heard people praising her. She's a scientist, but we really don't know much about why she's so highly praised.
Your people revere the Moshai. What did she do to earn that?
After the Scourge, our civilization was in ruins. Those who led the rebuilding were thinkers, experts, and inventors. The Moshai is the greatest scientific mind of our generation. She led us to a new age of technological innovation. When the Ket attacked, she studied their technology, learned their tactics.
You owe your survival to her.
We owe her everything, and we'll do anything to protect her.
Okay, so I was gonna say, if it's just she's, she's the best scientist of our generation. Like, sure, I mean, absolutely praiseworthy without doubt. But at least in human culture, there are many esteemed scientists who are certainly not revered to the extent that the Angaran seem to revere the Moshai. So, if she's done all those things to make it possible for the Angar to live and succeed is maybe a strong word, but at least fend off the Ket for as long as they have, then that's, I suppose, that makes a lot more sense as to why they would be so, they would find her feats so praiseworthy.
Thanks for your time.
Ishare, Pathfinder.
Okay, whoa, I feel like her head just did some wonky stuff there at the end of that conversation, but okay, so that was the governor. What is her name again? Haran Xie. Okay. Also the person who basically first met us and escorted us through the city previously. I had assumed that her office was going to be through there, but... Oh, you actually have a quest for us. Hold on.
Arbiter Renav told me to expect you. I prepared a datapad detailing our laws. Read it fully.
Okay. Let's see how many we've broken. Charter governing citizens via revise. As defined by the first founders of Aya, this world and all who live on it agree to abide by the laws, customs, and regulations of a civilized society that has existed for centuries on other worlds. These rules of conduct ensure a voice for each family within our society and gives them certain inviolable rights. How do you pronounce that word? I don't know. Page 1 of 5,983. Okay, my first reaction when I saw this datapad pop up was, this seems awfully short if this is supposed to be the entirety of Angaran law. Suppose there being 5,983 pages beyond this does explain that, although to be honest, that is still a small number by legal standards. That the laws tend to be quite verbose, right? Okay. Now speak to a different person for the sort of cultural learning about the Angaran quest, but we have something else, it seems, from this guy right here that we might learn about.
Pathfinder, as you can imagine, your arrival raised concerns from Aya's people.
I mean, I don't blame them, but now we've done a lot to help. I mean, we rescued the Moshai.
I thought I'd proven they have nothing to worry about.
You are one person. They want the Nexus to hear our voices. We've set up terminals in the city so people can leave messages for your people on the Nexus. I'd appreciate if you take a look and forward their communications to your people.
Okay. That definitely seems like something that is good to find early if we are supposed to run around and collect messages in a whole bunch of places. Okay, yeah. Fortunately, with this exception here, it seems like it's all places that we've not yet been to, so shouldn't be too much to ask for us to go to those spots. Why is there a locked sign here? Right around where these guys are standing? Do you have some kind of hidden chest here that we need to use a secret key to access? I'm on to you two. I'm on to you two. You can't hide that stuff from me. Okay, yes, this is the direction I thought the governor was going to be in. But this is just another way out. Okay. I swear that person was about to pull that gun on us. Or are those guns? Or is that like a water bottle? Okay, admittedly that might be a water bottle, which is considerably more peaceful and less threatening. That's the area where we were before. Hey guys, how's it going? I know you're having a deep and very philosophical conversation here that is perhaps questioning the very core of what it means to be Angaran, but don't mind us as this random human, this species that you've probably never seen before, just casually butts in on your conversation.
Exaltation is just another word for how the Kett kill us.
And if you're wrong? If we've been killing for them without realizing it?
I saw a Kett up close when they attacked. It was nothing like our people.
They want to confuse you?
The Kett weaponize their victims to make you hesitate.
And when the Kett begin to exalt your people, what will you do then?
Thank you for that. Insight, Pathfinder. The issue facing us is complex. Come, my friends. Deliberate with me.
Okay. Thanks, friends. Talk to you later. Nice to meet you all. Have a good day. Whoa, my goodness! Are you okay? The answer it is apparently yes, as it turns out. Surprisingly so, but, wow. Okay, I guess we're learning more about the Angaran physiology with each passing minute. Alright, I thought that, yeah, these... seemed like based on the descriptions, these sort of message boards were going to be the place where we had the messages we were supposed to relay. Citizen messages to the Nexus. Compiled log of citizens' messages uploaded at the Taveton for the Pathfinder's eyes only. Okay. Oh, and we actually do read it. Okay. Wasn't sure if it was just a generic little notice like that or if there was actually more substance to it. Let there be unity. Before the Scourge, Angara were one people. It took centuries after that disorder to find each other again, and by then, we'd been divided too long. That's how the Kett were able to conquer us. The war forced us back together, but now you've upset the balance. Some don't trust you. Others want you to save us. Divisions are forming. If you're really here to help, keep our people united. Okay, there are multiple. Pavoa and Ishare to you all. I'm writing this in my final days. I've lived a long life that now comes to its natural end. I've known great loss and pain, but also joy and hope. I think we have that in common. My fate is to leave at a turning point in history. Part of me is angry I won't see what happens next, but I've made my peace. Whatever becomes of your people, mine and the Kett's, will reverberate into the lives of my great-grandchildren, and that gives me strange comfort. I know there's more to this life than war and hardship, and I've seen enough to know your people understand that too. Be well. Take care of each other. Change life for the better. Goodbye. Oof. That's weighty. We wish you peace and good fortune. Don't be deceived by the posturing of Ephra Ditarshav and his resistance. We are not a violent people. We're scientists, inventors, artists, caretakers, and explorers. This is our home. There is room enough for us all. We told the Kett the same thing, but they didn't listen. We hope that you do. Alright, no one will read this. Haha! That's where you're wrong. This message will never be read by the Pathfinder, much less reach the Nexus. We're so desperate for allies against the Kett that we're willing to make the same mistake with new aliens. This little stunt by the governor won't change anything. We may as well be screaming into the wind, but that is where you are... Oh! Oh, hold on. What is this? Forward to the Nexus unedited, or edit content then forward. I assume that the idea there is basically the unedited version is that you get both the positive and the negative messages from the Angaran citizens here. Whereas if you edit it, then we probably take out the negative stuff and make it sound like everything is all fine and dandy, when in fact it's a little more nuanced than that. The relationship that we are trying to build and the potential pitfalls that we need to avoid. Like, I think it's pretty important that the people from the Nexus understand that the Angara have this history with other species appearing in their system, in their galaxy, and they tried to make peace with the Ket initially, but of course things went horribly wrong from there. So, that would potentially influence the ways in which we would want to interact with and integrate the Angaran and vice versa into each other's societies. So, kind of need to walk a little more carefully and be mindful not to, repeat some of the things that the Ket did that might cause a little bit of panic among the Angara. Obviously not intending to, I hope there's no one in the Nexus who's intending to capture and, convert Angara into other species. But, any sort of exploitation, trying to take advantage, whether it be through trade or politically or militarily of the Angara, and they may be quick to anger. So, I think we send this on unedited. Collect messages from the term. Okay. I'm curious if we open up the quest log, if it tells us anything else about that stuff. It's not listed here. Listed as an additional task. Okay, I'm not entirely sure where that person is, but presumably we'll come across them at some point. Governor Chie's assistant, Enro Boson, has established message terminals across the city for citizens to record personal messages to the Nexus. Enro has asked you to visit each of these terminals, view the messages, and pass them along to the Nexus leaders. Okay, but no additional insights as to the whole, do we send the unedited or edited version? So I think we just have to go off intuition there, and again, I think for the most part, I prefer sending the unedited versions. I think this is still the same thing that we saw previously. Yeah.
Did you pick up any fruit today? My luck finally came through at the lottery. Haripos and Kilo are both.
That's excellent. Your little ones will be happy.
The last nutrient batch out of the Tavitan has been really good for them.
I hear they've asked Rowan to stay on longer. He's been pushing the blends to maximize their nutritional payload.
Nutritional payload is perhaps not ever a way that I want to be describing my food. Or is it a way that I want to describe my food from now on? I'm not sure. Let's see, there are a few directions we can go in. I imagine that spot down below. Okay, yeah, that's the door that we saw before, the lock. Leads us to... I thought it said something about, or that this notice board said this was going by the name of the club. The bar. So that's where I suspect this leads us. I guess we do that now, and obviously we still have more spots that we have not yet checked out in the city, but see what this is all about. Whoa. Okay, we probably were gonna loop around here anyway at some point. That sounds very similar to us. Oh. Well, I'm sure your sons are great. I'm sure your sons are totally fine.
Look at this. Rock slide. I flew for 2 hours before I was able to get a comm out. Not bad.
Not sure if that was these guys talking or the people at that table we were sitting next to. Doesn't really seem like there's much for us to do here, at least not in this immediate area. But yeah, Liam was somewhere in this area. Is that Strack as well? Okay.
Ryder.
What's up, guys? Oh, I also have not really been scanning stuff, but that's surprising.
Aren't you to wait until your medic has cleared the food for toxins before you eat anything here?
Yeah, he's a Krogan. He'll be fine. Let's see. Food processing equipment composed of 21% alloy shell. Electronic components are 5%. Ingestible organic material. Also, probably not a way that I really want to be describing my food. Ingestible organic material. Oh yes, one moment while I partake of consuming this ingestible organic material. You see, it is required for the sustenance of my, biological continuance. This is an industrial food processor used for creating and storing Angara nutrient paste. Alright, guys. Is it as bad as it sounds?
Good to be back here. Ready to hit those scans?
What am I looking for?
Moran called out supplies that may have useful properties for our tech. Just need to get Sam's eye on them. Take a stroll. Enjoy the market. Nav sent.
Oh. Scan the hostile vendor's goods. Okay, good thing we chatted with Liam relatively early then, because we were perhaps going to head back there at some point. Or what's the deal with Drac, though? If I could speak to him, at least. Hold on. Angle. Angle. Not sure what angle we're supposed to approach from.
They should put Jarl on every resistance recruitment poster. Did he ever contact you? No, that man is impervious to flirtation.
Oh.
Why are the good ones always dense?
Oh.
I hear he had a thing for the repository's curator. Never went anywhere. She's just as thick.
Ooh, juicy rumors about Jal.
You're hopeless. Where's that shuttle?
Oh, Jal, you got some ladies. Would like to get to know you a little bit better. And we also apparently... Oh, it was there for a second. Hold on. We also apparently know someone who Jal has had his eyes on. There we go.
Helping the Moshai opened a lot of doors around here. Most Angara still keep their distance, though.
I mean, yeah, you definitely do stand out. And collectively, we are still alien to them.
Imagine seeing a Krogan for the first time.
Maybe if I smile more.
I'm not sure that'll help.
Teeth.
Yeah, I'm not sure that'll help.
Something tells me that won't help.
Yeah. I don't think that will do much good. Can we speak to the bartenders? Oh, yes, at least somebody over here. Resistance needs more volunteers. I assume this is the same thing we read before, probably? But you.
Welcome to the Tavatan. Feel free to order a drink, or if you're hungry, we have nutrient paste.
Yum.
Not as exciting as fresh fruit, but you'll like it.
Yeah, I'm hesitant to ask, but I guess tell me more about this nutrient paste.
What's in that stuff?
In short, everything. Nearly all the food we grow goes straight into processing. We can feed an entire planet in a single harvest. Even ship some off-world.
That's... sounds good. We could also use something like that for our initiative.
If we used your system, we'd never have a food shortage.
If you want, I can send a few samples to your ship. Your people can study it.
The Nexus would love that.
Consider it done.
Okay, I'm curious if that's actually a thing, or if this is just exclusive to this conversation, doesn't actually have any ramifications. Yeah, what does Tavatan actually mean?
What does Tavatan mean? My translator won't pick it up.
It depends on the context. If it's a person, it means an old friend. If it's a location, like this, it's more a place you could bring someone home to.
What if you need to meet your Tavatan at the Tavatan?
Ah.
It's not so hard to understand. I'm sure your language has its quirks.
Don't get me started.
Oh, yes. Alright, what kind of drinks do you have?
I'd like a drink.
Are we just gonna pass out immediately after consuming this? His look, his eyes, he's like, I'm not sure I trust you right now. Oh god. Oh, I wish there was an option to give him some kind of feedback about the taste of the drink, because that did not look pleasant.
That's all for now.
We'll come back anytime.
Okay. Can we speak to this person hanging out over here? Doesn't really seem like it. We scanned the paste. Oh, hey, what's up, guys? Sure, we'll grab some nutrient paste for you. Don't mind us. What the heck was that? Okay. Were we... might have been around here before. Is this the... notice board we were reading? Yeah, okay. This is all circle here. Is there anything in the corner that we missed, though? Perhaps? Hello? amigos? Amigas?
I'm so glad you're back. And in one piece this time.
I was in one piece last time.
I was gonna say, what happened last time?
But in one piece.
You hit that wall so hard, you had amnesia for 2 weeks.
Technically, I was still in one piece.
I mean, it sounds like he's right. Is that a lightsaber on the... that it just left over there? So it does look kind of like a lightsaber. Handle, at least. But that's probably another one of the water bottles. I'm going to choose to believe that that is a lightsaber. Where does this lead? Oh. Okay, to an area that we definitely have not yet been to. Alright. Yeah, this is a pretty big city here. Might be the... I mean, obviously it's not bigger than the Nexus, but... might be the next biggest of all the places we've been to. That... the way that looked, that water specifically, reminded me of the cloaked enemies, like the Wraiths. It's like, oh no, they're here too. Nowhere is safe. Repository history. Okay, this is where, apparently, Jal had his eyes on someone. Also a door here, okay. Well, let's check this stuff out. Ket exhibit. Oh. Potentially a touchy subject here. First contact with the Ket varied among our homeworlds. While the Ket sought to confuse Havara with silence, they murdered the ambassador on Vold. They turned our worlds against each other, and took advantage of the confusion and chaos. It's important for us to learn... for us all to learn this moment in history, and to present a united front in the face of adversity. Can't be divided. What is this? Exhibit coming soon. We're currently updating this display to bring the latest in historical finds. Thanks to your patience, probably for humans. Or other species from the Andromeda Initiative. Seeing as how that is, of course, the species they only just learned about.
Well,
Series of species they only learned
got
about.
another remnant piece.
Oh?
But nothing Angaran. Pay them for their effort. It's not their fault.
Okay, you guys do look significant, but one moment while we take a look at the other exhibits first. Ruins from Dar Kumal. This fragment is from a wall of the governor's public residence on Vold, which was destroyed by Ket bombardment during the initial invasion. The governor, all staff, and most of her immediate family were all killed in the blast. When Vold stands liberated, this relic will form the cornerstone of a monument to those who gave their lives defending our homes. Okay, so maybe... sounds like the exhibits here are going to get built out more as time goes on and we finish more missions and what have you. It's like that one we get from doing more on Vold. What is this? Ket Exaltation Tool, which might have come from the mission that we just recently finished. Until recently, we knew this was a Ket tool, but didn't understand its purpose. Scholars have recently determined it's used in the exaltation of our people. Though it may be difficult to look at, it's important we learn and understand exaltation to protect ourselves and our loved ones. Is it the syringe, basically, that they inject people with? Possibly? Probably? Okay, one moment. I'm sure we will want to talk to you at some point. Angaran Dagger. Okay, this dagger dates back nearly 4 centuries, to the time just after the Scourge appeared. Faced with the technological Dark Age, our ancient ancestors learned to fight and hunt without the use of advanced weaponry. I mean, the Ket attacked, yes, and you got split up across your various planets and separated, but that isn't necessarily a reason to fall back thousands of years and from a technological standpoint. Like, unless the Ket sabotaged all of your infrastructure and what have you, like, you still presumably would have some people who are familiar with the processes through which to create these types of advanced pieces of technology, and hopefully, again, this is more subject to how aggressive the Ket were with their attack, the means of production to create such things. It's not as if Ket appear, all technology instantly recedes by, 500 years worth of development or whatever.
Oh, it's you. I watched you land.
Oh?
Hope you're not calling me it anymore.
You heard that. I apologize. I was ignorant.
Okay, I mean, I don't remember this guy specifically, but apparently we were it previously. What do you do here?
What's your job around here?
Aelin and I help Avela with her studies. I specialize in restoration.
So you make relics look new?
Do as I can. I'm not a miracle worker, no matter what Avela says. She'll praise Ellen and I to anyone who will listen. Never had a supervisor like that before.
I'll leave you to it.
Okay. Is this the person that... I feel like we've seen you before. Were you the person that asked us to research some things on... I forget which planet it was, but if you are one of the people in charge of keeping all these relics and what have you in this location, then that would make some sense.
Pathfinder, did you make it to Havarl?
Yes,
I
must
found
have
this
been you.
Angaran helmet. Does it mean anything to you?
This is a pre-Dark Age design. Do you see the black marks? The Scourge targeted this pilot's ship. Stars, it's perfectly preserved. I can almost imagine the pilot. He must have been so afraid. I've never seen one of these intact. Do you know how rare this is? I can't even begin to repay you.
Oh, yeah, and it was someone who we had the option of trying to romance before. Don't really think that's what we're trying to do here, since we... Again, I don't really have a strong opinion on who we're trying to romance, but we've kind of started to pursue something with Vetra to a certain extent. So I think that likely... I assume we can't pursue numerous relationships simultaneously. At least at some point, we're going to have to choose who our primary person is. So I think at this point, we're basically locking in on Vetra, unless someone else just unless we meet someone new who just sweeps us off of our feet and it's love at first sight.
Why would the Scourge target that ship?
It must have been a remnant vessel, or maybe there's remnant tech in the helmet itself. Can you imagine? Our ancestors using the remnant. You know, Pathfinder, this gets me thinking. If it wasn't for you, we wouldn't even know that helmet existed. What if that's not all we're missing? There could be a wealth of history just out of our reach. So, I'm requesting your help again.
Okay. That is odd that does not seem very romancy, but sure, why not?
Just tell me what I need to do.
I've led digs on every Angaran homeworld, but there are places I've missed, areas only a Pathfinder could go. There could be relics sitting untouched for centuries because no one could reach them. What I ask is this: if you ever find yourself in an area like that, you keep an eye out for artifacts.
That's it?
That's it. Keep me in mind as you explore, and bring me anything of interest.
Okay, so that's definitely something we want to hear about as early as possible, so maybe one reason for why we should have come here and talked to this person before we went back to places like Eos and places like Havarl. Obviously, we have not spent much time on Vold yet, but I imagine it means we're going to want to take quite a look around those places and might still need to revisit some of the locations that we have recently explored on Eos, on Havarl. So let's double check which worlds, but I imagine it's probably just about everything.
It'd help if I knew where to look.
Any planet could contain something of potential value.
Yeah.
My people traveled far. I know that doesn't answer your question, but just keep your eyes open for me.
Okay. Why not come with me? Oh. That's, surprised that one doesn't have heart on it.
You're the expert. Can't you just come with me?
I'd like to, more than anything, but I'm needed here. My predecessor trusted me to stay and carry on his work, to find answers. No matter how much I miss the adventure, I have a responsibility here.
Okay, I mean, sounds like something that we're just going to happen across every now and again when we're perusing various planets.
A few hidden relics coming up.
I don't know what I'd do without you. I'll be here if you find anything.
She seems
Good
tall. Were the other Angaran people significantly taller than us? Because she seems significantly taller than us. Or she just happens to be standing on some kind of step or elevated platform or something. Okay, maybe we can learn more, though. Seem young for a... Again, like this one seems like it should have a heart on it.
Is it normal for someone as young as you to be in charge?
How do you know how
I'm
old
no
an
younger than
Angaran
you.
person is?
And you're a pathfinder.
I kinda inherited the job.
So did I. I was apprenticed to the former curator. It was my job to bring him artifacts from other worlds. When he retired, I sort of fell into his position.
Do you miss relic hunting?
Some days, but mostly I'm happy to spend more time with each piece.
Like, we don't even know how long Angaran live for. We've barely seen any Angaran people, and here is Ryder just going, "Oh, you seem kind of young by Angaran standards." Like, what the? We don't even know. We don't know what a young Angaran person looks like, an old Angaran person looks like. We don't know what a young Angaran person does in society versus an old Angaran person. Like, how would you ever know that kind of thing? Okay. Should we focus on... There is another... Like, okay, that one, depending on the framing, depending on the tone, could be something romantic or could be something that is purely just for informational purposes, but based on that heart, seems like there's a little more to it than just that.
You said the helmet was touched by the Scourge. What does that mean?
I forget your people went around for that. When the Scourge appeared, it targeted remnant ships, broke down their technology. With the drive cores disabled...
The ships crashed.
But that may not be all. The Scourge leaves a mark on whatever it touches. If it touched this helmet, perhaps the pilot was the target. There may be remnant tech inside the helmet.
Or in the pilot.
Storms. I hadn't even thought of that.
Yeah, that's kind of alarming. And we hadn't really heard that before. We didn't really know what the reasoning for the Scourge being in one place or another was. I had kind of assumed that the Scourge was not purely a natural phenomenon, although that seems to be something that some people have said to us, or at least implied. My guess is that there is some other species that is deploying the Scourge strategically to try to target specific people or in this case, apparently, remnant technology. Although, it seemed like the remnant would have potentially been one of those people who I might have suspected to be behind deploying it in the first place, so... I mean, I guess maybe that's it. Maybe the remnant deployed the Scourge to retrieve their own technology? Who knows? Who knows? I'm sure we'll figure those things out eventually, but it is too early to say.
Any insight you can give me on the remnant tech?
We don't know much. To our understanding, it's always been here. Stars. I would love to be the one to solve that mystery.
Okay. I guess the museum is impressive, but we're not allowed to bring you on or have you bring us on a tour unless we're trying to pursue a relationship with you, so we're gonna leave it at that, apparently.
Place.
It feels like home to me. Sometimes I think I should move in here. But it's got a long way to go. Someday we'll fill it with relics of the past, each one telling a story. And my people will come here to learn. And to remember.
You'll get there.
With enough hard work, yes.
Okay. So, I think we leave it at that, then.
I'll come back when I have something.
Stars guide your travels.
Okay. We have returned that item. And now we get quests for searching... I mean, that says Fold, but I imagine there's... I mean, she said basically every planet. But it only says Vold here. I mean, conveniently, that is the planet that we've yet to explore more thoroughly. But I don't know if this is going to be, once you find something on Vold, then we're going to get a new one for Eos, and then we're going to get another one for Havarl, or so on and so forth. And it's just, sequence like that, I would originally, from the conversation, thought I was just going to immediately allow us to find these types of things in any and all the locations that we visited thus far, but maybe not? Unless it's showing up here, but it doesn't seem like it. Okay, I thought there was one other individual that was walking around here. Let's see, Mother. You wouldn't believe all that's happened since Pathfinder Ryder landed on Aya. Oh, is this the person that we were just talking to who wrote this? It already kind of sounds like it. I'm sure you know about the Moshai's rescue, but I suspect you've only heard the official version. Ephra and his resistance like to claim credit for bringing her home, but I know for a fact they never could have accomplished it without the Pathfinder. People fear these new aliens will turn out to be like the Ket. Don't listen to them. I feel in my spirit they've come to help. And you know I'm always right about these things. I wish you could see some of the interesting relics we found on Havarl and elsewhere. I'll bring images next time I visit. Also, I'm not seeing Atu anymore. It was nothing particular that ended things. We're just too different. Don't worry, my work still brings me all the happiness I need. Avella, which I'm almost certain must be the person we just spoke to, right? Yeah. Okay, and that's also like the little... In case it wasn't blatantly obvious, that's also the little hint, hint, wink, wink, nudge, nudge. She's single, so, you know.
Ryder, they've got amazing Remtech research going on here.
Okay, that does make sense that PB would be here, I suppose. We'll chat with her in a bit. Excavation from Havarl. Archaeologists on Havarl recently discovered that what they believe are pieces from the oldest structure as yet found on the planet. These fragments were literally uprooted by mutating vegetation rising from an underground cavern. Though the exact cultural nature of this find remains unknown, teams of researchers have recently established a permanent dig site to search for more clues. Were we involved in that? Or is that something that happened completely independently from what we've done on Havarl? Because I don't remember that offhand. I mean, we did the whole organisms that have mutated thing, but I don't remember a dig site associated with that. Maybe there was, and I'm just not recalling it. What is that? What the heck is that thing? This pottery fragment is believed to be a ceremonial decoration from the ancient temples of Havarl. Okay, if you say so. Remnant device. While we can't know for certain, theories about this remnant device suggest its function may be to convert rock and sand into nutrient-rich soil. That's nifty. I do like how I wasn't sure. I mean, we heard some people walking around the area previously, but I'm not sure if that was PB or if PB has just been stationed here the entire time. Because if she has been walking around, I do like how the spot that she stopped in front of was the remnant tech, which is, of course, the thing that she's particularly interested in. But it might be you that I was thinking of.
I've heard so much about you. Is it true you entered a vault on Eos?
Maybe.
Sure is.
Amazing. I would have liked to see that.
I am assuming you probably are also in this whole relic collection and preservation and restoration business.
Are you a relic hunter like Avela?
Actually, I started as an engineer. The Moshai requested my help cracking encryption on a remnant ship she found. Eventually, that led me to the repository. I've been handling data encryption here ever since.
Okay, I mean, that sounds like something that we could find very useful.
I take it you help run this place.
Nalan and I are Avela's assistants. It's been strange getting used to that.
Why?
Avela's much younger than the previous curator. She has a lot more energy. Sometimes I have to remind her to take a break. She's too passionate for her own good.
Okay. I mean, it just feels like there are a bunch of things that are trying to be like, trying to encourage the player to pursue a relationship with Avela. Like that datapad we just read, this conversation is pretty blunt.
I'll let you get back to it.
Like, okay, sure, I get it. We can. That doesn't mean that I'm necessarily interested. What do we have here? Remnant exhibit. Though we don't know much about the Remnant or its creators, we've determined the Remnant were present in Helios long before our people. Remnant's purpose appears to be the same as the planetary vaults, to transform a world into a thriving, beautiful paradise. Before the arrival of Pathfinder Ryder in Revolution 826, modern attempts to interact with the Remnant had been unsuccessful, but we've been able to coexist with them peacefully here on Aya. It does seem a little strange to me just how long they have coexisted with Remnants, not just technology generally, but also active Remnant mechs, for lack of a better way of phrasing it. Because, I mean, just think about it, in the original Mass Effect trilogy, humans, for example, spent, obviously, thousands of years before we discovered faster-than-light technology on Mars. And once we did, I think that happened in, canonically, what, something like 2150? Don't quote me on that, but thereabouts. And then the original trilogy starts in the 2180s, so 30 years after discovering very advanced technology, we are already at the intergalactic stage and roughly on par, at least, with some of the biggest other species in the galaxy, like the Asarians, Salarians, and Turians. Whereas, compare that to the Angarans, who were, sure, divided when the Ket arrived, but they keep on trying to imply as if they were sent back to the Dark Ages when they were surrounded by all this incredibly advanced technology for what they seem to be saying a very long time, at least certainly compared to how long humans had access to the Prothean technology on Mars and other locations. So it just feels like humans, I mean, that is one of the things that made humans so notable in the original Mass Effect trilogy, was how quickly they rose to prominence after joining the galactic stage and discovering the Prothean technology on Mars. But I mean, it is kind of striking just how much slower everything must have happened with the Angarans. Like, that's just the remnant technology with the Angarans after the Ket attacked. They still had access to it for a very long time compared to how long humans had access to Prothean technology, but even before the Ket attacked, the remnant technology was there, and so that was for, presumably, thousands of years for them.
You are the subject of a detailed scan by an Angara standing nearby.
Maybe I should introduce myself.
Test subject. Well, don't mind us. We'll just, casually return the favor. Is that? Looks kind of like Jaal with the cape, but guessing it might be this dude. Oh no, he has his back to us. I don't know who it is. It might be you. But I think we need to read this anyway. Let's see, because this is more of the resistance messages. Okay, so what do we have this time? Join our fight. You proved you can fight the Ket on Vold. The resistance doesn't impress easily. Stand with us. Together, we will take this war to the enemy's home. We'll make them feel terror. We'll show them despair. We will break the Ket, and when that's done, we'll share the rewards of victory. Okay, that's pretty positive. Are you at war with each other? We've seen members of your species act with violence, greed, and selfishness. We found evidence of your people attacking and stealing from one another. Why do you hurt each other, when only the Ket stand to gain? If our people are slow to trust you, it's because we can't understand why some of you seem determined to hurt others. Even the Ket stand united in their cause. Why don't you? Valid question. Valid question. Sometimes, though, having a bigger, overarching enemy like the Ket can be a good way to unify people who might otherwise have some internal struggles. We have much to learn. I've spent my life wondering what other beings might exist. Your people are nothing like what I imagined, and I'm glad for that. I thought I was long past being surprised in life. My sons and daughters draw pictures of you and ask me all sorts of questions. They want to know everything about you. We hope you feel the same way. There's so much we can teach each other. I believe in our future. Help arrives when you least expect it, and your arrival was unexpected. You came to Aya wounded and in need, and we didn't welcome you. You went to our other worlds and helped our people overcome terrible challenges with no promise of reward or friendship. You wouldn't do that if there wasn't a goodness at your core. You want to understand and be understood. This is the start of a great alliance. Okay, now this time, for whatever it's worth, it seems like there's definitely... It's weighted more positive than negative. There's really only one negative comment here, I think, relative to 3 positive ones. Not really sure that actually matters. I think it's mostly just a matter of are we send it unedited or edited, and I think we'll go for that unedited once again. Okay, I think you're the person who's scanning us. Although, speaking of scanning, just casually do that first. Hello. What is it?
Hello there.
I'm working.
That's rude. I know, on me.
You scanned me pretty hard. That wasn't your way of saying welcome, stranger?
I wanted to be discreet.
No,
you weren't.
What's your interest in me?
You're an alien on my homeworld. Why wouldn't I be interested?
You could have asked.
Fine. Will you submit to a full spectrum analysis of your biology?
Hi. My name's Ryder. How are you?
You haven't even told me your name.
Darnfra. Biological researcher. This is my home.
Okay. What exactly are these tests and what are you trying to find?
Are you looking for something specific?
We share many external similarities. I want to learn if that holds true internally.
Oh. Yeah, see that sounds like that might be painful. Go right ahead. Oh yeah, sure, just don't mind prying our body open and examining our internal organs. No problem. No problem. Yeah, oh, you didn't know. Yeah, no, humans, totally fine. We can totally survive that kind of thing. But you can't do that? That's weird. That stinks for you.
I can't fault you for being curious. Scan away.
I didn't think you'd comply.
I'm full of surprises.
That you are. When we face extinction, family is our final comfort. Do you understand that?
Yeah. I mean, we've certainly found ourselves in that type of situation.
I came to this galaxy with my family. I lost my father on the day I arrived.
But you still carry on his legacy. He knew that, in the end. Family is everything. Not only the one we have now, but the ones that follow us. What will your family look like in 5 generations? 10? How many of you will there be?
You're worried there'll be more of us than you.
I have 23 grandchildren.
Oh.
I want to know what their grandchildren will inherit. Goodbye, Pathfinder.
Okay, that was an interesting conversation. Yeah. A little bit odd. Is this Jaw? It is Jaw. Okay.
Ryder, take a break and enjoy the view with me.
I mean, you were not exactly keen to talk previously.
I missed the fresh air of Aya.
But it seems as though the fresh air of Aya has lightened the mood a bit, perhaps.
Well, what do you think?
I could get used to this.
We take turns living here. You can see why.
It is pretty amazing.
I love pretty much everything about it.
I love the air, the breeze. And one day we'll have more places like this. I have faith.
I hope you're right. But and also maybe just like, I don't know, reserve one of those spots for us, potentially. Just keep it in mind, is all I'm saying. Just keep it in mind. Resistance headquarters, fast travel unlocked. Okay, so just going to the area unlocks the fast travel spot. We don't actually need to walk up to the fast travel location itself. My guess is that means that Ephra is in here. Oh no, this is just another point of entry for the repository. Doesn't seem like we can chat much with these people. This is back to the bar area? Okay. Okay, but we actually do have more stuff over there. Was there just a door that we didn't go through, maybe? Let's see. Because we can go further. Oh, yes. We can go further this way. Also, what's up with the theremin stuff? Is that how you say that? The, like, horror? No. I guess sometimes it's in horror movies, but, also alien movie sci-fi stuff as well.
They're scared. Overcompensating.
Things got worse when Ephra sent the new aliens to help our forces on Vol.
Excuse me.
Correlation doesn't imply causality.
Things got better, thank you very much.
I hate it when you say that.
Then prove me wrong. Gather more data.
I always do.
Did you just say correlation does not imply causality? Because it does. It does imply it. It doesn't mean it's true. But it does at least imply it. That's kind of the whole point why that phrase exists in the... Why the correct phrase... correlation does not equal causality is a thing, because otherwise it would imply and lead you to potentially make that assumption. Okay, you are the person that I believe we need to speak to for that quest.
Heard you were coming. I prepared a data pad on our laws regarding war. Learn them.
Okay, I mean, but you're not actually letting us learn these laws. You're just giving us the one-page intro? One-paragraph intro? Though we face an enemy that will not stop until our entire civilization ceases to exist, it's important that we not abandon the principles of basic morality. The Ket must be defeated, but not at any cost. It won't matter if our future generations can live without fear of death or enslavement, if that freedom was achieved through genocide or other barbaric crimes. Okay. Looks like we are done with that quest, then. Whoa! What the heck was that? Do you have live specimens that you are studying here or something? Is that just what Ephra sounds like when he gets mad? Oh, or that's a ship. Docking. Oh, we can scan. Oh, we very much can scan here. What's this? Ephra's command console? Okay, if that is Ephra himself, then seriously, dude. Gotta dial it back on the ego, okay? Okay, I'd also like to read it, though, which is proving to be rather difficult. Okay. 52% refined plastics, 42% processed metals, synthesized conductive materials, 6%. This command console belongs to Ephra, leader of the Angaran resistance. Okay. Other stuff first again, though? All counts as the same thing. There he is, of course. Communications terminal?
Center, ground, focus. That's how to harness your ability in combat. What we're doing right now is nothing like a battlefield. Before you go into the field, you need to attain focus without thinking about it.
Focus. 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 Okay, doing some kind of training over there. Recruitment efforts, Kadara Port. Things are as bad as we thought. The deserters don't care about anyone but themselves. Recruitment efforts have found zero traction. Ironically, we've had better luck gaining support from the new aliens. See, we're not so bad after all. A small group pledged to support the resistance and alert us to future Ket activities on Kadara. That is not... Is that a planet? Because if so, then we have not really heard that name ever before. It seems unlikely the enemy would give up on the planet so easily, but maybe the presence of these new aliens has them confused. Regardless, I recommend we abandon recruitment efforts and instead focus on infiltration of the local population using deep cover agents. I'll submit a list of candidates in my next report. What? Casualty report on Vold. Severe whiteout conditions have made casualty confirmations difficult. Expect these numbers to be adjusted in the next update. Hopefully, they'll be lower. Usually, that's not the case with that kind of thing, though, unfortunately. Ket ambushed a night patrol in the Ludron crevasse. 3 dead, 2 wounded, 1 missing. Squad missing outside Techix. Presumed captured, 4 missing. Sniper caught in avalanche on southern slope, presumed dead, 1 missing. A shuttle suffered mechanical failure, made hard landing on Steen Ridge, 2 wounded. Argument in the barracks got out of hand, 1 wounded, mostly in his pride. Okay, that's cool. End report. I'd be kind of curious to see... I mean, I doubt this would be the case, right? But if you were to explore Vold, if you would actually find some people in these situations. Or in some cases, corpses in those situations. Alright. Commander Tarshav, no one questions your thinking, and we all understand that the circumstances we're facing are unprecedented. However, you should know that people are talking in the barracks about these new Nexus aliens. I mean, technically it's not completely unprecedented, that's why there's this whole skepticism, because the cat showed up, and you guys, at that point it was unprecedented, you're like, oh, hey, how's it going? Oh, they're trying to kill us and capture us and enslave us and convert us into their own people. Which is why, when we arrive, it's like, hey, these people might try to capture, enslave, convert, and kill us as well, so maybe we should not be so friendly to them. So setting aside how they look, whoa, smell and behave, we look, smell, and behave wonderfully, thank you very much. How can we be expected to trust these things with access to our most secure world? On behalf of my unit, we submit that this so-called Pathfinder crew shouldn't be permitted to roam the city without an escort. We're keeping close watch on them. Don't worry, we're not letting them see us. But it would be easier if we could assign a guard to each visitor whenever they're on Aya. We hope you'll consider this option. Volier. Where's this Volier guy? We need to talk. Who's Volier? Is it you? I bet it's you. Oh. Alright, let's chat with Ephra, though.
I expect you to take good care of Jarl out there.
I will. I'm sure he'll return the favor.
Don't worry about him. You saved the Moshai. That earned his loyalty. Still wrapping my head around what you found at the Ket facility. That exaltation.
Okay, the whole that earned his loyalty thing, how much do we read into that statement? Like, there's the whole aspect where we were not able to train any of our squad mates up to level 6 for any of their abilities until we completed a specific mission for them. Does that mean that the rescuing the Moshai was functionally that mission for Jal, or is there something else we're going to need to do for him? So I thought we did see other missions with his name on it in our quest log, right? So I'm guessing that that's not really a statement we should read into, although the phrasing is such that it really sounds like that was the case. So yeah, the exaltation looked pretty awful.
It must be hard for you, realizing what the Ket soldiers are.
Doesn't change what we have to do. It's war. What do you need?
Let's see. Let's talk about the Resistance in general first.
There's no official Angaran military? Just the Resistance?
Lost our fleets and armies decades ago. Ket mostly. The rest fell to internal strife. We kept fighting, but our civilians were disorganized, poorly supplied, leaderless. Decades of aimless defiance got us nowhere. I had to make the Resistance real.
Alright, so that argument that we heard previously that was saying, we don't trust you guys. The one that was a message from the Angaran to people on the Nexus that was arguing that, hey, we don't trust you guys because you fight amongst one another and we totally don't do that here, was just completely a bad faith argument because they absolutely still fight amongst each other here. Okay, yeah, that's totally understandable. That is, yeah, somehow I don't doubt that that's an argument that someone would still nevertheless try to make. Okay. Other than that, have you had any victories as of late?
What success have you had against the Ket?
Enemy casualties are up 600% in 3 years. But that's just a number. Every time we destroy a facility, take out a warship, we give our people hope.
And you're not fighting alone anymore.
We'll see.
I mean, at least as of late, that's certainly true. And what about security on IIX? As I was saying before, something in the back of my mind is giving me the suspicion that at some point in time, the Ket are going to attack Aya. Supposedly this was supposed to be some kind of secret location that is well hidden from the Ket, and so they might not even know that it exists in the first place, which is why it is, I guess, currently the only Angaran civilization that is not currently directly threatened by the Ket, but that just seems to set it up even more so for that to be a significant plot point later on.
I've seen armed people in uniform. They're not resistance?
Aya police, purely ornamental, gives us the appearance of civilization.
You don't think they're necessary?
If things go bad, the resistance will handle it.
That's up to the governor, isn't it?
Okay, shall we talk about the governor then?
How did you wind up in charge?
Nothing to lose. My family was rounded up into a Ket slave camp. Last contact I had with any of them was 10 years ago.
They could still be alive.
Didn't figure you for an optimist.
Alright, well, I mean, we're full of surprises.
How is the resistance organized?
Loosely, we operate in cells. Independent strike teams have better odds. If the Ket capture a cell, it doesn't compromise the rest.
Suppose so. Okay, what about the governor? Because, yeah, you were starting to badmouth the governor a bit, and we already heard from the governor that you two very much do not see eye to eye on the regular.
What do you think of your governor?
She governs Aya, not the resistance.
Way to avoid the question. Is there history between you?
I can always count on Paran to offer a spirited argument.
You respect her?
She holds her own. Not many do.
Okay. Initiative, as in Ephra's thoughts on the Andromeda initiative? Or are we talking about a different initiative here?
I hope the initiative is making a good impression.
The initiative. Sounds so unthreatening, like a city planner meeting.
That's kind of what it's meant to be.
City planners don't walk around in battle armor with rifles on their shoulder.
Depends on the city. My point is, we traveled through dark space to build something here.
That's what invaders always say. At first.
We're not invaders.
Of course.
One moment while we just casually send a little message to the rest of our team to, yeah, just maybe start setting up tents or two in the local area. Hey, you know, nothing major. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Totally not the start of a full-blown colonization of a planet that you already control.
You've been fighting Ket a long time. Any advice?
Your war's different from ours.
It's still a war, and we're not prepared for it.
Wouldn't matter if you were. The Ket aren't a conventional enemy.
Okay. We've learned, I guess you could call it, some stuff about their origins from the whole exaltation process, but still a lot of questions about what predated that, or at least how they did that in the early stages, as I was talking about quite a bit earlier on.
Any idea where they came from? A home world somewhere?
Each of our colonies heard a different story. I doubt any were true. They came from far away. That's all we know.
Ever tried following a Ket ship to see where it goes?
Of course we did. Wherever home is, they don't visit.
Okay, once they're here to stay. I mean, we, again, know a bit about their motives from that most recent mission with the whole exaltation thing, but maybe you know more?
The Ket aren't mindless monsters. They must care about something.
Slaves, resources, power. Same as any conqueror.
You didn't see the exaltation process. They treat it like religion.
They convert us against our will. That's not religion, it's genocide.
I mean, he's right.
Every culture has its purpose. Theirs is to take whatever they want.
Okay, anything from a military tactics standpoint that could assist us?
Do the Ket have a favorite strategy? Something we can exploit?
They switch tactics constantly, almost capricious about it. Makes them unpredictable.
They must have some weakness.
They're vulnerable to brute force. That's enough.
Alright, I guess that's something. What about you? Saving the best for last.
What's your story, Ephra?
You're not getting my personnel file.
I'd just like to know who I'm working with.
You want to know what it's like being me? I wake
You don't know
up
what it's
every
like.
morning to fight a war. I send people to kill and die.
To feel hurt?
If I'm lucky, there are more dead Ket than resistance when I go to sleep.
To feel lost?
That's a hell of a burden.
Enough personal discussion.
To be left out in the dark?
I'll let you get back to it.
Good.
That was... Whoa. I'm pretty sure we initiated that conversation from the other side of the table there. That was way too close for comfort afterward, though. Alright, is there anywhere in particular that we still... Oh. Alright, there's the whole... some kind of military trials practice down there that we overheard but didn't really access. And I don't actually know how to get there. Can we loop around this way? Potentially? Have we even been here? Not sure that we have gone in this precise direction yet. Okay, that is a door.
No entering the med center until you're clean.
How do I decontaminate?
Ion console. Touch the start pad, it does the rest.
Oh. Oh. Okay. What's the
Sam,
deal with
is
this?
this thing safe?
Yes. The slight ringing in your ears is nothing to worry about.
Very reassuring.
Okay, well, let's at least scan this thing. Computer console composed of 52% refined plastics, 42 processed metals, 6% synthesized conductive materials. This computer console controls the infirmary's decontamination area. Okay. Oh. Alright, got some stuff growing here. Who is... Oh, excuse me. I just wanted to chat a little bit with Olvek here.
I assume you're the human everyone's buzzing about. If you're looking for treatment, I'm afraid I don't know enough about human physiology to be much help. Unless you can make use of the ion beds.
Probably not.
Is there something special about the beds here?
They're filled with a negatively charged ion gel. The gel works with our natural electricity to speed recovery.
Think it'd work on other species?
Without bioelectricity, it would be of small benefit, but it might reduce pain.
I mean, humans do have electrical currents running through small electrical currents running through their bodies through how brain signals are sent to the rest of the body in many cases. So, I mean, it's not as if we don't have that stuff, but probably to a much lesser extent compared to the Angara, and also, you know, don't want to fry our brain circuitry, because that would probably not be a good thing. Not to mention we also technically are a bit of a cyborg, because we have Sam sort of kind of installed in our brains, which I was also thinking when that person scanned us previously, how she's like, oh, I want to scan your insides, basically. He's like, okay, first of all, that's a little bit personal. How about a, hi, hello, how are you? My name is such and such first. And then, you know, also the whole, by the way, we also have a potentially significant amount of machinery integrated into our body. Don't worry about that. Don't worry about that.
If Jarl takes a hit on my watch, my doctor needs to know how to treat him. Can you point me to resources she can use to learn your methods?
So you're considering all possibilities. Jarl is in good hands. I have medical journals on treating Angaran injuries and preventing complications. You're welcome to upload them to your ship's doctor for study.
Okay.
I'll get moving.
Don't know if that's actually a thing. Oh, we get the Angaran biology entry in the codex. What the heck? That looks pretty intense. Supposedly this is supposed to help them heal faster, but it looks like they're in agonizing pain right now. I did not catch what those two were talking about. I was too distracted by this. Yeah, if that's the Angaran reaction to this stuff, then we probably don't want to be hopping up on these beds ourselves anytime soon. Also doesn't... Okay, we can scan them, though. That's good. Let's see. We do not get any research from this, though, do we? Ion bed. Medical equipment composed of... Okay, the composition I don't care that much about. This Angaran equipment is commonly referred to as an ion bed, okay? Well, given how that was already the title of it, that doesn't really give us any more information than we already had. Hello, sir. I've been told that if you are a police officer, that I shouldn't really care much about you because Ephra doesn't think that you actually matter. What is this?
Good to see you. Fights and heroic rescues.
Wish I could join in down there. I could use a workout.
Oh, it's Cora. I am curious to see what they're doing. Some kind of combat practice. They're just casually waltzing around. Oh, hold on. There's actual...
Ephra's letting me record a few of these training sessions.
Fake cat.
Just a few. But the Angara have some smart tactics. Now I get how they've held out against the cat.
Okay. This is more interesting than I was expecting.
Getting lots of stairs. Reminds me of being on Thessia for Asari commando training.
Why am I not surprised about that? Okay, I mean, we do represent humanity here, so let's not make any enemies.
For some Angara, we're the only humans they'll ever see. That's huge.
Whatever happens, we'll make a better show than the cat.
It's a pretty low bar, but I certainly hope so. Can't chat with you. Can we go down there? I really want to go down there. Not sure that we can, but there is a quartermaster here.
Pathfinder, Ephra cleared you to purchase weapons.
He did now.
Over my objections.
Really? You were, more reluctant to help us than Ephra. That's saying something. It's okay to mistrust me. I mean, again, context. I understand why you would, but on the other hand, not sure we really want to reinforce that, that suspicion. If anything, we want to be, making them think that, we are more trustful.
Anything I buy will be used to fight Cat.
You fight our enemy, but you're not one of us. Remember that.
Okay. That's a word that they keep on saying to us, isn't it? Is that the word they keep on using at the end of conversations? I think it might be. But not really sure to what extent we are in need of these types of things. Extra damage, reduced clip size. I mean, I like the damage. Penetration, we have that for our pistols. This might not be bad for our current SMG-ish pistol because it has a pretty huge clip size, but the damage, at least initially, seems pretty low, but it does kind of scale up over time. Seemingly reduced headshot, weak point damage. That's not that bad of a downside if you're using a pistol that is not very accurate, which is currently kind of the case for us. Just pure shotgun damage. The pure damage is definitely nice. We aren't currently using shotguns, but if you had something like that for other types of weapons, then that'd be nice. Okay, don't think there's anything urgent, but can we get down there at all? It does, and well, maybe on a later occasion they'll give us special access, but at least at the moment, perhaps not. So it kind of looks like it would have to be through this. No. Hold on. You have the infirmary here. It looks like it'd be through here, but that's blocked. I don't know. I don't know. Okay. Let's just check to what extent there are still people we want to chat with or quest-related things for us to do. Need to scan the hostile vendor's goods over here, and there's still a message in this location. Can we fast travel to the marketplace? Yes. It's not that it's that far away, but sure. Yeah, it might have been faster to just walk it, to be honest. Ah, not so bad. Okay. So... It's a hostile vendor. This guy who was mean to us before? Don't mind us, we are totally not just scanning your stuff.
Pathfinder.
No, you actually sold stuff to us. It wasn't you. It's this guy. Don't stare at us.
Not today, Nexus.
Liam?
God damn it.
What's going on?
Nothing to worry about. Just Come grab a table with me.
Okay, I mean, I deliberately try not to be standing right in front of this guy, at least, but the guard apparently was not having it. You'll let me scan now, although now it's not possible. Let's see, I thought there was one other thing here that we were supposed to do. Oh, the messages. These. Let's see. What do we have this time? More messages to the Nexus. Thank you. I remember the first time I met the Moshai. It was one of the greatest moments of my life. She's done so much for our people. When the rumors began that she'd been caught by the Ket, and worse, killed, I lost hope for our future. You restored it. I don't care what anyone says. I believe you came to save us. So that's certainly a positive one, and then followed immediately thereafter by a very negative one. Go home. This is not your galaxy. You don't belong here. Anyone who thinks you're different from the Ket is a fool. I see you for what you are, and there are many more like me. Yeah, there are. But, I mean, we rescued the Moshai, and we've already helped with some research of the Remnant and other stuffs as well. Subject none. If you come in peace and friendship, Pavoa. If your hearts are filled with deceit, you will die. That is all you need to know. Okay. Then Pavoa. My name is Vakia. We might have even seen someone with that name. My family said I could write to you. I've never met an alien before, but I'd like to meet you. I think we can be friends. Alright, once again, for the most part, trying to send these unedited. Now we just have the message at the docks, which is a place where we will eventually head back. But I think for now, we are looking to reconvene with Liam. Is this the one that's technically at the docks? Okay, that it is. And that's to leave for the main quest? Alright. Totally. 100% agree. Okay. Alright, team. Break. And Liam, they were not very nice to me. There was this lady who prevented me from scanning. And she had a gun. She didn't quite threaten me with it, but she basically threatened me with it. Also, all of these guys in and around the bar have been very difficult to actually chat with.
Pathfinder, you're good here. We'll worry about the data another time.
Liam, what's going on?
I, figured we should end up somewhere nice and open. You were being cased.
Because of the scans?
Are you getting me in trouble? What was this about?
We're not in trouble exactly, but I don't blame them for being angry. I wanted to get data that would help yields at our outposts. Baran told me what to scan, but I called it off. I still owe her, but it's better than pissing off some gouging hardliner. Sorry I didn't clue you in. It's a security thing. Food is security.
Okay. Kind of like stealing secrets from the Angara, maybe? Don't really know that much about the details, so wasn't really my first reaction, but okay.
Was this an attempt to copy their methods? Steal secrets?
We're not competing companies. It's about learning to live here. Remember my Tempest freakout? I tried proper channels, got blocked by the Angara and the Nexus. There's only so much Jarl can tell us, so I did what we do back in Crisis Response. Bend the rules.
Alright, I mean, it didn't seem like that big of a deal, but at the same time, probably would have been helpful if you didn't blindside us.
You do what you have to, but let's not make a habit of it.
I don't want to. Like I said, I don't blame them for getting cross. The last people who showed up out of the blue were the Ket, the ultimate users. I don't want us getting lumped in with them, and I really, really don't want to ruin the market. Street food and shooting the shit with you feels normal. About time something did.
Alright. Mixing, as in, like, integrating with the Angaran may take time? Not really sure what, or... I don't get what you're
We
getting
may
at
have
here.
to stick to ourselves for a while, if that's what both sides seem to want.
It isn't. Saw it all the time during crisis deployments. Us versus them turns into food versus no food. We have to figure this shit out, or both sides will hurt.
Alright. Well, we finished that up. And I think we got some experience from it as well. No levels. I think we were not very close to leveling when we first got here, so it took a little bit of time. Will take more time for us to level up. Right, Jal, we talked to Jal after overhearing these conversations. Also, what was that? Are you telling me I could climb on this table momentarily? Because if I can climb on the table that they are currently eating at, you know that I want to climb on the table that they are currently eating at. To disrupt their quiet, peaceful... Yes, yes! Come on! I see the prompt. Let me do it. Let me do it. There it is. Okay. You don't mind us. Oh, hey, how's it going? Ryder, nice to meet you. Nice to meet you. Oh, yeah, we're humans from the Andromeda Initiative, just stopping by for not the first time, actually, just the second time here, but you know, getting to know the locals, just spending some quality time with people, learning what you guys are all about, and just trying to generally be respectful of what it is that you guys do here, and not be too disruptive to your everyday life and all that kind of thing. All right, nice to meet you.
Research has been going well. We're close to a breakthrough on Elmok hybrids.
That's incredible. Your work is so important.
It's not like I risk my life every day fighting Ket.
I just aim and shoot. Doesn't take much skill. You keep our people fed and alive every day. Love of mine, what you do is amazing. I die, our species goes on just fine. But you, we can't afford to lose you.
If you died, I wouldn't go on just fine. I wouldn't be fine at all.
Okay, that feels like a conversation that we probably should not be eavesdropping on. Alright, so at this stage, it seems like it's mostly just a matter of we have, obviously, some shops we can buy or sell from if we'd like to, although, as I said, I don't really think we have much need for that at the moment. There's this, one last message board, and then that'll be our last one. Don't know if anything else comes of that, and then, of course, at that point, I think we're just looking at the quest here. Main quest over there. So let's mark you, and there we're relatively far away now, but maybe we just walk this one. So I don't think there was a fast travel spot that's particularly close to that spot. Then again, I'm not sure this is the most efficient way to get to the place we're looking to go, because I'm pretty sure that I just walked in a circle. Oh, we can do that. Okay, well that's convenient. Don't mind us just casually cut through the governor's office. It's definitely not the most efficient way through. Can we? Oh, no, we can't. Geronimo from over there. That's a fast travel spot. Okay. Have we scanned the fast travel spots? Can we scan the fast travel spots? Apparently not. Okay, this is the one we need. Alright, let's see. More messages to the Nexus. Why are you here? What impulse drove your people to cross dark space? What have you come here for? Do you expect us to believe you're just explorers who want to live in peace? I think you fled something terrible. I think it might follow you here. I mean, they are technically correct. Though, not sure we want to open up that can of worms. Let's see, questions? Which one of your species actually controls this so-called initiative? This totally boring robo-lady who is actually dead. Now it's a Solarian dude who, granted, we do not have any... Oh, well, we do have a Solarian on our team who's probably still in the Tempest, so have they ever seen a Solarian before? Are you even different species, or just genetic constructs customized to fill different roles? What? Why do you all walk on two legs like us? Is it so we'd accept you? What did you look like before you crossed dark space? Oh, I mean, it is kind of strange how there are so many bipedal species and so few quadrupeds, at least of the sentient species. Like, there's Elcor, and that's pretty much it. Basically, everyone else walks on 2 legs. Yes, there's I always forget the name of it, but like the big brute-like behemoth ket enemy that walks on 4 legs, but I don't think that's sentient. I don't think so. Then again, I guess we don't know that much about them. Okay. Then keep off Havarl. When I heard you were granted permission to land on Havarl, I filed a complaint with Governor Shie. That world is one of our most sacred places, and it is not for outsiders. Even the Ket keep their distance, because they know we'll fight to the death to protect it. Anyone who defiles Havarl will face consequences. Little do they know that we have already substantially increased the viability of that planet, and voluntarily decided not to try to establish an outpost there because we thought that all of our hard work should just benefit the Angara. No, we don't need to directly benefit from that ourselves. No, but they don't care about that. Never mind the fact that we just significantly helps them retake that planet as one of their own. Share your gifts. You built ships to travel across dark space. Show us how to make them, and let us retrace your path. There are no Ket where you came from. We have a generation facing extinction, but you could help us go where the enemy won't follow. We've suffered enough. Give us hope for a better life. Okay, this one overall feels like the quantity of negative messages outweighed the quantity of positive messages more so than any other of the ones that we looked at. Again, I don't know to what extent that actually matters. If that's just totally insignificant when it comes to editing out content or just sending the unedited version. I think I'm still going to send the unedited version, but we shall see. That's the last one. Okay, no mention of any other follow-up or anything like that. Just that it's now completed. So, alright. Maybe there will be something that builds off that later on, but as of right now, at least, no. I guess, if anything, might expect for that to be something that would have follow-up on the Nexus itself. Have we gone through this? Oh, yes, we have. I mean, either one of these is going to take us back to the main area we're looking to go to. What is this? Epic? Okay. So back to the docks we go. We do still have a quest for this guy. So there is some question as to whether, there's... I mean, I doubt it's... it may be time-sensitive, but I doubt it's so time-sensitive that doing this mission right here, right now, would prevent us from helping that guy in the future. And especially because we haven't done a mission yet on Vold that has us going into one of the vaults. So I feel like that's sort of that's the unofficial sign of, hey, Vold is a planet that you should be exploring more holistically right now. Because, remember, when we went to Vold, the people who we initiated the main quest with were people who were just going to teleport us, and did teleport us directly to the Ket facility. So we technically didn't even need to go out in the Nomad at all at the time. But also, who specifically are we supposed to chat with? Oh, right, was it? Actually, yeah, it was those people on the other side. Okay. There's a lot of commotion over here suddenly, apparently. But I think we're good to go. Why don't we at least take a quick check? Alright, so we're just taking the shuttle to the Aya Vault. The odd thing here is that the other planets, speaking of Vold, places like Vold, like Eos, I guess to a maybe slightly lesser extent, Havarl, they seemed like places that were very inhospitable toward life and, or at least civilized life and establishing outposts and cities, whether they be Angaran or backed by the Initiative. Whereas here on Aya, I mean, it seems like everything is pretty good. The only thing stopping them from building more cities is deciding to build more cities. So it seems strange. Like, I don't know how the going into the vault is going to improve the viability of this planet that already seems to be perfectly viable, but I forget if there are other factors at play here that were the key reasons why they were unable to expand further in this area, despite the planet seemingly being pretty much fine. This was a little while ago at this point, but alas. Alas. Oh, also, once we do that, we may no longer be able to save, so we should probably save right now. Speaking from experience... We're going straight there.
I haven't brought anyone here in over 20 years.
Okay, but you have been here
There's
before.
always been an active display for Aya, but we could never affect it.
Let's see what we can do. Sam?
Alright, you know it's not going to be this simple. I'm not going to just casually teleport right to this place, immediately solve all the problems with Sam, and walk away and be done.
Yes, this is new. Is it similar to the vault on Eos? Tell me, what are you seeing?
Don't ask. Don't think that's meant to be hostile as much as that's just I have no idea. But it does, I mean, well, it seems like there's more to it than what we saw in Eos.
I think what we need to figure out is what's different. Tell me, what do you see?
The vaults. They're a network, as you discovered. However...
They're not connected to each other, but to this place.
This image was on a relic the Archon showed me. He called it Meridian. And it looks like Aya's vault is the only one that's fully connected to it.
Okay.
And it's terraforming. Doing what it was meant to do.
The vault on Eos is also present, but changed. Our interfacing with it has affected its connection.
What do you think, Professor?
I think that Meridian is the control center for all the vaults.
Seems like it. Vaults have basically gone offline, been disconnected from the Meridian, and by going into the vaults, we are reconnecting them and bringing those vaults back into the state that they have to be in order to function properly and actually terraform the way that we want them to. So, I think I agree.
This discovery might just change everything. If we can get to Meridian, maybe we can turn everything on from there. Make Helios live.
And that could be a
Wait,
shortcut
Ryder.
for sure.
The Archon knows where it is. He's already been there.
What?
How do we know that?
Meridian?
Of course. That's why he tortured me. He thought I could help him use it.
Because he can't. Meridian is my people's best chance for survival. We have to take it from him.
Agreed. Such power in the hands of such evil could mean the end of your people, and mine.
Okay, I'm glad we agree about this. Gonna make him so sorry. He is gonna be so sorry when we totally team up against him. We'll find his weakness. Give it all we've got. I mean, he does seem to have the upper hand here if he already has beat us to this location, though. So it does seem as though we might need to find some kind of weakness to exploit. Otherwise, we are outmatched, it would seem.
The Archon is a menace, and I've had it with being lorded over.
You're going to need that relic I saw. The Resistance might have intel on the whereabouts of Archon's ship. I'll talk to Ephra and secure his full cooperation. Meet me there.
Okay. Need to steal a relic from Archon? That sounds ambitious. Hey, you want to shut that down before we leave? Apparently not. Alright. So we learned about the Meridian and the Archon. Okay, we might want to read up, because those things seem very important. Feel like that could be worth going into a little more detail about that. So, Andromeda species, Ket, Archon. Okay, have we read up on him at all previously? I feel like we must have, right? So I think we did read a little bit about some Ket before, but now we know a little bit more about him. The individual known as the Archon is a leader of the Ket forces in the Helios cluster. Though rarely sighted, his arrival at Ket installations is reportedly greeted with fearful shows of deference, the execution of dissident Ket, and the presentation of valuable remnant technology. The Archon has maintained control of the cluster for almost 75 years. Okay, so he's at least older than most fighting humans would be. I mean, humans can certainly live to 75 years old, especially in the future. I mean, technically, Ryder is, by some accounts, over 600 years old. But, alright. So, reportedly through a combination of long, patient strategies and brutal subjugation. According to Angaran sources, the Archon arrived in Helios with a pantomime of diplomatic overtures that confused the Angaran leadership and provoked them against one another before he ordered the conquest of their worlds. In recent years, the Archon has taken an increasing interest in remnant technology, ordering new dig sites and touring Ket-defended remnant structures. He is said to take many remnant specimens aboard his flagship for study at leisure. Those who interfere are executed on the spot or hunted down by the Archon's sword, his mysterious and feared enforcer. Okay. So, of course, we've learned about the Cardinals, and initially, I mean, I guess probably could have assumed that there would be numerous Cardinals, but they seemed pretty important, but the sword is more important still. According to the Moshai, the Archon is focused on Meridian, the control center for Remnant Vault Network. In his hands, Meridian could be used to devastate the planets of the Helios cluster, rendering them uninhabitable and giving him a hold over all sentient life here. That would sabotage it for the Ket as well, wouldn't it? I mean, that just raises a lot of questions about why the Ket are actually here. Yes, they're abducting Angara and turning them into Ket, so is the ultimate goal just to create as many Ket as possible because they need to do that to reproduce? Is it primarily because they're trying to just gather the desirable genetic traits from other species and all that other stuff is secondary? Are they actually trying to expand their empire into this system, in which case, this galaxy, in which case, sabotaging the planets and making them less livable would hinder their efforts, just as it would hinder our efforts and the Angaran efforts to establish a foothold or just continue to survive in this galaxy in the case of the Angarans. So yeah, just not... Seems like that would be something they would be reluctant to do as well. Again, subject to what their primary objective is. Though he reportedly knows its location, the Archon has been unable to develop an interfacing method, meaning the greater secrets of Remnant technology are closed to him. So yeah, the most interesting thing for him... Well, yeah, or are they just trying to uncover a whole bunch of Remnant technology and everything else is secondary? Just seems like they have a lot of things that they're trying to do, some of which make sense together, but others are unrelated, or only remotely related. And so that makes it hard to know what approach he is going to take, and the Ket are going to take as a whole. But it seems like if he's really trying to learn a whole bunch about the Remnant technology, then, as was sort of hinted at the very first time we saw Archon, when he was trying to mimic what our father did and Habitat 7 to use Sam to activate the first of the big Remnant monoliths, that he would like to have basically Sam. Which, because he's seen us use Sam, I imagine means that the Archon would be very interested in capturing us and either stealing Sam or just, doing whatever kind of experiments on us to try to recreate Sam in order to gain access to those same types of abilities. There's that. Then, what was the the other thing. The remnant... Okay, this doesn't include the technology that I was looking for. I guess that's species, yeah. Hold on. Be here then? Not entirely sure what category it would fall under. Looking for the Meridian. Science behind abilities that seemingly defy the laws of physics. For tech and biotics, I guess that means mostly abilities specifically. Technology to build a new home from the ground up. My guess is it's under here. Forward stations, mining, terraforming, stasis. Nope. Apparently not. Research and development. Nope. Exploration tools? Nope. Wait. Nope. Oh, hold on. There's more? Ships and vehicles? Still don't think it'd fall under that category, would it? I mean, we don't have to figure it out, but it would be kind of nice. Maybe through here? I mean, this gives us basic background on some of the big things we've done. You saved Moshae Shefa, but angered Jal by destroying... Okay, yes. Angered Jal by destroying the exaltation facility. That is why he was mad at us before. Moshae approved of your decision, fearing what would become of the innocent Angara trapped inside. Crisis on Habitat 7. During your trial by fire on Habitat 7, you recognized the Ket as a hostile threat and fought to defend your crewman Fisher. Explored an alien laboratory. Okay, so is this basically all of the major decisions that we made summarized in one area? All the things that potentially have long-term implications. Found a cave full of plant life that survived from the planet's Golden World era. Discovered alien shuttlecraft of unknown origin. Rescued Greer from his captors. Accepted the role of Pathfinder. Eos, you explored and reactivated a mysterious alien vault apparently designed for terraforming, bringing the hope of new life back to Eos. Despite the potential Ket threat, you guided the outpost on Eos on a mission of peaceful scientific exploration of the Helios cluster. Then, the Angara, you proved yourself an ally to the Angara by supporting their research efforts on Havaro. Oh, okay. I guess that was enough to earn their trust. I'm pretty sure it just told us what the category was going to be, but I only saw the Archon there, which was the obvious one. Also, where are we supposed to go? Oh, right, we're chatting with Ephra. Back at his office, which might mean that we want to fast travel here. For a second, I thought it was just taking us straight into a cutscene with them. Not just yet.
I deserve to be told. You had no right to keep it secret from me.
It's an ongoing investigation. I meant no disrespect.
Investigation? In what?
Did Jal know?
Of course not. Neither did the human.
Hey!
I could have kept Sam to myself, you know.
This is different. Not your business.
It is now. We need to find the Ket command ship. Tell him the truth about my capture.
Oh?
Moshae, please.
Oh?
It may be our only route to the Archon.
Go on.
One of my men helped the Ket take her. A resistance commander named Venturev.
Okay. Deliberately? Like, you were trying to set up the Ket with a trap, and then use an Uno reverse card as a way to learn more about what the Ket are trying to do? It would still seem kind of odd that you would voluntarily use your most valuable scientist as your bait. I mean, understandable why the Ket would go after her, but still, you'd think that there'd be a lower risk approach to take there. Sacrifice someone less important. Must have had a motive, right?
The Archon wanted her knowledge of remnant tech, but why would Ven betray her?
I don't know. That's why I kept it quiet.
Okay, so this was not something that you
working to
directed him
capture
to do.
Make him answer for what he did.
You know where he is?
Kadara Port. My contacts are hunting him.
Contacts? You can't trust anyone there. They deserted our cause, our people.
And now they're ruled by exiles from your
Oh,
galaxy.
is it Rokar? Place for the
Ven
Rokar?
may know how to find the Archon and his ship. We can't leave this to a pack of renegades and outlaws.
Yeah, can you fill us in on this Kadara port? It sounds like this might be the place where the Rokar are headquartered, if you will.
I'm a little new to the galaxy. Where did Ven go, exactly?
Kadara Port is a trading
I believe he's
outpost.
Dutch.
We abandoned it when the Ket invaded.
Some of us went back. Deserters, scavengers. They don't support Aya.
How did exiles from the Nexus wind up there?
Bad luck for everyone.
Okay. Well. Nah, guys, I think we're really not getting anywhere with this. I think we should just abandon this whole effort. I think we just call it quits right now.
I need the relic that leads to Meridian, and I can handle my people. Let me do this.
I don't like it.
I don't care. The Pathfinder is right.
I'll transmit my files on Kadara Port to your ship.
Our traitor could have useful information. We need him alive.
That's up to him.
Be safe, Pathfinder. As for you, Ephra, we're not done.
Oh, then there's fighting words, it seems. Alright, well that leveled us up. So that is good news. 5 more skill points, that's definitely nice. New research... Wait, tier 4 research projects unlocked? Okay, I'm not... Oh, okay. Yes, because a bunch of the items that we had been receiving from loots and at shops was all tier 3. And I assumed that when we were doing research and development, everything was capped at level 3 as well, but now by reaching level 21, apparently that's the threshold for unlocking tier 4? Possibly? Alright, just take a quick check here. We have now fully maxed out Energy Drain, Cloak, and Flamer. Offensive tech, what was the last level on this? Either Elemental Debuff, which I think is what we were saying we were leaning toward, versus weapon damage shortly after using attack power. I mean, 30% weapon damage is a lot, but I think we have a full-blown combat tree in which that will presumably be the point of emphasis. And speaking of points of emphases, that is not currently what we are focusing on right now, although I have, I think, kind of noticed that our weapon damage has seemingly dropped off a bit as of late, because we obviously have not invested anything in this thus far. But, you know, if we want to bump up our assault rifle damage, then... Oh. Okay, for each skill point invested in the combat skill group, I was going to say, if this is just a flat 2% assault rifle damage, then that is incredibly underwhelming. I do kind of wish there was something that very early on did just give us a flat amount that was a little bit higher than that, though. Yeah. Not really. At least not there. Okay. Well, as I was saying, I think at least for now, we are certainly focusing more on the tech ability side of things, so I think... I mean, yes, obviously this sort of makes us more of a natural hybrid between tech and combat, so if you're going for the classic Infiltrator build with Cloak in particular, basically use Cloak, and you already have the weapon damage bonus from when you break Cloak by firing a weapon. Might as well also give yourself the 30% extra damage from this too, so, you know, if you're cloaking and then hitting someone with a headshot with a powerful sniper rifle or something along those lines, then that could certainly add up to be quite effective, but that's just not really the direction that we have been going in thus far, nor is it really the direction that I want to be focusing on going in the future. You could maybe still make the case that long-term, that is the optimal way to go, whereas this is more the short-term answer to go for the elemental debuff, but I think we still do this. I mean, I'm a big Flamer fan, and this definitely helps us a lot with Flamer. So, we take that. Out of curiosity, with all of our passive stuff. Is it 16%? For some reason, I thought we were already at 17% for all these things. This one higher? The force one is higher than the others for some reason. Not sure why that is. Huh. Okay. Yeah, increases for each skill point invested. Same thing here, but it must have just started from a higher number. Odd. Alright, we do have one more point, which we could invest in something we have not yet invested anything in the tech side of things, but if anything, yeah, let's lock those in. If anything, I think we might start to branch off into biotics, which is more so the direction that I'd like to go later. Let's see. Just looking at passives, I imagine, once again, it's stuff that gains power the more points we have invested, so that's probably stuff we're going to want to spec a little bit later on, certainly not the first few things. I mean, anything that we spend points on here for now is probably not going to be a short-term skill that we are looking to use, because it's competing with fully leveled stuff on the tech side. Though, let's see. Well, that is cool how it has the little icon on the edge of the image for the ability. Like, the Shockwave has that 3 circles, but then it has... It's supposed to be detonator symbol, whereas this is a primer signal or something like that? Maybe? That's probably it? Annihilation is a cool ability. Formerly known as Annihilation Field, weaves rapidly shifting Mass Effect fields to slowly damage nearby enemies. Enemies caught are primed for combo detonations. Again, that would explain that little icon there. Little lighter blue on the top left corner of the human with the 2 circles around it. Other powers activated while Annihilation Field is in use suffer reduced recharge speed. That does kind of stink. But this is for what it's worth. This is for what it's worth. One of the abilities that I was thinking of using for the next build that I was planning, which, hold on, let me break out what the name of that, do I still have that here? Let's see. Yeah, so thus far we've been using the Stealth Oven build, which is more or less fully built out. Basically, the whole idea there was to have a cloak and have the cloak active while we are still flaming people in the face, because that was a hilarious prospect to me. I wish in Mass Effect 3 there's an ability that, or an upgrade to Tactical Cloak that lets you just use one additional power while you have Cloak active and still not break Cloak. Whereas in Andromeda, it's much weaker than that. It's that, you maintain your Cloak for 2 additional seconds. So what I really wanted was for us to Cloak and Flame and just remain cloaked for the entire time that we were using our flamethrower and just run around people while we're invisible, and it would just be, I think that would be just fantastic and hilarious and a ton of fun to do. It wasn't quite as dramatic as I was hoping, given how we only have the cloak remaining for 2 seconds after we initiate the flamethrower, but I think it has still helped us get into range of that ability and make it so that we aren't immediately getting squashed like a bug as soon as we do break the cloak. So, not as good as I was hoping it would be, but still probably a nice addition. But yeah, so that was the, and is, the Stealth Oven, which, as I said, I think we're still going to remain going in that direction for a little while now. Next on the list was going to be the Annihilation Dancer, which is probably a bit of a meme. And by probably a bit of a meme, I mean it's probably a humongous meme. So I really want to try it out because I think it's going to be another really fun, ludicrous build, but probably extremely impractical. So I'm conflicted for that reason. Sure, we have all the stuff that we want in the immediate future on the tech side of things, but we could still throw more points into tech skills to further improve those various tech passive abilities. We could throw a point into combat abilities, load up a little bit more on weapons damage, as we were saying, that has felt a little bit lacking as of late. But let's throw at least a point in Annihilation. It's 1 point. We don't need to full-on commit to it long-term at this stage, but the other thing is that I would like to start spending some points in Biotics so that we can start to improve we are currently using Engineer. Yeah, because I would like to get Sentinel upgraded further. I mean, this is close to leveling up again, right? 99 points invested in tech, and I think we have 91 now. Yeah, 91. So we have a lot of catching up to do for biotic skills. But, yeah. So we'll figure out when we have more points to spend what direction we want to go in there. But, okay. That's certainly nice. Nice little upgrade to have. So, suppose we should probably check our journal for that next main mission here. So hunting the Archon, but it's not like we're just going to go straight over to where he is, because we don't really know where he is right now. The Moshai says the Archon has a remnant map that may point the way to the also. Yeah. Well, the map is located on his ship, and that is how we eventually get the map to, or the map to the Meridian. Right, but we don't know where his ship is, nor do we know where the Meridian is. You must first track down the Angaran trader, then Terev, on Kadara Port, and learn what you can from him. Go to Kadara Port in the Govorkam system, which are definitely places we have not yet been to. Do we know anything about those places? Wait, what? Hold on. Codex. Plants and locations. Meridian. Okay, this is what I wanted to see before. Evidence in the Aya Vault shows the network of remnant vaults across the Helios cluster is controlled from a central location known as Meridian. When properly connected to Meridian, the vaults function as designed, terraforming and maintaining planetary conditions to make planets suitable for life. When disconnected, the vaults appear to either go into standby, as seen on Eos, or malfunction, as may have happened on Habitat 7, with disastrous consequences for their planet. This proves Meridian's central importance to the remnant vaults and the planets of the Helios cluster. Whoever controls it can theoretically affect vault function, meaning they control, or disrupt, the ecology of entire worlds. According to Moshai Shefa, the Archon is aware of Meridian's location, but has been unable to make use of it. This offers a new urgency to solving Meridian's mysteries. Okay, also I assume that is, it's not actually time-sensitive right now, but some things may be time-sensitive in the future. Let's see, what was the new location I'm not seeing here? Alright. I suppose we haven't been there yet, we've only heard it briefly mentioned in passing. I did not realize this was right next to a waterfall. That's pretty dramatic. These guys totally have... Well, I don't know if they have the best view. There are a lot of good views in the area. I think either way... Oh! I am surprised that there are other quests for us. Okay. I wonder if that's an indication of other planets and cities also having new NPCs to talk to, but we shall see. Okay, somewhere in this direction. It's not this person, right? We already have a quest for that person. Who is it? Where'd you go? Who? Who was it? Who are you? Yeah? Like right on top of us? Oh no, over here. Are they through that area? No. Over here, right? No, I lied. They're over there. Wait, what? Mark that person. They are through that door. Getting mixed up with the other objective main quests that is currently tracked as well. Okay. Nope. Here, I think. You? know you.
When you have a moment, we should talk.
Okay, I do have a moment now. However, you don't seem to want to speak with me. Notably, I cannot speak to you. So, hello? Hello? I would like to speak to you, but I am not currently permitted to do so. So that's a little bit concerning. Maybe if we just, leave this room temporarily, and then surprise you? Maybe as soon as the door closes, we immediately turn back around and surprise you? Surprise, we're here again, except you still don't want to talk to us. Okay, that's... unfortunate. Bug? Question mark? I mean, I'm kind of hoping we could leave here and then come back, and then, you know, he'd basically reload, and then we might still be able to talk to him. I mean, I don't know if this is some kind of complex, well-known bug that appears in very specific circumstances and can only be debugged under very specific circumstances, but that's at least my first reaction is to say, what if we either, like, save and reload a save, leave the area and come back? Like, what if we do this? What if we do this? And just see if when we come back in, he'll actually talk to us? I hope so. I hope he was just bugging out a little bit before, but now we can actually talk to you. There we go. Okay, perfect.
When you have a moment, Pathfinder, this is a tremendous honor. I must express my admiration for all you've done. Crossing the void between galaxies, navigating the Scourge to find Aya. Incredible.
Okay.
The odds were against us, that's for sure.
Yet here we are, strangers from different galaxies conversing in friendship.
It's true.
Extraordinary. I am Mariko Darej, Chief Voneron.
Okay, first of all, I don't know what Voneron is. Also, it's a little bit quick to call ourselves friends, but sure, I'll take it. Yeah, your title didn't translate, but it's an honor. Whatever Voneron means.
It's a privilege to meet you. Tell me about yourself.
I'm something of a pathfinder myself.
Oh, okay. Does that make us rivals?
Observer, charting the movements of stars, planets, and the Scourge.
An astronomer. Okay. You know the safe routes out there?
We deploy satellites that alert us to new hazards and opportunities. But we've lost contact with several key observers. They've simply stopped.
Okay.
I sent a vessel to scan their last known locations, but nothing's been found.
All right.
Your Tempest is highly advanced. I hoped you could aid our search.
All right, this sounds like one of those situations where we go to a cluster and go to a system, and we just pop open our scanner, and then we basically confirm what has happened to the stuffs that has gone quiet.
Even Pathfinders need a good map. I'll look into it.
I knew you'd understand. I'll provide search nav points. And when I can finally reconcile our charts with fresh satellite data, I'll gladly share all we have.
Okay. Investigate the first missing satellite nav points. Which I assume... doesn't really tell us here. But I assume if we were to activate that, we could figure it out and potentially do it very quickly if it is just a matter of traveling to other systems and scanning them. Right. Anything else? Any other people with quests or other things like that? Doesn't look like it, although, as I said, that does raise some questions as to whether there might be new quests in other locations that we might want to learn about, because, as I think we've said on at least one or two prior occasions, in general, it seems like it's a good idea. It's generally a good idea to try to get as many quests as early as possible, because otherwise we find ourselves going to an area, exploring that area, doing a quest, and then later we have another quest that takes us back to that area, and we're retracing our steps a lot. So if we can get all that stuff initially, then it just makes it much easier for us to do all that stuff in one cohesive trip, one all-inclusive trip.
Director Tan, good news. The Angara opened an embassy for us on Aya.
That is a surprise? What are their expectations?
They think we're friendly. Don't be yourself. Ouch.
They survived the Scourge and the Ket, and rebuilt their civilization. Don't forget it.
Appeal to their pride. Sensible. I will gather envoys and send them to Aya. Thank you, Pathfinder.
I thought you said androids. It's like, I mean, you could. But it's not very personable. Okay, let's see. We also might have things that our squad mates want to talk about. Not really sure, but we definitely will have things here for us to collect. If we've not unlocked additional cryopods. Strike teams, though? Are they done? Oh, did we? We might have just been waiting for new missions to pop up, to tell you the truth. Wait, is that gold? That does not look like bronze. Pretty sure that's gold. Although not seeing... Yeah, 11% chance of success, that's definitely gold. Okay. Alrighty then. Don't exactly think we're ready for that yet, because we've not even done any silver missions yet. But as we were saying, maybe once we invest in some of the stuff that increases our chances of success, or we just go on more higher risk missions where, you know, stuff like this. I mean, 70% chance is not bad. Wow. Okay. You have effectiveness against Ket, outlaws, and silent, and deadly. Is that what this is? No, it's not. But you're still not terrible. I mean, I was somewhat concerned about getting negative traits. I mean, we don't have any negative traits yet, so I don't really know how bad they are. Are they basically just the opposite of what we have for positive traits? Like, you know, you get minus 10 effectiveness to some other group. If we already have the positive effectiveness against a group, does that then prevent us from getting the corresponding negative one? Or is it possible to get both plus 10 effectiveness against outlaws, or rather, yeah, against outlaws, and then also get the negative 10 against outlaws, or get plus 10 to Ket, and also get negative 10 to Ket, and they just cancel each other out entirely. Don't know. Don't know. So I've kind of been trying to avoid running into any of those types of things deliberately. But, and for that reason, we're being very protective of our teams thus far. Silent and Deadly was the one that you specialize in, right? That's 70% compared to also 70%? Wait. Yeah, what? That's 70%. Why is this also 70%? That's Silent and Deadly. That's not Silent and Deadly. Oh, because it's Remnant. And you don't specialize in Remnant. Whereas this is Ket, and you do specialize in Ket. Alright, so if it were Ket, Silent, and Deadly, it would be great for you. But, I mean, 70% isn't terrible by any means. Should we pick one that is, let's have the better team go for this one, because I think you are not as good against Remnant, yeah. But you are good against Ket. So if we want to try to push both teams to do silver, do that, then we do this. And that's 66, which is still, that's 2/3. It's not terrible. But it is certainly higher risk than I would have liked, probably, to usually do. But we're pushing ourselves. Pushing ourselves. Alright, so I'm curious to see to what extent squad mates might have anything to say about that previous mission, because it was relatively short, mostly just chatting with people, and not so much something we were actually doing on the ground. But then again, I mean, if there were still significant discussions to be had, we did go to the vault on Aya.
What can I do for you, Pathfinder?
Okay, doesn't seem like anything new.
You probably have work to do. We can chat later.
You know where to find me.
Alright. We'll check our emails, I think, just to see if anyone has told us of anything new. Maybe that could give us further insights as to whether we would expect more stuff to pop up on other planets. Oh? Can we talk on camera? This is, I assume, that interviewing Asari lady that we ran into a few times before. Hello, Ryder. The things I'm hearing, a garden world? A whole new species? If you can talk on the record, you know where to find me. Carrie. Okay. So that could be worth taking a quick trip to the Nexus for that. And then what is... Oh, from Tan. Ryder. I've been reviewing all the messages. Ah, yes, we suspected there would be some follow-up to this on the Nexus later on. So he's been reviewing all the messages that we forwarded from the Angaran populace. It's encouraging to see that even in these initial phases of contact, we have supporters among them. Though it's equally clear we have our work cut out for us in winning over the rest. Yeah, so that... He does seem to be acknowledging the fact that we sent all of the messages over unedited, so I am curious to see to what extent that actually has implications in this quest beyond just the initial introduction here. But I'm confident you're on the right track. I would have been surprised if the Angara hadn't expressed skepticism. Okay, that suggests that maybe that was the right move. First contact is a complicated situation, and if roles were reversed, I'd be suspicious of them if they arrived on our doorstep. Thank you for passing these messages along. They'll provide invaluable insight as we navigate these tricky waters. Okay. Communications from Jal. The Moshai sent some news from Aya that she asked me to share with you. Under her guidance, officials are again allowing study in the Aya Vault. It comes with great risk, of course, so she's restricting participation to her brightest students under armed guard. Although she doesn't have your ability to interface with the Remnant, she wants to be ready to assist you, however she can, once Meridian is found. These are interesting and exciting times. Jal. She's fond of you, truly. I haven't heard her talk like this about someone in a long while. She didn't ask me to tell you this last part. I just thought you should know. Alright. Thanks, Jal. Then about Liam's movie night from Suvi. Dear Ryder, I heard what Liam's planning. It seems like a great idea, even if things are unsettled at the moment. I'd love to help out. Stop by when you can. Alright. Speak to... Oh yeah, that's the reporter, but also Suvi is right here.
Liam says he's planning a movie night.
That's the idea.
He's putting it off because it didn't seem right after seeing the exaltation facility. But now there's a delay. I had a thought. Every vid's better with snacks, right? I found an Angaran recipe for these little morsels you can make from a local Helios plant, but it's rare and...
You want me to look for one?
Oh, would you? I'd love to, you know...
Oh, that's totally not what you were hoping we'd do all along. It's totally not where you were trying to lead us. Okay. But it seems like maybe this movie night thing, which, as I was saying before, maybe we would have thematically found it fitting to hold off a little bit on it until later on in the campaign and use it as kind of a celebration for us having achieved something big, something bigger than we've done thus far. Perhaps BioWare was thinking something similar, and it will actually be a pretty long-standing multi-part mission in which we have Liam get us the movie, Sylvie wants us to pick up specific snacks, somebody else is going to want us to get nice warmed blankets or something like that, somebody else is going to want... Well, I guess we already had the popcorn. What else? Like, dramatic lighting. You know, who knows how many extra components there are going to be, but might be a much longer, more drawn-out mission involving more squad mates than I'd originally anticipated, and in doing so, might make it so that the movie is, by default, going to be much later than it otherwise might have initially seemed. So now we need to figure out, do we go straight for this main quest, or... Oh, what else here? Oh yeah, find a plant. On Aya. And we are at Aya right now. So maybe before we do anything elsewhere, we just quickly drop back down and pick that up. So I feel like otherwise we're going to forget about that. Let's do this quickly. while we're here, but I am curious to see if we have additional new quests on other locations as well. Okay, find a plant on IF or Suvi. We buy it from somebody? I imagine that's probably the case. Yeah. That looks like it. Is it from the plants person? The fruits person? I hope it's from the fruits person. I hope we're getting one of those fruits that are for special occasions. Oh, the general no, I want one of these. I want one of those. Creepy as those things look.
We're still good.
Okay. Remnant fighter module. Oh, we might have seen that before. It's kind of assuming it's going to be blatantly obvious when we go past it, but admittedly that might not be the case. That's got to be it, right? Special item. Okay, there it is. Nutritious plant which, properly dried and prepared, is given to Angaran children as a snack. Very cheap. Okay. Here we are. Turn the plant to Suvi. Because I think it... Oh, jumping for joy over here. I think that makes sense for us to do this as quickly as possible like this. Just immediately pick it up, because assuming that at some point in time, another member on the Tempest, another crewmate, is going to tell us to pick up another something or other to prepare for movie night. Just want to get that process going as quickly as possible. Assuming that is going to happen, which certainly seems like that's the direction things are going in. How many things do you really need to do to prepare for a movie night? I don't know. How ambitious of a movie night are we talking here? Okay, so let's quickly...
I think Lexi wanted to speak to you.
Oh! Okay, we can certainly do that, although we are actually about to talk to you, Subi.
I found that plant you wanted.
Great. I'll give the recipe a try when I'm off duty. I've already got ideas for how to jazz it up. And I'll keep working on Mr. I don't like movie nights here to come along.
I like them. I just don't trust our autopilot alone for too long.
I was gonna say, yeah, when are you guys ever off duty? Because that is a little bit concerning, the thought of us not having our navigator and pilot doing their jobs. Not really sure we have much in the way of backup people. Also, where is Lexi? Because she was here previously. Or did I just go down and then immediately go back up, apparently? Liam, Joel... Lexi is downstairs. Okay.
Hey, Drac. Devil's advocate, okay?
Go for it.
With the Ket entrenched here, and things as they are, maybe we should focus our efforts on leaving this cluster.
You mean quit? Run away?
Well, we came to find a new home, not a new enemy, right?
We knew this was a possible scenario, and we took the jump anyway.
What she said.
Come on, Gil. It's not that bad. We'll figure out this whole Ket thing soon enough. Oh. Let's see, where exactly did Lexi go? Where exactly did Lexi go? Think through here?
Oh, Ryder. Sorry for the mess.
Wait, what?
Who's your friend?
Where did this happen?
An exalted cat. I called Jarl to show him. Ah, there he is.
Yeah, not sure you...
Jarl, look at this. There's nothing Angara inside.
The physical can be deceiving.
I've run hundreds of tests. Only traces of the Angara genome remain. The Exalted are Ket.
There must be a way to fix them.
To turn Angara that were exalted into Ket back into Angarans? I mean, we can hope.
Anything's possible. We just have to keep trying.
Even from mistakes, we can learn. Thank you, Ryder.
What?
Jarl needs to accept that exaltation is permanent. You're making his grief worse.
I mean... we don't know that.
I didn't think about it like that.
Because you see him as a friend, not a patient. That's why I'm here. To observe and treat. Jarl is part of this crew. His welfare is my responsibility.
Okay. But we'll ask him whatever questions we want to ask him, okay? No, okay, it's... seemed like a pretty innocent question, but sure.
I know this job was a surprise, but you've really stepped up. And look, you got your Ket sample.
Also, I don't remember how you...
Their bodies are
we
unlike
did not give you a Ket
anything
sample,
I've
did we?
seen.
Like, how did you happen
Centuries of gene
across this?
stealing, crafted evolution. It's horrible, of course, but also fascinating.
Glad you're settling in.
Sink or swim, right?
Yeah, don't get any big ideas here, Lexi.
I should probably clean this up before it starts to smell.
Yeah. Like, I don't know what you did to get this in the first place, because I don't think that we provided you with a Ket's captured to do this kind of research on. Also, yeah, interesting, yes. The whole we're stealing data or, you know, pieces of the genomes of various other species and adding them to the Ket genome. But don't get too enthusiastic about that thing, okay? It's not as if we're about to try to do that ourselves, all right? Just take it easy on that front. Just take it easy for a second there. Is there anyone else that we have reason to chat with? I don't really know. And we haven't learned of anyone other than Lexi and Suvi who had reason to talk to us, and we kind of used Vetra as a test to see if we were going to hear something from all of our squad mates after having done what was technically a main quest mission, although perhaps not a very involved one at that. But yeah, so now we need to ask ourselves, is it worth going back... Ooh, hold on. Not doing that. Is it worth going to other places like the Nexus, like Hyperion, I don't know, and seeing if there are other quests for us to do? I guess Tan wanted to meet with us at the very least. So that's, I guess, an excuse to go to the Nexus and at least see if it is just... Oh. See if it is just a Tan thing or if there are other people who want us to do things for them as well. So is this the scan that person on Aya wanted us to do for them? Yeah, satellite nav point. Okay. Exactly. This is the kind of mission that I expected this to be. It shouldn't be that involved, I wouldn't think. Should be pretty
According to that
straightforward.
astronomer on Aya, a satellite should be here.
I'm not detecting anything. If it was here, it's gone.
You mean destroyed?
I mean, gone. Destruction would leave debris. We've got nothing. Let's try another nav point.
It does say satellite here, though. This is the nav point provided by Mariko Darjev, but there is neither evidence of a satellite nor debris from one. Though we did gain remnant research data, so I guess there's that. Okay, just to confirm it is not here where we're expecting to find that stuff? Okay. Fair enough. So do you tell us what system? That's where the main quest is going to take us. It's not showing up on any of the other systems, and it's not as if the numbers have dropped below 100% because we now have something that is has been introduced into the system that we have not yet explored. Technically, probably should drop below 100% in that case, but can we learn what system it's in? I mean, that conveniently was in the system we were already in, but it was on under Aya, right? Like, if we activate this, does it tell us which of the systems to look into to find it? I'm hoping that it does. Okay, this one where we previously have been, but there's not really anything there, I don't think. Yeah, because Nexus is over there. For a second, I thought that might have been the system with the Nexus in it, but it is not. So yeah, this should be pretty quick, I would think. What is that?
Anomaly on sensors.
Yeah. Oh, we'll take the ESO. So again, mind you, it said 100% in this area, even though it clearly was not 100% anymore. That is extremely bright. Okay, is this... Positive element zero appears to have originated within the destruction of a large starship, though it is difficult to confirm. Have we already been there? It seemed like that was the new thing that we were picking up. No, apparently not. This little thing over here.
Probe away. Getting a scan.
Okay. Now, is this one also empty? And if so, is this gonna be a little more complicated than we might have initially anticipated?
You're sure that astronomers' nav points are correct?
Like, is this
You seem to think so.
There's nothing out here.
The Scourge didn't swallow a satellite whole. You can't do that, right?
I'll let you know. Let's check other nav points.
Like, is this astronomer actually secretly setting us up? Trying to get us swallowed by the Scourge as well, or something along those lines? This nav point does not contain an Angaran satellite, but there are trace radioactive particles consistent with those produced by small starships' engine thrusters. More remnant research data? Okay. Where to next? Over here? Yeah, it seems like it's basically taking us to all the systems that previously had just about nothing in them at all. So good to see that there's at least some reason to go to those places at some point, because at the time, it just seemed like, okay, this location is completely insignificant and just feels like filler.
Anomaly detected.
Alright, this one right here.
Deploying probe. I found something.
What about this time? That looks like something.
Let me guess. No Angaran satellite?
No, but I've got something else. Message buoy from an Angaran ship. They came here looking and didn't find anything either. Left a marker for us.
Must be the team our astronomer sent.
They headed to a new nav point. We should join the party.
Is it a trap, though? So I feel like it might be. Power reading's 98.2%, so seems more or less fully functional. System report unit can broadcast another 8 standard months, broadcasting data in the Angaran language. This comm buoy is set for extremely short-range transmission. Likely as a security precaution, only a vessel searching its precise nav point can detect the message. Okay. Elias research data this time, as that is an Angaran device. Okay. It said short range, but I guess it's still in a different system. No, it's way over here. This system.
I'm picking up something.
looked completely overrun by the Scourge.
Deploying probe.
More or less.
Getting a scan.
Alright, are we on to something this time, maybe? Something bigger. Oh?
Stand by. I'm cutting through heavy interference from the Scourge.
We are pretty close for comfort.
Something's drifting just inside. Angaran ship. In pieces. No life signs.
Who did this? Ket?
I found the ship's log. Scanning and downloading. Scavengers. The Angara caught them stealing satellites. The Scavs fought back, and the Angara collided with the Scourge.
Can we find the scavengers?
I have their ship's transponder ID. It's registered out of Kadara port.
Okay, so that's not terribly surprising. Another example, I think, of a type of quest that in the original Mass Effect trilogy would have expected this to take us to some other planet that we might not otherwise have been to. And so, you know, again, I generally like that a lot. Having more reasons to go to these otherwise more remote locations. Otherwise, you know, we're just popping in here ever so briefly to do a couple of scans, and that's pretty much it. And it feels like there's some reason to go here at this point, true. But feels like there could be a lot more purpose behind our exploration, and that would make it much more interesting if we had more stuff going on here, like those types of side quests. What's up, QB Smash? How's it going? How are you? Been a little while. What were you up to? We are doing some Mass Effect Andromeda. It's my first time playing Mass Effect Andromeda. So, it is all new to me. Going in blind. Have not seen anyone play it. Have obviously not played it myself, so it is all new, and I am excited to do so, as I am a big Mass Effect fan. What were you doing? What were you up to? We've been tracking down some satellites that were, well, trying to collect data, yes, but apparently this one got attacked by some scavengers, and then, after doing some evasive maneuvers to avoid those scavengers, crashed, more or less. And, well, the crew is apparently not doing so well anymore. But yeah, I wish these types of quests would take us to a brand new planet, just for a one-off, relatively short mission, totally different location, rather than having basically everything all coalesce on these one or two planets here or there. So it just kind of seems, I mean, yes, mostly because it'd be nice to have more reason to go to these other places and make them feel more significant. Also, at times it feels a little bit odd that, you know, everything just so happens to all lead in the same direction. Persevered through the most challenging of tasks. Very delightful and positive. Don't let anyone tell you otherwise. Yeah, I mean, so I was very much looking forward to, I take it from that you mean that you've played Andromeda yourself. If I'm inferring correctly there. But yeah, I'm a big Mass Effect fan, and I just, at the time that Andromeda came out, did not have a system that could run it. And I was kind of planning to get one to do just that, but then with all the lukewarm to negative reviews of it, I thought, you know what? Maybe this isn't the game that I should be splurging a whole bunch of money on just to be able to run it in the first place. But after having waited a while, I still wanted to play it, but after waiting a while and giving some time for things like patches to improve the playing a little bit, and also just a little more time and distance to have all that negative talk further in the background and not let it cloud my judgment, I think has definitely been beneficial. And try to look at it through a fresh set of eyes, clean slate, not influenced by others to sway my opinion one way or the other on it, and just give it a fair chance. Stuck on a hard level on Crash. Oh. Okay. Well, yeah, thanks for stopping by. Now, Crash is not, well, Crash 4, is that one of the new ones? It's obviously Crash is an old classic franchise. But they've definitely done either remakes or just outright new games of it recently. Very new one. How is it? Once upon a time, I did not own a Crash game, but I had a friend who owned a Crash game or two that had some multiplayer in it. And so I did play some multiplayer Crash goodness. Would that be? That might have been 20 years ago. Wow. I'm so old. So yeah, you might know better than me in that case what Crash that might have been. But it might have been. It's probably, was it PS1 or was it PS2? Honestly, I don't even know. But yeah, probably 20 or close to 20 years ago. Oh man. I don't say that too often. But I guess that's one of those things that does become more frequent as one grows older. Yeah, I'm a big fan of the blind playthroughs as well when it comes to doing things that are more campaign-based. Like, before the days of doing multiplayer, Pyre, and I guess Mass Effect 3 I did before, Mass Effect 1, 2, and 3 I did before I ever started streaming, but I do like to do the campaigns, blinds, and before doing multiplayer, so that I can get a fully immersive and new experience without having to have things spoiled by multiplayer, or it just feels more engaging to me in that way. Feels like, you know, that's the way the games are designed to be played, right? Suspenseful plot points and developments and what have you. Some of the appeal of those things can be lost if you know what the game is building up to all along, and it's just not that same kind of suspense anymore. Things like that. Okay. So, I am not sure. We suspected there might be some new quests here, but we don't know definitively. What do we have here? Speak to Carrie about the Angara. Oh, right, that's the Asari journalist. I honestly even forgot that we technically wanted to talk to her, but that is also a thing. Also, apparently there's a new quest there. Alright, so there's at least a little bit for us to do back here. Okay. Let's have a little interview.
Free for an interview? I'd like to know more about the Angara. It's not often a first contact goes so smoothly. At least the Angara are more peaceful than the Ket. There's high hopes for this alliance.
Okay, let's see. At least the Angara are more peaceful than the Ket. That is certainly true. So we have just recent... Oh, also we can hit on this reporter if we would like to, although we are kind of, sort of, settling on someone else. So, yeah, I mean, we've met this new species in the new galaxy who we've actually been relatively friendly with, the Angara. Unlike the Ket, the other new species we've met who have been very antagonistic thus far.
The Angara are survivors, and they're willing to help. They'll be great allies.
The Angara soldier who joined your team has a few fans already, but everyone's talking about Aya. Green plants, flowing water? Our leaders have discussed whether we should send colonists there.
Well, the thing is, yes, we are looking for places to colonize the new galaxy. True. However, if we start to try colonizing places that the Angara already control, then that might not go over terribly well.
If the Angara say yes, I don't see why not.
I wonder who gets to make that call. The Angara don't have much of a government left. Okay, that's... Colonist registration is up since last episode, as is morale. Tan sent this for you. Inspiring, huh?
Oh, whoa. Okay, just casually phase through us while you're at it. On hold, wait for Carrie's next interview slot. Okay, no worries. Well, lots of people talking.
You could have at least pretended the transition was difficult.
Oh, also, not to mention that whole conversation about their interviewer who we theoretically could have hit on, who I said we probably don't want to hit on because we are theoretically pursuing a relationship with someone else. Yeah, that person's right here. So that would have been really awkward. That would have been I mean, not that we've progressed our relationship that much with Vetra. We're not serious yet. But we've kind of decided that that's probably the person we're gonna try to romance, so to speak. But yeah, that'd be kind of awkward if we just started very blatantly hitting on someone else right in front of her. Probably wouldn't go over too well. Alright, so that was one thing we wanted to do. That was pretty quick. But then there's apparently something else here, probably of the new quest variety. Can we go through there? No?
And we're happy to help your guards secure their weapons.
I prefer them armed for now. You understand, of course.
Oh, Pathfinder, this is the head of the Angaran delegation.
The one who saved the Moshai. She speaks highly of you. Call me Issa de Navarre.
Only experience with Mass Effect is play through the first 3 on... I mean, that's a lot. Obviously, Andromeda is separate from the original Mass Effect trilogy, but there are some things that are generally similar between them. But obviously, we're in a totally different galaxy. We're in the Andromeda Galaxy, whereas the original trilogy takes place in the Milky Way. And along with that, that means that we have met new species like the Angaran, which did not come with us on their initial trip. We did come with several of the other alien species from the Milky Way, who I guess now, relative to all the new people in Andromeda, are not really so alien anymore. But so this is basically the area on the main space station where we are keeping track of all the various species that we came here with, and also ones that we have met in our time here in the Andromeda Galaxy. And so now that we have started to become a little more friendly with the Angara, they are starting to set up shop here as well for the first time.
Welcome, Ambassador. The Angara's first formal visit will be one for the history books.
I wonder what they'll say.
I was just explaining to the Ambassador that armed guards aren't necessary here.
Yeah.
Is something wrong, Ambassador?
Please walk with me, Pathfinder.
Generally doesn't send a great message to have your people be armed in civilian areas.
So much life. All different, all united. The way it could have been. 75 years ago, we were scattered, struggling to rebuild after the Scourge. Then, the Ket arrived. Alien life. It was monumental. But then they deceived and enslaved us. So, I hope you understand my precautions.
Yeah, it's slowly been ramping things up for a long time now, but I think, you know, I've gotten a little bit smarter about it, figured out what some of the things are, in addition to just having really long streams that have been blowing up my voice. But, you know, that combined with bad night sleeps is the real nasty combination. But then, you know, host of other things as well that I can do to keep myself in better shape to keep on doing stuff like this and having some fun, playing Mass Effect and whatnot. Rex is the best character. I mean, you will get no arguments from me. Rex is pretty freaking awesome. So there is another Krogan who we met along the way. Actually, did not originally come with us, or came with a separate group from the Milky Way, who we later met up with unexpectedly, but has since joined our team, and he's some fun as well. But let's see. I'm not sure. I mean, it's early days. I don't think he can live up to Rex, but we'll see. We'll still give him a chance. But yeah, in this case, the Angarans, so they're again two main species that we've met in the Andromeda Galaxy, sentient species. The Angara, which is the species of this person right in front of us, who have been relatively peaceful toward us thus far, and the Kets. The Kets have been very hostile toward us. And the Kets, so the Angara are native to this area. Then the Kets were not, but they showed up a few 200 years ago or so, and started to fight and enslave the Angarans, and so now we show up, and the Angarans are like, hey, those Ket people were not very nice to us when they showed up, so now we're not about to trust you anytime soon. You need to be really nice to us for a really long time before we can assume that you are not about to do the same thing that the Ket did.
Your people have endured much, Ambassador. I'd be cautious too.
Yet all this, your initiative, is proof there's a better way. I want to believe in this alliance, Pathfinder. The Moshae says you're trustworthy. Please, help me trust in you.
Okay, let's see. Don't mess this up. Don't mess this up. We have much to offer. The Ket hate us. Look, the Ket hate both of us. And therefore, we have to be friends, right? Don't know what to tell you now. We have to come up with something more convincing than that. Verify what we say. None of these seem particularly convincing. Other than, I mean, this feels like the only thing that even comes close to making a case for ourselves being good allies. Everything else is like, maybe, or just, no. We have no reason why you should trust us.
Everything you see, we're willing to share. Knowledge, technology, support.
What's the price?
Whatever you're willing to give.
They'll surrender their weapons to your militia, if that's satisfactory.
Thank you. We won't disappoint you, Ambassador.
Pavoa set Jav Jaravon, Pathfinder. Welcome to Andromeda.
I think that went well. Not gonna lie, when I first saw the guards come up, I was like, oh no, we did something terribly wrong, didn't we? But then he's like, oh no, we'll give you all the weapons. We'll turn all of the weapons of our guards. No worries. Like, okay, that's much better then. All right. Ooh, what do we have there? Okay. Looks like we should check that out. Otherwise, not much happening up here. But if we do go downstairs, there may be stuff going on. Of some variety. See? Here again? That's where we just were, though. And I thought that's what this was kind of directing us toward. The whole thing with the ambassador, but maybe not. I mean, I guess. Sure. We can double check. I feel like there was something we were supposed to do at the bar as well, and we are right next to the bar. Maybe. I might be misremembering, but just poke our heads in. I do like that every now and again, there's that animation for when we're like just barely not tripping. Just a nice little touch. I do like that a lot. Every time it happens, it makes me happy. Okay. Was there someone we were supposed to talk to at the bar? Maybe not anymore. Liam?
Take a break, Pathfinder. Everyone needs it.
Getting the sense I may be misremembering. Also, that person definitely just smashed that bottle of alcohol on our face. Yeah, right. No better way to say we're friendly than to have guards very well.
Get the storage pods in the damaged sections.
Decent. I'm still missing some items. Way too many items.
We just got set up. Give it some time. We're lucky to have the stock we do. We're lucky to be alive, really.
I don't know how they expect us to be of any use.
Yeah, but no better way to make friends than to just have your two armed guards sulk toward someone ominously. Oh, is it the... Apparently we're hearing the diplomat that we're just speaking to somewhere. Here are some Angaran people. Oh.
I just... look at this. Such a sight. I won't ever tire of this.
Alright.
It's space. Vacuum, stars, radiation. Agonizing death if you go out without a suit.
You have no poetry in your soul, young man.
I have plenty of poetry. The things that keep me safe and alive.
Alright.
You're the Pathfinder. Thank you so much for returning the Moshae to us.
So basically, they had their chief scientist was captured by the Ket, these hostile other aliens, and we helped rescue her. So that was sort of the big favor that we've done to the Angara most recently, which is why we've started to win them over a little bit more. So I think we just try to really lay on the, oh, really, it was the right thing to do. Really, there was no other possible conclusion to come to. We had no other choice, but we had to do it.
I'm glad I could help. Seems your people really cherish her.
She is dear to us. By the way, you should know. The head of our delegation is at your cultural center. He'd be honored to speak with you.
Okay. So yeah, our job as Pathfinder is basically you could kind of think of it as Chief Explorer. We are primarily looking for new places for our people from our big spaceship to colonize. Oh, Jal is our friend, and you are apparently important.
Interesting place, isn't it? Full of smiles and handshakes. Not many soldiers. Even though when politicians make peace, it's we soldiers who keep it.
Alright, slow down there, buddy. Let's just, let's take a few steps back here. Let's just let this tension slowly dissipate.
Given our situation, it's smart to show we truly come in friendship.
Though in these times you should be prepared for the alternative. But names. I know you, Pathfinder. I am Andraknor, a Heskal with the Resistance.
Right, those words mean nothing to me.
Centuries ago, Heskal were special forces. We defended colonies, passing our training down via oral history. Few remember us today. I came to learn what the Milky Way knows of such things. I heard your father was part of a similar program, an N7.
Mean nothing to you either. It does sound like Huskarl is an actual thing in history, right? That was some kind of, forgetting what civilization used that term, but need to draw upon my Age of Empires 2 memory for this. But there's one civilization has the Huskarl as their unique legendary unit, right? But yeah, I don't remember. But and it is based on an actual military unit of some variety from somewhere in Europe from some number of hundreds of years ago. Couldn't speak to any more specifics than that. Okay, wait, hold on. You have to learn what the Milky Way knows of such things. I heard your father was part of a similar program in N7. So yes, our father was originally supposed to be the lead explorer, the Pathfinder. Then he died, and we took his spot, basically. And he was an N7, which is basically the... N is sort of the special forces for the human military back in the Milky Way, and then 7 is the highest rank within the special forces, so it's pretty elite status.
What have you learned about the N7 program?
Human soldiers who trained on exotic worlds. Arcturus,
I absolutely trust my Age of Empires knowledge on this one.
They learn to fight in all environments on little food or sleep, to care for their injured, to lead. Is that accurate? Wasn't your father one of them?
Yeah.
He was one of the first N7s. He was proud of that, even though he didn't stay in service. Didn't stop him teaching me and my sister a few tricks.
So, you carry a little of that knowledge with you, as well as your Pathfinder skills. N7 training would benefit my people. Heskal training would benefit yours. Perhaps a few war games.
What?
Show me how your skills handle the tests of a Heskal recruit. Challenge yourself and teach me.
Is this guy challenging us to a fight? No, we didn't kill our dad for our job. It was a freak accident, okay? It's a freak accident. Totally was not our fault. He actually well, we may have broken some critically important equipment. He totally challenged us to a duel. But yeah, our father, well, we fell, kind of, sort of, broke some critically important equipment when we were on a planet where we were not going to be able to survive without that equipment. And our dad comes over and is like, oh, come on, son. Why you gotta be like this? And then it's like, okay, here, take my helmet instead. Plops his helmet on our head. Suddenly, we can breathe, we're fine, but he's now unable to breathe on a planet where there's no breathable atmosphere, so he dies. And he passes the torch on to us to be the Pathfinder. Yeah, so what kind of duel are we talking about here? Because I have not been collecting much in the way of my Mass Effect Andromeda cards yet, so my deck is a little bit weak right now.
A chance to work with the Angaran best of the best? Absolutely.
Excellent. I'll activate our training beacons. Finding them can be your first test. After that, I look forward to learning.
But what? Hold on. We find... Battle the Remnant. Okay, Battle the Remnant, that sounds good. Battle ancient ferocious creatures. Wait for the entry. Hold on. I demand more information. I demand more information about this. I was promised a duel, and for a second there it sounded like this was just going to turn into a fetch quest. And that... I felt completely bamboozled. He totally pulled the rug out from under us. Wait, what categories are there? What the heck? Did I just go past it? Angaran Special Forces have issued a series of challenges. Time to impress. Battle the Remnant. Battle ancient ferocious creatures. Retrieve sensitive data. Oh, the retrieve sensitive data part was what seemed like it was a complete 180 from what he was saying. It's a duel for patience. I am curious where... It doesn't tell us where these things are. Wait, does it... Doesn't tell us where these things are. Okay, so I really don't know what the deal is with that. That was extremely vague. Odd. Okay, once we are off this station, then we might investigate further to see more specifically where that stuff is. Pretty sure some of these things are new. Maybe we talk to Jal real quick.
Pathfinder, thank you for arranging my access to the cultural center. There's so much to study here. It would take a lifetime.
So this is an Angaran person who has joined our crew and has proved to be quite useful thus far. Strong member of our team thus far.
I'd enjoy that. All the reading, history, science, culture. Get some snacks, settled into that corner over there.
No offense, but I'm starting with the Asari.
Oh, sure. But when we get to Elcor Hamlet, I want to know.
Actually a thing. Actually a thing from Mass Effect 3, at least. Possibly mentioned in Mass Effect 2, but... Actually a thing in Mass Effect 3. You can meet the... Is he the lead actor for it? Okay. Now, we do still want to talk with Tan, the director of the initiative, don't we? And he's in a different area of the station. So I think we head over there and see if anything else pops up in the meantime. Otherwise, we'll just have a quick chat with him. We go to operations. Might be other quests that we just don't know about yet. Kind of like that one we were just doing. Okay, so let's see. Check our map. Oh, well, hold on. Anything else popping up here? Not really seeing anything besides... Wait, hold on. Is he in a different... Where is he? Is he in a different area now? Oh, wait. Hold on. What? He's not in his usual spot? He isn't. I don't think. This would be his office. Hello again. Where is your boss? Is he supposed to be? He is here.
Our wisdom, our knowledge.
We have plenty of that on our own.
Of course. And you also have food, water, necessities of life.
Now we get to the heart of the matter.
I would like to lay a groundwork for trade between our
We
people.
might have heard this before.
What would you trade?
Well, wisdom and knowledge.
Is this just a loop?
We'll take that under consideration. Good day.
Okay. So this is the leader of our initiative to colonize the Andromeda Galaxy from the Milky Way. So everyone here, or well, yeah, he's basically, that is his job. He was originally, what, the 8th person in command or something like that, but then series of unfortunate events led the 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th people all to not be alive anymore. So now it's his job.
Something I can help you with?
Hold the phone. Yes, there was supposed to be something we were going to chat with you with.
That's
about.
all. Thanks for your time.
Of course.
Why did it not pop up? Hold on. Hold on. We were supposed to talk to you about something. Why was there nothing of note? Check. Wait for an email from that person. Gather into what? What? No, I'm not even sure what category it was. I mean, he emailed us. You emailed us saying to meet you. We show up at your office, and then you don't want to talk. What the heck, man? You just ghosted us. What the actual heck? Your assistant doesn't have anything to say to us? How dare he? Oh no, not the puns. Not the puns. Alright, while we are here, we can potentially check on our strike team, see if they're still occupied. Oh, they're still occupied for a while. Okay. That's sort of stuff that happens in the background. Oh.
Minimum casualties. A good week.
Okay, not really sure what that was about, but sure. In that case, I guess we do. Wait, we still have. Oh, the thing we have highlighted here is the main quest, which is taking us back to a totally different area. That's why, at first, I thought that the NPC that I was just trying to talk to, I was like, why is our quest icon in a totally different direction? Still thought we needed to talk to him, though, which is odd. Odd that he did not have anything to say to us, and nor can I find any mention of a quest that is actually officially telling us to go to him, despite the fact that he absolutely did email us, telling us to talk to him. Could talk to the lady that we hate, but unless we have a specific reason to do so, I think we avoid that. We have not been directed to do so, so I think we just refrain. I guess we're just heading back. I guess we're just heading out. Unless we also want to head back to our own arc, the Hyperion, but I don't think there should be much happening there. I think we just head back to the docking bay. I think we get out of here. Okay. Let's skedaddle. Wait, what?
Welcome back.
I saw Angaran bodyguard show up with some text, with some dialogue at the top of our screen there for a second. We don't have any Angaran bodyguards on our ship, So I was very confused what that guy would have been doing on our ship. I think that was just left over from where we were previously.
Yeah? When's the last time you had a normal conversation?
This is a normal conversation.
No. This is you trying to figure me out, categorize my flaws, put a label on me.
That isn't.
Everyone on this ship is an experiment to you, and I've got no interest in being a guinea pig.
So how's it going?
We were right about the vault on Aya, huh? What a find.
And this Meridian might jumpstart all the others.
I knew hitching my wagon to yours would pay off.
Okay. So, we basically have been trying to seek out these big underground, well, both underground and above ground, humongous structures that have been created by some kind of ancient civilization that have the ability to, when activated, terraform a planet, basically modify it to be more hospitable for human and Asari, Solarian, what have you, habitation. So we've been trying to get to as many of these types of locations as we can to make as many planets viable for colonization as we can. Then we recently learned that there is some kind of super vault, super monolith called the Meridian that can be the one vault to rule them all. So we need to go over there so that in the darkness we can bind them. Oh man, some space nachos would be amazing right now.
So what's your take? Is this Meridian what we think it is?
Everything we've seen, each remnant system we've uncovered, is connected to everything else. The bots, the monoliths, the vaults. It stands to reason that activating Meridian will connect the entire network and rekindle terraforming across the cluster.
So you think we're doing the right thing?
Well, yeah.
Alright, fair enough.
Thanks for chatting. We'll talk again later.
You know it.
Alright, so for what it's worth, PB did have at least a little bit of new stuff to talk to us about, whereas we kind of used Vetra as a test case previously. And she did not have anything new to say.
What can I do for you, Pathfinder?
But maybe that was just a false negative.
You probably have work to do. We can chat later.
You know where to find me.
So it might be worth making more of an effort to check in with other squad mates to see if they actually do have thoughts on the current state of affairs.
Ket genetics defies everything we know. They're bits of different species, and yet all Ket. It's bizarre, horrifying, fascinating, all at once.
Yeah, so we also recently learned that Ket, the antagonistic species, is apparently not just capturing other species and enslaving them, but also absorbing some of their genetic material and integrating it into their own genetic material. And if that sounds crazy, that's because it is. So we have not really made a lot of sense out of that yet.
Just think, while you're poking around in their genetics, they're probably doing the same with ours.
Huh. Wonderful. That's me never sleeping again.
Okay, on that note,
I should get back to things.
Sounds good.
Alright, what about you?
Gil, O'Connell and Serena spent months getting our systems coordinated. You can't just strip and redesign those connections on the fly. Gil? I know you can hear me.
The whole ship can hear you. I'm just not listening.
You're fighting again?
I'm thinking the same, believe me.
Okay, so he is the pilot, and the person he was just talking to is the lead engineer.
What can I do for you?
So what do you think of the other teammates?
What do you think of the rest of the crew?
Dr. Tapero seems nice, if quiet. It must be very different here, compared to the Hyperion. Fewer people in stasis shock.
Let's keep it that way.
Okay, that is our doctor.
I'll let you concentrate.
You know where I'll be.
But as for actual squad mates get out on the ground with us, let's see. Drac is the Krogan. The Krogan pal. Where exactly did they go, though? Spoken to you two. Both of you already. Nobody in here. It looked like they were... They're up here, are they? Nope. Just through this way. Oh, also, hold on. This is probably ready for us to pick up. Yeah, just a little bit of resources we get every 45 minutes as a little bonus as we level up and make the Andromeda Galaxy a little more homey.
Centurions kick out the genophage, basically destroy our people, and they get a pat on the back and a seat on the council. And what do I get? A medal.
A medal? From who?
My buddy made one out of a piece of scrap and pinned it to my chest. Still got it somewhere.
So this is our Krogan pal, Drac.
Pathfinder?
Who apparently doesn't really have anything new to talk to us about. Besides potentially some war stories. So he is over 1,000 years old.
Got any stories or advice to share?
Does a pyjak scratch its butt?
I mean, clearly that is amazing combat advice, so I would love to hear more.
Tell me more about fighting Ket.
So, Chosen, it's not good to let too many of them get close to you at once. If they hit your shields, take a step back. Let me handle them. Bet you anything they're not used to being rushed by a Krogan.
Alright. Common sense, don't get rushed down by too many of your enemies, even if they are the relatively common type.
Tell me more about fighting Ket.
Fire and explosives are good against anything with heavy armor. Or anything, really. Generally, no one likes being set on fire.
Generally? There's a story behind this.
Oh?
Ha, there sure is.
Alright, go on. I was gonna say, I mean, that is actually the primary thing that we are doing, is we are more or less a flamethrower-based character right now.
You mentioned that people generally don't like being set on fire?
But...
I was hoping you'd ask. So, about 400 years ago, give or take a decade, me and my outfit were pinned down during a skirmish with another merc group. So I pull off my usual stunt, charge ahead and breach their barricade. Pop my flamethrower and get ready to let go. Only to see them all screaming and running away. Turns out, I'd crashed through a shipment of Turian brandy on my way in. Never even noticed I was on fire. But they sure did.
Oh.
Never seen a pack of mercs panic that badly before.
Okay. Accidentally crash through bottles of hard liquor and set yourself on fire in the process as you try to torture enemies.
We can talk more later.
Sure.
Good times. Now, our build is basically to disappear with a tactical cloak, and then, at least temporarily, while we are invisible, we can still shoot people with a flamethrower, which, unfortunately, our invisibility only lasts for a couple seconds after we break out the flamethrower, but still, the premise alone makes me very happy. Okay, who else do we want to chat with? Gil, our engineer?
Did I hear right? You're going after the Archon's ship?
Maybe
Looks
the
like
big baddie.
Last time we crossed his path, you nearly broke my baby here. Tell me you have a better plan of escape this go-around.
Yeah, we're gonna not get chased away by the leader of the Ket. That's pretty much the extent of our plan.
I've got it all under control.
How naive do I look? Just stay out of the skirts, huh?
Okay. Oh, this is actually several new topics of discussion. So, this is the pilot, and as we were just hearing about earlier, you know that they do have a fair bit of arguments between the two of them.
Out with it already. What's the deal with you and Callow? Anything I should be concerned about?
Twist my arm, why don't you? It's contrasting styles more than anything. He's a blueprint guy. I'm gears and guts. Got ink on his digits, not grease up to his elbows. If you didn't have me to balance him out, you might be in trouble. Heck, maybe that goes both ways.
Alright. Jill, I think, is... what? Was somebody who... he might have had a relationship with in the past? I might not be remembering that correctly.
How's your friend Jill doing?
Good. Busy. Apparently, prepping multiple species for procreation is a lot of work. Who knew? Waiting to get it all started was killing her. Now she's being shot out of a cannon, so to speak.
Oh, right. She's the person who's in charge of reproduction in the Andromeda Galaxy, which is kind of crazy. But, I mean, at least once we actually have enough viable planets to colonize for us to start growing a population, then that is something that will be important. But we already have we still have tens of thousands of people who are in cryostasis waiting to get woken up until we have more places for people to live and work and what have you. So, it's just not really the time to be trying to grow our population yet. Also, Gil is very good at poker.
Regale me with some poker wisdom.
Well, bluffing and reading players aside, poker is all about math. If the odds of getting the card you need are greater than the bet, make the bet.
Alright, I guess.
Good talking to you, Gil.
Anytime.
We are kind of the Human Torch. This is true. I've been jokingly referring to it as, what's my name been? The Stealth Oven. Just because we have the invisibility as well. But there's definitely a little bit of Human Torchness in there as well. Okay, let's see. We actually want to go down, don't we? Assuming that there may still be more people we want to chat with. Who else is hanging out here? No, what? Cora?
That vault on Aya was so gorgeous, so alive.
Technically, she didn't go with us.
The others.
No wonder the Archon wants to control it, like everything in Helios.
Okay. So we came with a bunch of humans to the Andromeda Galaxy, and there were supposed to be other groups of other species from the Milky Way who also came here in their own large ships. For the most part, those other large ships got lost somewhere in transit and ran into some kind of issues, and we have not yet been able to meet back up with them if their ship is still intact and if their crew is still alive at all, including the Asari Ark.
How's the search for the Asari Ark going?
Those Asari refugees were a real help. Now to find the survey ship they mentioned.
Okay.
See you later, Cora.
Doesn't seem like anything
I'll be
super
here.
significant from her.
There's much to say about that facility on Volt.
There will be. But maybe not right now.
I get you, pal. Inane chatter about nothing coming up.
Alright.
We'll talk later. I'm unhappy with us right now.
He is mad at us because in our previous, or technically 2 main quests ago, when we were trying to rescue the lead Angaran scientist who was captured by the Ket had this whole facility where they were capturing a whole bunch more Angarans, and Jal tried to make the case that we should rescue all of the Angarans at the facility, and that way we save some people in the short term, additional people in the short term, beyond just the lead scientist who was our primary person we were trying to get out of there. However, the alternative was to blow up the facility so that they could not continue to operate it in the future and get several future rounds of prisoners, and potentially just run the facility indefinitely, because basically he was saying, don't touch the facility at all, just let everyone escape. And we don't really have a way to ensure that the Ket don't just continue to operate the facility, which seemed like a pretty silly argument for that reason. Like, okay, sure, maybe we save the, 100 people who are here right now? But if, by allowing the facility to continue to operate, we allow them to capture several other rounds, then that's several hundred more people who eventually would get captured, who we could have saved or prevented from getting captured in the first place if we just destroy the facility altogether, even if it means making a short-term sacrifice. True, invisibility is more the Torch Sisters thing. That is true.
Hey, Pathfinder. Sorry, not much time to talk.
What's going on?
Lots. It's the outposts. Or, lack of them.
I mean, we're working on it.
So many people counting on us to keep the initiative supplied.
I hear that. Should be job 1, or close to it. We get enough outposts, maybe the Nexus loosens up and we can start living.
Okay. We learn more about his past?
Just checking in. I wanted to ask about you.
What do you want to know?
Your parents and the car. Oh, right. He and his parents were, like, he was not from a very wealthy family, but they saved up for a car for some reason, or something like that. Something about trying to save up for a car, even though it had little to no practical use.
I have to know about the car.
We'd wrench on it as a family. Mom suggested it, and Dad liked a happy mom. That's how I fell into mechanical stuff. Armor and jump jets. Mom wasn't a fan of the second part. You know how it is.
Okay. I guess so.
I worried my parents from time to time.
That's a kid's job. I probably crossed the line a few times, though. Like jumping a galaxy. That's why I have to make this work. If I don't, then Andromeda was a mistake. I said goodbye to too many people to let that happen.
I don't remember the exact details on how or why the whole car thing came to be, but he is making kind of a big deal about it. Then Hustle is like the emergency response program that he used to work for back in the Milky Way.
Tell me about your friends in crisis response.
I swore I wouldn't tell anyone what they did. Stealing the shuttle for the car was above and beyond. Dondi, Base, Mazzy, Noel, Cap, and goddamn Hammond. The best people when buildings are falling down. Eventually, I'll have to start a new branch here, I promised.
Alright, I mean, I suppose. Makes sense. That'd be something we need at some point.
We'll talk later.
I know it.
Okay. So that's those two. And, oh, our doctor's still in here. Okay. Anything new from you?
Everything all right?
Oh, yes. PB and I were just having a debate.
True, you were arguing with PB before, and we have talked to PB since then, but we've not spoken with you. Isn't that progress? I mean, PB, the Asari upstairs, is, quite evasive, I guess you could say. So, in some ways, that is kind of progress, just the fact that you're talking to her at all, on the other hand, wasn't all that cordial.
You mean argument?
No, that would be unprofessional.
If you say so.
Ryder, do you think I'm uptight?
Just a little bit. A little bit of a subterranean homesick alien.
Don't answer that. Let's just talk about something else.
Okay. Oh, wait, what? This is a point of conversation with her? So, technically we're a cyborg. A little bit. Kind of. Sort of. We technically have an artificial intelligence somehow installed in our brain that our father somehow passed on to us. Details aren't important, okay? And other than that it nearly killed us, but now we're totally fine, don't worry about it. And nowadays, when we're out exploring, we will occasionally run into these little objects that can trigger past memories that our father had that he sort of passes on to us through this AI that he gave to us. And these are the new memory fragments, but I'm surprised that the doctor has anything to say about this.
I ran across another memory fragment. Dad made Sam for Mom, to cure her. I knew that was part of it, but...
You didn't know it was the driving force?
So Sam is the name of the artificial intelligence, so our father made it, originally designed it, and then, again, sort of passed it on to us eventually, right before he died. And our mother had some kind of chronic, lethal illness. We haven't really gotten great details on that, other than it was somehow tied to her scientific research, because she was a scientist of some variety. And apparently creating the artificial intelligence was one way in which our father was going to try to fix it. Again, details not yet clear, but theoretically that was a thing. Now both our mother has died from that sickness and our father died from that accident on the planet that we first arrived on in Andromeda.
He gave up everything trying to save her.
You didn't realize how important his family was to him?
I guess not.
Maybe that's what he wanted you to see.
Well, I guess so. And I guess there's another memory of his that we can talk to you about as well.
I saw another of Dad's memories. I was in this one. Sarah, too. We were home visiting.
Our sister.
Dad told us about going through the Charon relay.
So you got your sense of exploration from your father?
Guess so.
We joked it was in our DNA.
Then that part of him lives on.
I suppose so.
I'll let you get back to it.
I'll be here if you need me.
Okay. I think that is now just about everybody that we could talk to. I think we're... Whoa, what happened here? Game crash? Question mark? Game frozen, definitely. Okay, so after our game crashed, where did we end up? We had a conversation with you. You might have been the last squad mate that we talked to. Or trying to climb the ladder. Let's just see.
Feeling okay?
I think it's saved.
I'll let you get back to it.
I'll be here if you need me.
I think it saved all of our conversations. So there's nothing new for us to talk to her about, which would suggest that it remembered everything that we'd done before. It was climbing the ladder previously that crashed the game. Okay, we're good. We're good. I think we're good. Alright. I guess maybe take a quick second to double check. Not sure after all that what the current state of our strike teams and research is. Oh, this is done. Hey, our first silver mission for our strike teams completed successfully. 5 mission funds, that's the same amount, but now a silver credit loot box and a silver material loot box rather than the bronzes that we were getting before. So that's nice. And then we have... Oh, was that our weaker squad as well? No, that was our... Wait, was it? It might have been. No, that was our stronger squad. Okay, this is our weaker squad. So, don't know how they're going to fare, but they still have a little while while they're out doing their stuff. So these people, basically, we send on missions to go off in the background while we're doing our stuff, and if they are successful, then we get other little loot boxes with credits and with occasionally some crafting materials or other items, and there are different difficulties that... Oh, there are bronze missions now, okay. Different difficulties that obviously have higher or lower probabilities of success, but of better or worse rewards based on that stuff, and other aspects of the missions here, like the type of enemy and the hostage situation and alien presence and remnant and whatnot, that also can potentially factor into what the likelihood of success is, depending on what, if anything, our squad mate or our team specializes in. So, like, we take this mission, for example. Oh, I did not mean to do that. I just accidentally opened up a multiplayer. I did not mean to do that. That specific mission we can do via multiplayer. But I did not intend to do that. I meant to send our NPC team instead, so we're going to back out of this. And hopefully it's not about to give us a whole bunch of, like, tutorials and whatnot, because I deliberately have not done this yet. Deliberately had not done this yet. I do intend to do it at some point, but not right now, especially, you know, not at the moment. Okay, see, I didn't mean to do this. You are being placed into an Apex mission lobby that contains custom match modifiers. This high difficulty level is recommended for experienced players with appropriate characters and gear. You've not yet completed the tutorial mission. It is highly recommended. Yeah, so we've not done any of that stuff. I'd like to leave all of this. Okay, can we go back to? Can we go back to just having our NPC team go on this mission, not us? Okay. Okay. That's much better. 91% chance of success. Also, that would have been a good one to take our fresh team that is just level 1 right now. In fact... Wait, what do we... Okay, no, this is multiplayer still. Exit multiplayer, please. Thank you. Okay, we got the cool cinematic and what have you that I kind of hope we can see again when I actually deliberately open up multiplayer for when I intend to play it for the first time, but not yet. Not yet. Yes, there is that tie. Oh, okay, it boots us all the way back out here. In that case... Alright, well then. That was a happy little accident, I suppose. But yeah, so we can either do at least one category of those types of missions ourselves via multiplayer, or we do have the option of sending our NPC team instead, which is what I intended to do. But fortunately, once again, it does open us up right here. Okay, so you are still doing your thing. Okay, did not save the other team that I just almost sent. Did technically send briefly on a mission there. So, if we send our new team on this mission, to tell you the truth, and we will do that not by playing in multiplayer, but by sending a strike team instead. And we'll do that with you. You have a 74% chance of success, which is not great, but you are just doing your first mission here, so we'll give you a chance to learn some stuffs along the way and potentially level up in the process. Whereas for this one, bronze or silver? What is the chance of success here? 92 versus, hold on, not multiplayer, 70 for higher difficulty. This is silent? No, it's not. Okay, so you're getting some, but not your maximum bonus here. How risky are we willing to be here? Sure, we'll give it a shot. What could possibly go wrong? Alright, we do have, now for the first time ever, silver loot boxes, so I am curious to see if we can get a sense how valuable these are compared to what we got with the bronze ones we've been getting up until this point. If we claim these, we get copper, and we get... how many credits? 34 credits? Excuse me? I'm pretty sure we got 32 from at least one of the previous bronze missions. So it's functionally the same. I am offended, honestly. I'm offended. So offended that I will need to pet our pet space monkey.
How'd you resist all that tasty fruit on Aya, huh?
Check your helmet before you put it on. This scratch? He was sleeping in mine.
He can sleep in the helmet if he wants to. He's allowed. Okay, so... yeah, I am curious to see where this mission for battling Remnant and ancient ferocious creatures and retrieving sensitive data is located, because the person who gave us that quest did not specify. So is that spread all over the place? Can we do it wherever the heck we want? Because those are pretty vague things. On Vold? I'm assuming that's what that is. Earn your badge? I admittedly did not look at the name of the quest, which perhaps I should have done. But seeing as how that is currently the only thing showing up, that and the main quest here for hunting the Archon, I mean, we did have potentially reason to go back to Vold. We definitely had reason to go back to Vold at some point. This wasn't necessarily when I was thinking we might do that, but I guess we could briefly pop over there. Maybe not go on a full-fledged, extensive exploration mission there, but it has been a long time since we have set foot on any planets where we're actually doing combat or anything of the like.
Back towards Vold.
Okay. There's nothing to scan here, is there? No, okay. So, this is a planet that we have been to. A planet where we still have a lot of things left to do. A lot of side quests. Viability just 16%, so not exactly in a great state as of right now, but just look at how many quests there are here that we've yet to do. Done history, stage of rescue, settling Vold, PB's secret project, Korra's I did not even remember that Korra had a project here as well. Trading favors, medical caches. Oh my goodness. It's a lot of stuff. There's a whole lot of stuff that we've yet to do here. I was expecting at some point for us to have the main quest send us back in this direction, which is one reason why I was not rushing to go back here just yet, but I guess we can, you know, given how many things there are there, we can poke our heads in for a little bit and see, maybe we can check one or two things off that list. So who do we want to bring with us? Technically speaking, if we are considering doing PB's mission or Korra's mission, then I assume then we would need to bring them. I'm not necessarily sure that those are the specific missions. Again, we're definitely not about to do every single one of those right now, I don't think. Probably just chip off one or two of them or something like that. So I don't necessarily know if that one or two mission... if those missions are going to be for Korra and PB, because I don't know how remote they are, for the most part, is the key question there, but we're probably just going to do whatever is relatively close to where we land, or at least fast travel to. Sure, we'll go with this duo. Korra is kind of, sort of a tank, and PB, we've upgraded to at least do some things that are a little bit tankier, like, even though she's a little bit more of a glass cannon by nature. Okay. So I think that works there. Otherwise, sure, we'll stick with the armor we have right now, which is just mostly giving us experience bonuses. Not really much in the way of combat bonuses. Still think this is, for the most part, probably the best weapons we have. And obviously, we are going back to... why does it always try to change our paint job every time we go to a new quest? I want this one. I want to stay on this one.
Approaching the LZ.
So is this just our second time on Vold? It might be. Obviously, we did have a relatively brief, maybe not that brief, main quest mission here. Then we left pretty soon thereafter. Okay. Also, this place is really freaking cold. So cold, there is a hazard that will slowly drain our life support if we are lingering out in the middle of nowhere. This is our most advanced fast travel spot, so I'm thinking we're probably going to fast travel there and just see if there's a quest or two that we can check off that is somewhat close by. This seems like the closest, but at the same time it also looks like it is higher up on a cliff, which may not be the easiest thing to access. Also, it is just a memory trigger, not an actual major quest, so maybe we're going around this way, trying to get to this fast travel station to get that unlocked, and then we can search for the missing supplier. Okay, that's something, and there's something here as well. Reach Ket holding site. I imagine that is somewhat big. This might be quick. This, I think, is going to be much more involved. So why don't we start by targeting this fast travel spot and this side quest. And then we'll take it from there and see if we want to go to this one, or what is this, out of curiosity? Search for an interference source. An unknown source is causing interference with Vold's communication equipment. Clear communication is important to Vold's viability. Any possibility that the Ket are somehow tapping into communications should be investigated. Yeah, either of those could potentially be secondary ones. Well, let's set our sights there for now. Oh, well, I mean, first we want to fast travel here. Oh.
Picking up a faint signal.
Was interesting.
Looks like a friendly ship.
It matches the transponder code for a Sari survey vessel, Periphono.
That's the ship Hidaria mentioned.
We might be close.
Okay, so we did bring both PB and Cora in case we had intention. Also, what the heck happened to our Nomad? Not sure, but we did bring PB and Cora just in case we wanted to target their quests. Angaran Relic. Okay, PB's is over here, which is pretty remote. Whereas Cora's, that's just rocks. That's plants. Medical caches, memory trigger. What is this? Oh, the ancient ferocious creatures. They're way the heck over there. Okay. Okay. Well, PB's is down there, way over there. So I think one step at a time here. As I said, I don't think we're about to do every last one of these things right now. But just kind of take it one step at a time and see how many of them we're up for. Let's summon you. Okay. So we have to go around. Can we go on top of this thing? I don't know. Do we go around this thing here? Or do we try to just drive straight through the large snowbank? What could possibly go wrong, right?
Don't think that ice is for slushies. Bad weather for it.
Oh, it's actually very easy to go across that, and was a... Wait, did we know there were people? Oh, no, we've not gone all the way across. That was just a very minor component of it. Yeah, I don't think we're about to go driving through that anytime soon. So, on second thought, not feasible at all.
The temperature is falling, Pathfinder.
Okay, so what we have to do, though, is we have to be mindful of...
Can we get one of those Angara heaters in here? Nomad's heat isn't doing anything for me.
Yeah. Need to be mindful of the hazard. It's so cold that our orange life support bar will slowly drain the longer we are out here for. I really thought that... There? That was interesting. There's actually... Lost some traction there. It was more slide than I was expecting. Which, I mean,
The windows
it
are
was
fogging
icy,
up on the
basically.
inside.
I just didn't think that would
Isn't
happen.
there some sort of de-icer?
I swear I will turn this car around.
That was also not as high of a jump as I was expecting. That looks like Ket.
A remnant site is ahead. Defense systems may be active.
Okay. I mean, that's... We're going the right way, but... Oh! Well, that was also not what I meant to do. Apparently that was the guy that you guys were shooting at. I was eyeing these dudes. Oh, you are not dead.
Got them all.
Okay, decent experience. A little bit of loot. Ooh. Modifier. Crafting purposes. Later on, we might find use of that. Salvageable items. What is this container? More potential salvage. A lot of these guys drop stuff. We need to be careful about lingering in this area when it is this cold. We do have limited life support, so I think we carry on here. There's some question as to whether the hazard might get reduced over time. Oh, okay, sure. As to whether the hazard might get reduced over time if we can further increase the viability of this planet, which is another reason why I was a little reluctant to come back to Vold and spend much time here at this stage.
Salvage.
What, do they crash land? Oh, that's a lot more cat than I thought. Admittedly. And terrible cover from them at that. Hey, friends! That is not close enough to hit you. Turn on life support. Oh, there's still you. You're hiding in the back as well. You're technically an elite enemy of sorts. Also, that hurts a lot. Like, a whole lot. Oh, there's more. There's just him as well. Where did that come from? I heard you. Oh, you're right here.
That's teamwork.
That was the last of them, but that took a long time. Now our life support is starting to dwindle. You kind of need to be quick here. At the same time, I would like to see if there's anything of note. As I was saying before, unless this stuff heats us up, which I kind of doubt. It does not. Okay, small cat vessel flight surface. Can't really dilly-dally too much, though. I was kind of hoping that I was gonna reset our life support when we went next to the flaming stuff. But fortunately, our Nomad does have a separate, interesting, armor, a separate life support system that is a little bit stronger. So we're not going to be on the verge of death once we pop in here, but we perhaps do need to expedite our trip over to that forward station where we can restock our life support. Oh, there is rich metals.
This area
are rich metals to be mined here, potentially.
You can extract minerals via your mining interface.
Oh, hold on, hold on. Look at easy. Didn't see that coming. Basically, just collect some resources here.
PB, just so you know, I'm not stealing anyone's culture. Fighting with the Asari commandos changed how I think. It was meant to.
My, aren't we defensive today?
Yeah, I'm defensive. The Council ran that program specifically so species would integrate. It might save lives.
I guess it's faster than waiting.
potentially drop another. What the heck is... Oh, that's not a friend. That is not a friend, and nor is it an inanimate object. Did that just shoot something at us? Because if so, then I'm not sure we've really seen that happen before. Look, no problem. No problem. Although I would appreciate if it would die more quickly so we can loot it and get back into our vehicle more quickly. Yeah, not gonna lie, I totally did not even realize that that was an enemy initially. Oh, also, I was distracted by this.
This area can be mined for resources. You can extract minerals via your mining interface.
Platinum as well. We might be able to find that, or have min-max that a little bit more, but... Okay, what is this? That is a point of interest. Interesting, yes, but we are running out of time to get to forward stations here. I mean, I guess, technically speaking, we could get out, fight some Ket along the way, and just very gradually whittle away at these places that had slowed us down in the past, and then when we are about to run out of life support, fast travel back to the forward station, restock on our life support, and then retrace our steps, but at least on that occasion, we can zoom through without needing to worry ourselves as much about other holdups. Because this looks like another place where we're going to have to fight some peoples. I assume. I assume. Unless not. Can we save here? We can. What is the deal? And do we get our life support back? Because we could really use that right about now. Yes! Oh, thank goodness. Okay, all is right with the world.
Life support is back online.
At least for Ryder on foot. Probably not the case for our ship, but oh, level 4. First time we've gotten a level 4 weapon. I think this is a shotgun, yeah. High value salvage as well. Okay, I was kind of expecting to run into enemies here. We're temporarily outside, but we can stock back up on life support just by ducking in here, so that's not really an issue anymore. This was very well timed. Running into this place, I suppose. Doesn't seem like there's much else of interest here. Just a chest or two, but that's ammo and whatnot. I guess that's useful. But the life support restoration, that's really the big thing. And that's good perspective to better understand just how far we can and cannot afford to go through this hazard. I mean, we were dawdling around quite a bit, yes, but
reading a temperature decrease.
Still, as we were saying before, exploration right now, perhaps not necessarily ideal. On Vold. Oh, there's several of these guys. Nope. I was trying to get out of the vehicle. Now we can't. Oh, our squad mates just happened to show up right next to us. I'm pretty sure that Cora just got eaten.
They got Cora!
I'm pretty sure that that thing just ate Cora.
Got them all.
Haven't seen that before. But that's good to know that that is apparently a thing. Say, Cora, how you feeling? You know? Just asking for a friend. asking for a friend. We're out of the mining zone. Okay. This looks
So what makes you
like
tick,
something.
Cora?
Oh, you're no fun. No, getting yammered at isn't fun.
Yammer back then. Raise your pulse rate. Something.
I'll just remain at the ready if you don't mind.
Sorry. Oh, I dozed off for a minute.
Thought I saw, yep, some enemies dropping down over here. Yeah, I definitely did. That guy looks like an elite enemy of some variety, because he is. So I picked a bad time to decide to move up. Right after breaking the cloak. This one of our teammates just detonated a combo. That does not happen very often. Hey, friends. Yes, this was a little bit of a bold maneuver, but I do think we did a lot of damage in the process. Also, that guy is a pretty big dude. Oh, okay, you killed him for me.
So much violence.
Yeah, we still can't dilly-dally too much, so I'd rather not backtrack. Oh. Wait, what was it before? That's level 1. Were we in a level 2 zone before? Doesn't seem like much in the way of remains drop, but yeah. Don't want to have to backtrack to that spot we were in before. Just to get our life support back. So let's melee our vehicle first. And then I assume we're at least somewhat close to this spot. Maybe
Remnant ahead.
Oh.
Don't let your guard down.
Stuff around here for us to mine or loot. Yeah, so we might deliberately avoid that group of remnant. Largely just because of life support. And limited amount of that we have.
Enemies!
Except they may have noticed us. Except here is the forward station. Hold on. Let's just get the forward station, and then we can backtrack to get them if we'd like. Because this is what we're looking for.
Activating automated forward station deployment.
This is what we wanted. Establish a fast travel spot
I should have dressed warmer.
in a more advanced position.
Mining zones in this region are available, Pathfinder. I've added them to your nav system. Environment
Now,
check.
right into
Temperatures
that.
are within acceptable parameters.
And also, get our life support back while we're over here.
So much violence.
Okay, so from here, let's see. It also gave us a tiny bit of viability as well. New mining zones added. So the closest thing is this trading favors here, but there's also the remnant that we were referring to over there that we drove past. But now we can basically just dart back over to this spot whenever we'd like. Hold on. Why are you telling me there's something of interest here?
Target's down.
Why are you telling me there's something that is basically right on top of us? That I'm not sure about. I mean, this over here seemed to be the direction that other quest was pointing us in, but I think we just double back real quick to fight the remnant. Now that we have this spot, we can circle back here to restore life support whenever needed. So that was the key thing we needed to do.
Nice work.
Now we can fight these dudes. And not have to worry nearly as much about running out of time. Well, I exploded a barrier over there that I did not know. Also, hello. Also, ow, we are dead. Wow, that happened quickly. Did not help that we got caught on one of our own teammates. Also, probably didn't help that we probably chose the single worst angle from which to attack them. As you saw, I was trying to dip, dodge, and dive into cover, but they kind of just laser beamed me to death for a very long time.
A job, you mean? Nope, not for me.
Everyone needs to eat. You must have done something.
I did a bunch of things. Scout, courier, shuttle mechanic, short order cook for a while, researcher. The week after that, I switched things up a little.
How did you ever commit to a 600-year intergalactic voyage?
Easy. It was new.
Okay. Now we at least have more cover from this angle. Which I think will be pretty important. Also, it's Ket this time? Not Remnant? It's not entirely sure. Oh, well, I was gonna blow that up on them, but that works too. Are there also Remnant? Or did the Remnant just get replaced by Ket because reasons? That's a little bit odd. Also, what is this? You tell me this is nothing? I disagree. That is strange. The Remnant are gone. Replaced by Ket. We just killed pretty quickly and easily. Surely there is still Remnant here. That wasn't Remnant, but I don't think. It's technically an explosive device that we should probably not be standing next to. Well, there may or may not still be enemies in the area. Okay, also I have been dilly-dallying a bit more. So, whoop. We do have that spot we can go back to restore our life support, but does still require that we go back there to do that. Yeah, strange that the type of enemy just completely changed on us. But I think we need to go back now. Also, where is our vehicle? But, okay. I guess that works. I think that was, yeah, that must have been the group. No, don't bother fast traveling there. That's right next to us. That must have been the group that we were referring to before. It's in the same spot. There is something over there, but first we'll just take a second to restore our life support. I don't really need it so much for
range, Pathfinder.
The vehicle, but we do for ourselves.
I'm detecting below normal temperatures.
Now we see what this is all about.
The nav point provided by Sokar Isov on Aya.
Some kind of fight happened here.
Okay, let's investigate.
Looks like Soka's supplier is dead.
Dead dude?
Found them.
Scans reveal these crates contain Angaran weapons.
Okay.
Oh, really now?
Of course.
I don't know what else we would expect. There's also this.
I detect traces of weapons fire consistent with Ket's technology.
Ket. Great.
Oh, right on cue.
And here's the ambush.
That was probably a little preemptive. This is also a bad idea, but I'm going to do it anyway. Because I would like to flame all of you. One moment, sir. Rather than melee, I'd like to loot the corpse of your former ally. Oh, let's not stay next to that, especially when I'm pretty sure they're dead. They are not all dead. Oh, well, I mean, there is this guy still. Who did previously kill Cora. But he's just chilling there. He's just chilling there. Just doing his own thing. Oh, that's not good, though. Hello, friend! Look, everything's fine, okay? Everything is fine. Sniper rifle penetration. Reduced headshot weak point bonus. That's maybe the one type of weapon that is hindered most by that type of thing. Yeah, I know we're running relatively low on life support, but... Oh. We can open this container, though. Level 4 Ranger armor. Decent tech stuff, which we do like. High level salvage. Survive hazardous environments longer. Oh. That's the kind of thing that'd be useful right about now. Is that a container that we can loot? It is not. Okay, there may be more stuff over there, but we should head back into this. Battle the Remnant, battle the... Oh, no, wait, hold on. Did we technically finish that quest for investigating this area? And just confirm that it was a cat's... And, well, the cat attacked the other people and then proceeded to ambush us, and then by killing those cat, all is now right with the world? Find outpost site, reach cat holding site. Oh, search for interference source. An unknown source is causing... No, that's different. I think we finished it. I think that is technically now done. I wish these were chronological, not alphabetized. Does make it a lot more difficult to find the one that we finished most recently. No, it's on Vold, and there aren't that many ones that we've done on Vold, so that should make it much easier, though. Vold is home, Vanguard and Resistance, fighting Cat across the planet. It wasn't that. Wasn't that. Wasn't that. Alright, not entirely sure. But, okay.
I'm reading a normal temperature range, Pathfinder. Life support is back online.
So now, our question becomes, do we want to proceed onto this place where they're interfering with communications, or this place where they're what seems like having what could be a much larger fortification? So it feels like that's potentially a bigger deal to try to shut that down. Although it might be sort of a do everything all in one place kind of thing, whereas this one, although at least initially seems like it might be less going on in this first spot, might lead us elsewhere as well. Our viability did not go up, which would suggest to me that we did not actually finish that quest that we did here. I don't know, maybe I'll search on a later occasion to figure out what category it technically fell under. Maybe it wasn't actually falling under Vold. Oh, we also, didn't our squad mates have now leveled up and theoretically have more skill points to use? Yeah, I'm pretty sure Core and PB were the most recent teammates that we used anyway, which is another reason why I was not 100% thrilled about taking them here, because they have been recent teammates of ours, and perhaps it's someone else's turn. But let's see, we can... It was, of course, to potentially finish some of their side quests, which are both located here. And upgrade her shield boost radius or speed of restoration. Passive-wise, for more melee damage and force. Blast weaker enemies back. I'll be honest, neither one of those are particularly inspiring. At least on the passive melee damage side. I think we go for the radius on the shield boost just to make it a little more likely that she affects us. Yes, it's nice when it happens a little more quickly, but for the most part I think it's more a question of just, is it going to hit us at all, or are we off doing our own thing, and therefore it just going to miss. Not do anything at all. For us, at least. PB. 4 points for you, too. You could either upgrade your passive, or rank up Shockwave for damage and force, or damage radius. I was not really thinking of this as much of an AoE ability to begin with, so I'm not sure how I feel about adding 50% radius on top of what we already have. Does it say here? Does it give us a radius? Tell us a radius if we go here? No. Alright, I'm not sure. A 50% radius increase from what is our starting number? I don't know. Otherwise, damage force 25%. Does have a lot of force. A whole lot of force, actually. So there is something to be said for that. What do we have later on? Maximum shockwave distance increase. Oh man, reach shockwave is woefully bugged in Mass Effect 3 that, no exaggeration, actually makes the ability just stop working altogether. I have no idea if the same bug exists in Andromeda. I certainly hope not. But just the prospect of even considering this, you know, you would never want to do it in Mass Effect 3 because of that bug. So it's like, wait, maybe we can actually, in Andromeda, make this a thing. I don't know. Enemies are briefly suspended in midair and primed for combo detonations. Or damage to armor, biotic detonator. Oh, it's now a combo detonator. Yeah, I think we might end up going that way. I mean, we're getting ahead of ourselves anyway, but I'm trying to anticipate what direction we might go later on to figure out what makes sense to take right now. We go radius here, and then we take this later on. That's going to give us decent damage scaling, and at least very solid force if... Oh no, this is damage, not force if we're detonating. Those are two distinct things. Damage being knockback and... damage, or rather, force being knockback and damage being obviously damage. I think we probably still go for this. I'm not really sure how reliable an NPC character that we can't directly control is going to be with maximizing the number of enemies that she hits with extra radius. I think we just go for the fundamentals. Okay. Then... yeah. Again, the question is basically, what are we getting ourselves into with both of these? I think this is probably a more prolonged encounter in one place, whereas this might get spread out across numerous encounters, but I'm not sure about that. So, they're also roughly equidistant. This one's probably a little bit closer. Might be leaning toward this, though. Let's see. I mean, or we just see what kind of trouble we get ourselves into as we peruse the area.
PB, what? Pay attention. To what? To anything. I don't want to have to pick up the slack because you're distracted.
Oh, don't worry. I have stellar quick twitch muscles. No slack to pick up.
Okay, well, there are definitely... Get over here. And they, definitely have us out-fortified. Try to approach from a better angle this time, though. Yeah, they noticed me. Don't run away. Pretty sure you were standing right next to an explosive container that we ourselves are not that far away from, which is a little bit concerning. Come out wherever you are. Also, ow. Oh, hello, person who flanked us and I had no idea was there in the first place. Do you have a cloak? Can you turn invisible? Because I think you might have just turned invisible. Either that or just coincidentally, this ability was bad at that given point in time. There's the explosion I was looking for.
Nice work.
They all dead? Pistol damage, reduced accuracy. Don't think we can afford that trade-off with our current pistol. Okay, what else do we have here? Again, it's just the hazard adds up so quickly. Just feel like we do one of these types of encounters and we immediately need to start heading back. And I feel rushed even when we're looting that one encounter. This is a pretty big facility, or at least the outpost has a lot of fortifications around it from just about every angle. The actual core structure here is safe. Oh, okay, that's huge, actually. As we were just saying, we were kind of in need of something like that. Is that pretty much all this is, though? Oh, hold on. Okay. Little bit of stuff there. It's just this little thing is a heater. That's about it.
I'm reading a temperature decrease.
Okay. There really doesn't seem to be much
Environmental temperatures are within
of interest
acceptable
here.
limits.
Okay. Where to next? Ooh. Okay. Other thing that we did not previously know existed. It does raise some questions.
PB, what did you mean before about it's faster than waiting?
Preying on your mind, huh? You know, my people are the big wheels back home. We have the money, the power, the tech. Other species want to be like us. Since Asari lives so long, we can wait for everyone to be that way. And it's so boring. Who wants a galaxy where everyone just agrees?
Commandos.
Okay. Let's see what's going on here. Some little guy over there, but
Picking up signal.
definitely a lot more happening over here. Granted, we do know what happened last time we did something like this. Did not go terribly well. Fortunately for us, much easier this time around. This, once again, kind of feels like a remnant area that we are going to perhaps visit on a future occasion, but not much for us to do here right now. I totally read this for a second as classification haircuts, and I was very confused as to why that was a high-value piece of salvage. Technically, that... Oh, I guess maybe if we didn't hit him with the fire, wouldn't have been a fire explosion, but I did do the stuff for the combo. Just for a second there, not sure if the game was like, you know what, we're not even gonna bother for little stuff like that. Okay, so that was the point of interest there. But what about this? Oh yeah, we should still keep that up highlighted as it was before. I imagine we'll come back there on a later occasion. I thought that was rocks. Good rocks for a second.
Eyes over here, PB.
I like them where they are.
This is the source of that interference? Looks like a meteorite.
The interference is caused by the EM radiation it's emitting. I detect that...
Adi, headed our way.
Okay. What the heck? They seem stronger than previous groups of similar enemies we've fought.
The signal emitted by that meteorite might be drawing the Ardi, as well as driving them into a frenzy.
How do we shut it off?
Perhaps the scan will tell us more, Pathfinder. Pathfinder, I can modify your Omni tool to dampen the signal.
Okay. Just gonna take us a very long time to do it.
Whoa, those Adi are really coming at us.
We are close to the source of the signal. Perhaps something about the frequency causes agitation in
These guys are gonna kill us before we get the chance to finish it, aren't they? Yep! Yep, they are. Oh, okay, that's the first time that's happened to us. So I have no idea if we save our progress. I totally just tried to, you know, brute force it that first time, of course. Hoping that would be sufficient, but I had no idea if that was gonna be the case or not. That was interesting. Oh, wait. Okay, it's faster this time, though. Interesting.
I think we're safe for now. Sam, what exactly was going on here?
The energies from this meteorite share similarities with the Scourge.
What?
We may have passed through it at some point. I suggest we return it to the Nexus for analysis. We could learn more about the Scourge.
Okay. That sounds like something that we would certainly like to know more about.
True. Disrupting comms, driving wildlife into a frenzy. There's too much here to ignore. We need to study it. Hopefully, the Hajara scientists won't have any more trouble with their comms.
Okay. We leveled up. We are also very close to dying due to a lack of life support. Just want to quickly nab remains and then head back to the Nomad. It does seem like Ryder pants more as you approach death by environmental hazard, which is kind of helpful, because at least in that case, it's a bit of a warning. I think we do need to go back to the forward station. I mean, it's not like we're going to be able to make it all the way over here without dying first, at least if we ever have to go on foot. Nomad is still relatively okay, but I think we probably need to head back here. I mean, we could fast travel, but it's pretty much just a straight shot, right? It's pretty much just a straight shot. We should be fine.
Come on, seriously? Every soldier has tattoos.
Not where you'll ever see them.
Whoa, Cora, easy does it. That over there is the other facility. Other facility that we may want to check out at some point.
Can you imagine the heating bills if we settled here?
Yeah, that's why we'd probably like to make a point of improving the hazard situation on this planet before we do much else here. Which may be reason enough for us to call it on Vold for the time being. We did a little bit more. Unfortunately, what may or may not have been the original reason for us coming down here. Not that one. But fighting the big dudes was very remote. I think it just pointed us in this general direction. might not even have a quest marker for it because it's a broad enough location. When we don't have the quest active, unless it's even further. No, over here. Yeah, it's just way over there. Way over there. So it kind of feels like, and over here as well, kind of feels similar to EOS in that there were spots that were somewhat accessible at the beginning, and then parts that very much were not. But if we waited long enough to do the main quest and activate monoliths to improve the viability of the planet, eventually the hazards would get reduced and it just became so much easier for us to do that exploration. So I feel like, especially since we haven't had a main quest unfold showing us where those monoliths are and telling us to go into them to activate them, I assume that's going to happen at some point, and that the other exploration and side quests unfold would be best saved for that point in time. So we did a little bit more here, and we did get another level, so maybe we take a look and see what else we can do. Started to venture off into the world of biotics a little bit, but just verify power restoration and defense, what we have for passives here. Yeah, this is basically nothing for us, but weapon weight capacity would be kind of nice. 40%, I'm pretty sure is a lot. Because right now we're basically using an assault rifle that seems pretty decent, and a pistol that is really an SMG that maybe is not the ideal one for our setup, but we're at least a little bit restricted by our weapon weight because we don't want to be causing ourselves to have bad cooldowns when we are primarily using powers right now. So this at least gets us closer to getting to that point. Whereas we just don't have any powers that restore. Well, that's not true. Energy drain does give us shields back. Squad mate power damage, tech construct damage, power restoration and defense. I mean, blah. It's very uninspiring. Damage resistance during revive and after revive. Team shield delay, reduction, and better regeneration. Don't really care about the tech construct health regeneration. Does this affect just our teammates or us and our teammate? User and squad mates. Okay, so that's a little more tempting for that reason. If we are consistently using Tactical Cloak, then Tactical Revive may not be that necessary, and there might still be some times where, even if we're cloaked, I mean, we can still take damage when we're cloaked. It's just that usually we cloak and then immediately reposition, at least to a certain extent, to avoid getting taken out. So, assuming we're not right on top of squad mates when we cloak and start reviving them, then when we have cloak, tactical revive might not be that necessary, but if we don't have cloak, then this could be very useful. So, I'm not entirely sure how I feel about that. Otherwise, we started looking at biotics, with Annihilation specifically, which I think we are still quite a ways away before we even consider using this. And as I said, it's a little bit memey as well. We kind of just did it because we had one spare point. So maybe we do go back to tech for the time being while we have larger quantities of skill points to spend. Also, there was a time where, speaking of skills we put 1 point into, Overload was potentially going to be something to replace Energy Drain. It's more offensive, less defensive, because it doesn't give us the shields back. It can potentially stagger enemies more reliably and for longer periods of time. So in some ways, it does have better defenses there, but it has potentially better chain ability and possibly pure damage, at least I think against shielded and synthetic enemies than Energy Drain does. So for that reason, it can be better offensively, but it does, for full effect, require that we take a few seconds to charge it up, which not entirely sure how that works with Tactical Cloak. That, I imagine, as soon as we start charging it, breaks Cloak, which means we have to be pretty quick with unleashing it once we start doing that. Otherwise, we risk losing the damage buff from Tactical Cloak and also no longer being cloaked either, of course. That is a way, if we're just trying to basically throw points into tech to power up our tech passives that gain power as we invest more points in tech. That might be a decent way to make that happen. I guess we'll go for the defensive stuff for now. So that does help with energy drain a little bit. Maybe we'll save our 2 points. Invest in more tech stuff later. Speaking of 2 points, though. Not really sure. I mean, yes, we could do a little bit with Nova, but I don't think this is going to be huge. For our squad mates, she gets 2 points every time we level, it seems like. That means if we don't spend now, next level we should... Oh, be able to get her the melee stuff, which we were saying we are not really looking forward to. Though after that, power damage force, shotgun damage, shotgun force, damage against armor, that's not bad. I mean, again, squad mates have such long cooldowns for powers that it seems like scaling powers for squad mates is not as valuable as other weapon-based abilities that they can have active, or weapon damage passives they can have active all the time. And we just can't do this until we've completed your mission, right? Yeah. Charge, we save up for this. Could have it detonate primers, but again, priming, detonating for squad mates when you have a 20-ish second cooldown. A little bit faster than that is probably still quite lackluster. Weapon melee damage for 3 seconds after charging. Otherwise, it does. I mean, yeah, that's hard to say what direction we're gonna go in for there. So that if it weren't a squad mate, then we'd definitely go the power route. But okay, I think either way we're saving for core, and it might be similar for PB. Could do her passive here though, power damage and force. I mean, again, not amazing, but hey, it is something we can spend 2 points on. Then not loving that after the fact, but she does have ways to increase her, or improve her recharge speeds, though. So that is potentially still something. Yeah, this is probably good enough to throw a couple points in it for PB. Okay. I think we leave it at that. And we might even opt to leave Vold. Oh, we're right next to the station, are we not? Oh, we just drove past it. We might even leave Vold. We did a little bit of side quests. We leveled up. We improved the viability a little bit as well. But we're anticipating that we're going to get the hazards removed at some point, or at least reduced at some point, making things much easier to navigate around. And also, assuming we're going to go in and activate a monolith at some point, that usually gives us a large chunk of viability. So even though we're at only 20% here, that could very quickly jump up to 70 plus if and when we end up doing monolith-related things. And is that the monolith icon? I think it is. Yeah. So, I mean, I assume at some point someone is going to tell us, go to Vold and activate the monolith. And we shouldn't just, mosey on over ourselves without any more direct prompting and try to activate this of our own accord. I imagine that we should wait for them to instruct us to do so, which also leads me to believe that, yes, we're going to have more direct and more just in total instructions and directions to come back to Vold on a later occasion. Even if we have all these side quests now, I'm guessing that most of them can wait. So I think we just head back. Just dipping our toe in the very cold Vold waters / ice. Okay.
Ryder.
Oh. Yes? Did you have Something specific to speak with us about?
The hell you did? You can't just undo 10 hours of work.
I had to. Your revamp risks power imbalance between decks, something we solved back home.
It's twice as efficient. Just because it doesn't match your sainted specs.
And now it does. As you say, deal with it.
Callow.
I know, just please don't let this distract you.
Alright, guys, you really gotta get over this stuff, though. Why don't we check on our strike teams and research and what have you? I imagine we have research ready. Strike teams, it's a little more recent. Those may not be ready. You definitely aren't. You're ready in 4 minutes. Ready in an hour. The 4 minutes one. Might be able to stick around long enough to check that out. You are definitely ready to go. Get our data, get our minerals, get all that stuff. We did not unlock another pod, unfortunately. And we guess we didn't do too much to improve the Andromeda viability yet. We did a tiny bit of that on Vold. Do we even get enough to move that experience bar for the Nexus level? Just by getting the little forward stations planted and doing the little side... I mean, we must, right? I mean, obviously not nearly as much as activating a monolith, but I imagine we're at least getting a small little sliver of it. What else do we have here? Oh, right, we found that strange meteorite from Chief Lucan. Trying to remember who you are. Is that the scientist on Vold? I would have thought that'd be someone from the Nexus. This rock you found is certainly something. As far as I can tell, it's a remnant of a meteoroid that passed through the Scourge before falling to Vold. So it passed through the Scourge is the reason why it has some similarities to the Scourge, okay? Infusing it with a similar charge. The presence of Helios native metallic elements within the rock may have allowed for such a transfer. I'm unsure why the Oddhe reacted to it the way they did. That was strange. I've stored it in a lead-lined box. It unnerves me. Yeah, so that, especially when you phrase it that way, does start to make it sound a bit like Reaper technology from Mass Effect 1, 2, and 3. The way that it made the local wildlife go crazy and is making humans feel uneasy as well. So that's potentially cause for concern. And hopefully not going to find that Scourge-related stuff does that across the board. Update on Jal from Lexi. Okay, so he was mad at us. Ryder, thought you should know. I spoke with Jal. After some reflection, he seems to accept that the process of exaltation cannot be reversed. I apologize if I was harsh before. I can get a little passionate when it comes to patience and my professional opinion. I know you were only trying to help, and ultimately, we both just want what's best for the Tempest crew. I will continue to run tests and study the data you obtained from the Ket facility regarding exaltation. But right now, I must believe what the evidence tells me, which is that exaltation is permanent. Lexi. So I mean, that just makes me think even more that that's, sure, our current understanding, but that at some future point in time, we will unlock the secrets to exaltation, including how to undo it, which would have, I mean, maybe that's just a way too overly optimistic. But it does feel like that would potentially be a way in which to... a logical way in which to resolve the whole exaltation issue. Like, oh, hey, you've been converting all of these people into your, basically, your slaves that then proceed to fight for you? Yeah, what if we just undo that? Alright, so I know we had this that was close. How much we've 22 seconds. Was this our better or our... oh no, we put both of our slightly more, well, yeah, level 10. This is our second strongest team at level 8. Only 66% chance of succeeding, but it is a silver mission. So this one is questionable as to whether this will succeed or not. But we're about to find out. Fingers crossed. It was successful. Very nice. Okay, so did they level up? Level gained, yep. The mission funds is the same, which is odd to me. So it's mostly just the loot boxes being ever so slightly stronger, or more significant. And then I imagine it's more experience. I hope it's more experience. We do now have this little mission here, which probably would have been nice for our team that is brand new and use all the help they can get. But the Apex missions, they give, 10 rather than 5 mission funds. So they are more valuable in that sense, but they also take significantly longer to finish, right? Like 5 hours compared to these ones? Yeah, they take 2 hours or less. So I guess that means we're still putting the team that we just sent down on this mission as well. And they have a 90% chance of success now that they're level 9. So that is probably fine. In that case. Might as well, I suppose. And why don't we pop open the silver stuffs? And were we just unlucky before and the silver crate that we got previously didn't seem all that good compared to bronze crates? It's just a ever so minor marginal improvement, but let's see. Hopper, 43 credits. 43 credits. Not particularly impressed. There is almost no noticeable difference between the bronze rewards and the silver rewards, despite silver rewards, or silver missions being, what, like 40-ish or 30-ish% more difficult? So that seems odd. Obviously, silver's not the highest difficulty, so you would expect for gold to hopefully have much higher rewards from it, because I imagine it is much more difficult. Maybe there's even a platinum difficulty, but I don't know. So yeah, would have liked to have seen a more noticeable difference in the rewards from it, because there's a pretty significant difference in the difficulty between bronze and silver, at least for the NPC strike teams. Obviously, we've yet to do multiplayer for ourselves, even if we may have temporarily, momentarily poked our head in the door accidentally. But you know, perhaps we're getting closer to making that happen sometime in the not too distant future.